Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. She looked back. You are cute. She blinked. Jero? Yeah. She stared for a second longer, then turned back to her food with a slight blush. Okay. Mina snorted, shoving a spoonful of rice into her mouth. Damn, Ru, smooth as always. Facts, Kaminari added. One day, you'll say something and actually get slapped. Tsa picked up her juice. Why would I slap him? He's just saying what he thinks. Exactly, I said, pointing at her. Thank you, Froggy. She drank her juice. That is actually close to the hero name I will choose. I looked at her. She looked back. What will you choose? She set the box down. Fry. Kaminari grinned. Oh, that's cute. Fry. Rolls off the tongue. It does, she said. Sero tapped his chopsticks against his tray. I feel like hero names are a lot of pressure, though. You pick something now, and it sticks. What if you end up hating it in a year? Then you change it, I said. Heroes have done it before. Mina stretched her arms. Yeah, but if it's something iconic, it's hard to switch. Imagine All Might just randomly deciding to be called. I don't know, Power Daddy. Uraraka choked on her rice. What? Mina shrugged. I mean, it fits. It does not, Ida said. Kirishima scratched his chin. Alright, but imagine Midnight changing her name to something really normal, like, Miss Pajamas. She might, Jiro said. She already barely wears anything. Kaminari smirked. Which is appreciated. Yair Azu sighed. And there it is. Mineta leaned in. If I became a hero, my name would be No One Cares, Shoji cut in. Damn, cold, Sero muttered. Mineta huffed. Fine, but when I make it big, you'll regret not listening. I won't, Shoji said. Ojiro crossed his arms. Hero names should have meaning, though. Something that reflects your ability and personality. Tokoyami nodded. Yes. It must embody one's true nature. Kaminari grinned. So yours is gonna be, what, Edgelord? Jet Black Hero, Sakaimi, Tokoyami corrected. Kaminari stared. I was joking. I was not. Mina turned to Todoroki. You got one yet? He blinked. No. Got any ideas? She pressed. No. Kirishima leaned forward. You could go with something ice-related. Or fire. Or both. Todoroki took a bite of his food. Maybe. Mina sighed. Man, you're a tough crowd. Kaminari elbowed me. What about you, Ru? Got a name picked? No. That's it? He asked. Not even an idea? Nope. Mina nudged me. Oh, come on, you gotta have something. Why? She gestured vaguely. I don't know, you just seem like the type to already have something picked. I decided we all choose my hero name. Then we will vote. Come on, let me hear the ideas, I said. Mina leaned forward. Oh, this is gonna be good. Midoriya, Ida started, already adjusting his glasses like he was about to ruin the fun. A hero name is a serious decision. It should reflect your values, your yeah. Moving on, I cut in, waving him off. I wanna hear the good shit. Alright, Kaminari grinned, tapping his fingers against the table. How about something badass? Like Titan Fist. I stared at him. Do I look like I punch mountains for fun? Yeah, kinda. Next. Kirishima tapped his chin. Crimson Impact. First of all, no. Second, I feel like that name already exists. Zero smirked. How about Smartass? Creative, I said. What's your hero name gonna be? Tape measure? Rude. Mina snapped her fingers. Oh. What about something with dragon in it? You kinda give off that vibe. Explain. You're reckless, loud, and probably gonna burn something down one day. Sold. I turned to the others. Any other dragon ideas? Dragon King, Ojiro suggested. Too much. Dragonburn, Kaminari said, grinning. I'm not a Skyrim NPC. Black Dragon, Tokoyami offered. Do I look like a rejected Yu-Gi-Oh card? Jiro leaned back. Midnight Menace. Sounds like I rob banks in my free time. You might. Moving on. Uraraka tapped the table. Midoriya the Menace? Too wordy. Draconic Fury, Sato said. I frowned. Sounds like an energy drink. Yair Azu cleared her throat. Perhaps something sophisticated, like Crimson Drake or Azure Tempest? I don't fight in a Shakespeare play. Hagakure clapped her hands. Oh. Dragon Fist. I feel like I would be sued. Todoroki chimed from the side. Burning Storm. I glanced at him. Do you just pick two random words and put them together? Yes. Great social skills. Bakugo scoffed. Doesn't matter what name you pick. You'll still be a pain in my ass. Boom boom, you're getting a vote too, like it or not. Shove it up your ass. Writing that down. I pulled out my phone, typing down the suggestions. Alright, here's what we've got so far. Titan Fist, Crimson Impact, Smartass fuck you, Zero Dragon King, Dragonburn, Black Dragon, Midnight Menace, Midoriya the Menace, Draconic Fury, Crimson Drake, Azure Tempest, Dragon Fist, Burning Storm, and I turned to Bakugo. Shove it up your ass. Mineta, who had been quiet, finally spoke. You should pick something that sounds cool to the ladies, like Dark Master. I stared at him. Never speak again. He held up his hands. Just saying, chicks dig mysterious names. They dig people who don't say chicks unironically. Tsa sipped her juice. Frog Dragon. I blinked. The fuck does that even mean? You like dragons. I like frogs. Compromise. Mina gasped. Wait, are you two flirting? Tsa blinked. No. Sure? Yes. Sounds fake, but okay. I clapped my hands. Alright, voting time. Everyone gets one vote. You can't vote for your own dumbass suggestion. Votes were cast. Some people took it seriously. Others clearly just wanted to be annoying. Bakugo refused to vote, which I counted as a vote for shove it up your ass. In the end, one name won out. I looked at my phone. Well, looks like we have a winner. Mina grinned. Oh, what is it? I got up, fixed my tie, and looked at them. Screw you guys. I am going home. The table burst into laughter. Did all of you pick shove it up your ass? Mina asked, grinning. Everyone nodded, still laughing. Kirishima slapped the table. Bro, it was too good to pass up. I hate all of you, I said, sitting back down. You should have expected this, Zero said, smirking. You know, Kaminari leaned forward, if you actually used it, you would be the most memorable hero ever. Or the first to get banned from TV, Jiro muttered. Doesn't matter, Bakugo scoffed. Idiot doesn't deserve a hero name. Jealous, number 2? I asked. His eye twitched. I will actually kill you. Tsa took a sip of her drink. If you think about it, a hero name should reflect who you are. And this one does. I stared at her. Fry, what the hell? You do tell people to shove things up their ass a lot, Uraraka added. Mina wiped a tear from her eye. This is the best thing that's ever happened. Fine, I said, cracking my knuckles. Then I get to name all of you. I pointed at Kaminari. Brain damage. He put a hand on his chest. I feel so seen. Mina. Pink gremlin. She grinned. I'll take it. Ida. Sir talks a lot. He straightened his glasses. That is entirely unfair. Jiro. Edgy headphones. She shrugged. Could be worse. Mineta opened his mouth. I cut him off. Pervert. He nodded. Accurate. Todoroki. Bipolar. He blinked. HN. I gestured at Sero. Discount Spider-Man. Kirishima. Rock for brains. Ojiro. Tail guy. Tokoyami. Crow. Yaozu. Wikipedia. Shoji. Tentacle monster. Hagakure. The Void. Sato. Sugar Crash. Aoyama. Human disco ball. Izuku. Waterworks. Okeko. Lightweight. Bakugo. Boom boom bitch. Mina looked at So. Why skip her? I shrugged. She already picked a name. Mina grinned. Are you sure you two don't flirt? So blinked. No. Mina leaned in. You say that, but I don't believe it. Then don't. She looked between us. Suspicious. I picked up my drink. Think whatever. Your Araka stretched. Alright, so that was a fun waste of time. Ida shook his head. This was supposed to be a serious discussion. Sero smirked. And it was. We seriously voted for the best name possible. Kirishima grinned. Shove it up your ass is iconic. Bakugo pricked his tongue. You losers have too much free time. Kaminari tapped his tray. Alright, next topic. Who's gonna fail the first pop quiz? Mineta sighed dramatically. Academically? Probably me. Socially? Also me. Momo shook her head. If you studied, you wouldn't fail. Yeah, but have you considered I don't want to? Jiro scoffed. Shocking. Tokoyami stirred his rice. The true test of intelligence is knowing what to study. Sero pointed at him. That sounded deep, but it meant nothing. Hagakure clapped her hands. Doesn't matter. We're at U8'll be fine. Mina grinned. We should totally start a study group. Kaminari groaned. Why are you in a good moment? You wanna pass, right? I would rather take my chances. Ida adjusted his glasses. Proper study habits will benefit everyone. Sero pointed at me. Ru, you studying? No. Smart man. Momo sighed. You're all impossible. Izuku saw his chance. Don't believe him. Ru is a real nerd at home but lies at school. Many of his friends despaired when he topped the exams in middle school. Mom is even proud of him. Mina raised an eyebrow. Hold up, you were top of your class? I clicked my tongue. Izuku, shut the hell up. No way, Kaminari said. No offense, but you don't give off smart guy energy. Izuku shook his head. He studies late at night when no one's watching. He used to hide his textbooks under his bed like they were secret documents. Mina grinned. Oh, this is gold. You little shit, I muttered. Kirishima elbowed me. Man, you had us all fooled. Thought you were just a quip machine. Sero smirked. Imagine the guy roasting Bakugo all day is actually the biggest nerd in class. Bakugo scoffed. TCH. Figures. He probably studied all my fights too. Oh yeah, totally, I said. I even wrote a thesis called How to Make Boom Boom Bitch Cry in 5 Easy Steps. Jiro rolled her eyes. You probably did, though. Momo nodded. Actually, that would be a solid analysis on explosive combat techniques. Don't encourage him, Bakugo snapped. Mina tapped her chin. So if Ru is a secret nerd, that means he actually listens in class, right? Doubtful, Jiro said. I leaned back. If listening means memorizing enough to pass, sure. Ida frowned. That is not the proper way to approach education. Izuku grinned. He lies again. He once made Mom take us to a museum for a boring rock. He is a true nerd. Mina turned to me. A museum trip for a rock? That's commitment. It was a meteorite, dumbass, I said. Space rock. Kind of a big deal. Kaminari snickered. Yeah, sure. I bet you stared at it for 3 hours while everyone else was looking at the dinosaur skeletons. Dinosaurs are cool, Kirishima added. Right? Mina nodded. Meteorites are just fancy space gravel. Your brain is fancy space gravel, I shot back. Your Araka tilted her head. So you just read for fun? Depends. On what? If it's interesting. Kaminari smirked. Define interesting. 'Cause I'm betting it's not normal people interesting. I shrugged. Physics, biology, history. Shit that matters. Mineta scoffed. And yet, here you are, acting like an idiot. I turned to him. It's called balance. You should try it sometime, maybe then you wouldn't be a walking harassment case. He muttered something about people misunderstanding his genius before shoving a dumpling in his mouth. Yaozu clasped her hands. That's an excellent approach, Midoriya. Learning should never be seen as a burden. I flashed a grin at her. How about we visit the museum together? Yaozu blinked. Oh, absolutely. I would love that. Kaminari whistled. Damn, bro. Smooth. Not really, I said. She's just the only one here who wouldn't drool on the exhibits. Hey. Mina said. I would not. Okay, maybe a little, if it's a really shiny rock. Sarah leaned back. What I'm hearing is that Ru is out here setting up study dates while the rest of us are struggling to remember verb conjugations. Study date? Ida frowned. Museums are for learning, not for. Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder. Let him cook, dude. Yair Azu cleared her throat. I see no issue with intellectual outings. It's important to expand our knowledge outside of combat training. See? I gestured at her. Nerds unite. Izuku looked between us. Wait, you two are actually going? Yair Azu nodded. Yes, why not? Mineta muttered something about wasted opportunities. Shoji flicked him on the forehead. Fine, Kaminari said. But real talk, if Riz secretly a genius, what the hell happened to you, Izuku? Izuku choked on his drink. What? Mina snickered. Yeah, how did he turn out like this, and you're... Well, you? Izuku flailed. What does that even mean? I shrugged. I got the brains. He got the emotional damage. Izuku groaned. That's not true. I pulled Izuku in with my arm around his neck. We are stepbrothers. He is by accident, I am by choice. Izuku groaned, trying to wriggle out. That doesn't even make sense. I looked at him. Really? Mom gave birth to you like a kinder surprise, and she chose me the moment she saw me. Izuku rolled his eyes, slipping out of my hold. She pitied you because your mother died. The table looked at him. Cold, Midoriya. Cold. I waved him off. It is fine. We are close. Mina grinned. Damn, your family dynamic is wild. Kaminari nodded. Like, is this how you guys talk at home? Just roasting each other all day? Yes, I said. Izuku sighed. I try to have normal conversations, but he gestured vaguely at me. Exists. Beautifully, I added. Kirishima chuckled. Honestly, though, it's kinda cool. Most siblings I know either ignore each other or straight up fight. You two are like... I don't know, aggressive friends? We are not friends, Izuku said. Yeah, I agreed. Friends would imply I like him. Mina snorted. You guys have problems. Ida adjusted his glasses. Regardless, it's good to see a strong sibling bond. Sero raised an eyebrow. Strong? Bro, they just called each other a pity case and a defective toy. It's their way of expressing affection, Yair Azu said. Exactly, I said. See? Someone gets it. Izuku sighed, shaking his head. Anyway, we should probably get ready for the next class. Kaminari groaned. Ugh, already? Can't we just, like, stay here and pretend we're studying? No, Ida said. Mineta stretched. I dunno, man. You think heroes ever just say screw it and take the day off? No, Ida repeated. Boring. Ojiro looked at the time. We should actually go, though. Aizen was probably already waiting. Damn, no escape, Sero muttered. We got up, trays clattering as we dropped them off. Kirishima stretched. Man, I hope the next class is something practical. Sitting through lectures all day is brutal. It's heroics, I said. So, yeah. Definitely practical. Hell yeah, Kaminari said. Finally. Mina grinned. Hope it's something fun. Like, I don't know, urban combat or infiltration missions. Or fighting each other, Kirishima said. Sero nudged him. You just wanna punch someone, huh? Maybe. We walked out of the cafeteria, the hall buzzing with students. Bakugo spoke from behind. Move. I looked at him. Say please. Move before I blow your dumbass into the next building. See? I turned to Mina. No manners. She laughed. Yeah, boom boom, where's the respect? Die. Chapter 16, Yay All Might practically exploded into the room, throwing the door open like it owed him money. It is me. Through the door like a normal person. The class jumped. Some flinched, others just stared, and Kaminari straight up choked on his spit. Mineta fell off his chair. Ida stood like he was about to salute. Oh shit, it's All Might. Kirishima practically yelled. No way. Sero muttered. Holy. Uraraka's face lit up. Todoroki barely reacted, but that wasn't new. Yair Azu adjusted her posture, already looking ready to absorb whatever wisdom he was about to drop. All Might, completely unfazed, walked to the front, hands on his hips. Foundational Hero Studies. For this class, we will build your foundations through trials. He pointed dramatically at the class. Let's jump right in with the trial of battle. That got everyone's attention. Kaminari blinked. Wait, already? Momo raised a hand. Trial of battle? Are we sparring? Ashido grinned. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Jiro sighed. Of course we're fighting. Why would today be normal? All Might didn't let them overthink it. Heroes must always be ready for combat. Even in your first year, you must develop your fighting instincts. We'll be doing indoor combat training. The screen behind him lit up, showing a simple layout of a building. Villains often hide indoors. Rescuing hostages, stopping threats. These situations require indoor experience and teamwork. Shoji nodded. So we're working in teams? Indeed. All Might grinned. A hero team versus a villain team. One side will protect a fake bomb, and the other will try to secure it. Think of it as a hostage rescue with high stakes. Bakugo scoffed. TCH. Easy. Yair Azu nodded. It's a classic scenario. It should be an excellent test of strategy. Izuku was gripping his desk. Oh man. Actual combat practice. We entered the locker rooms to change into our hero uniforms. The second Izuku and I pulled out our suits. The room was silent. Not because of mine, I looked like I was about to start a street fight. But Izuku? He looked like All Might's #1 fan had lost a bet. Izuku shot me a look, eyes practically screaming betrayal. You how I raised my arms helplessly. Dude, I love Mom, but you asked us for schematics of our hero suits. You should have sent one. I will cherish Mom's suit while you will ruin it. Izuku's eye twitched as he stared at his reflection in the mirror, like he had just realized he was about to walk into a battlefield dressed as a rejected All Might mascot. I didn't think she would actually make it look like this. Kirishima whistled, looking between us. Damn, talk about different approaches. Real looks like he's about to start a bar fight, and Midoriya. Kaminari smirked. Midoriya looks like he's about to file a trademark dispute with All Might. Izuku groaned, tugging at the jumpsuit like it might magically turn into something cooler. I leaned on a locker. You could have fixed it. But no, you let Mom go full arts and crafts mode. Now you have to live with it. Izuku slumped against his locker. I just didn't want to hurt her feelings. Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder. Bro, I respect that. But also, you're screwed. Sero pointed at Izuku's mask. Are the ears necessary? They're not ears. Izuku snapped, yanking the hood down. Mineta snickered. They're All Might hair. Yeah, we got that, genius, I muttered. That's the problem. Bakugo let out a sharp scoff. Pathetic. Izuku flinched. Kaken Bakugo didn't even look at him. Look at you. Dressed like that, standing there like a damn extra. If this is how you're walking into battle, you should quit now. Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. He took a deep breath, straightened up, and muttered, I'll do my best. Bakugo pricked his tongue and turned away, mumbling something about wasting space. I clapped my hands together. Alright, enough Midoriya bullying unless it's me doing it. Let's go. We left the locker room and headed to the training grounds, where All Might was waiting. The place looked like a standard training facility, but the fake buildings gave it that budget Hollywood set feel. All Might beamed. Splendid. Everyone is looking the part of young heroes. Some more uniquely than others. Izuku turned red. Mina sauntered over, arms crossed, eyes scanning me up and down. Damn, Ryu. You look good. I grinned, resting my bat on my shoulder. You're not bad yourself. Love the camouflage bodysuit. She stretched her arms behind her head. Practical and stylish. Unlike some people. She turned her head, jerking a thumb toward Izuku. Kirishima grinned, cracking his knuckles. Man, this feels real now. First combat exercise. Think they're gonna pair us up randomly or let us choose? Sarah leaned against a locker. I don't know, but I feel sorry for whoever gets stuck with Mineta. Hey! Mineta shouted from below. I can be a valuable asset. Kaminari snickered. Yeah? To the criminal record department? Mineta grumbled something under his breath, shuffling off to the side. All Might continued. Now. Time for team assignments. You will be split into pairs. Hero team versus villain team. The villain team will defend a fake bomb, while the hero team will attempt to secure it. The class nodded along, everyone already sizing up their potential partners and opponents. Let's determine teams randomly. All Might reached into a box and started pulling names. Team Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Okiko. Izuku practically stopped breathing. Uraraka just grinned. Nice. Team B Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya. Bakugo's eye twitched. TCH. Team C Yair Azumomo and Midoriya Ryu. Yair Azu gave a small nod. Team D Mezzo Shoji and Shitoto Toraki. I grinned at them. This is going to be fun. Yair Azu nodded, arms crossed. I agree. It's a good chance to test our teamwork. Bakugo scoffed. TCH. Teamwork's useless if your partner's dead weight. All Might continued drawing names. Team Miyashido Mina and Kaminari Denki. Team F-Zero Hanta and Giro Kyoka. Zero elbowed Giro. Guess we're stuck together. Try to keep up, she muttered. Team G Tokoi Ami Fumika Jindo Jairo Mashirao. Team H Hagakure Taru and Mineta Minoru. Mineta clapped his hands together. Hagakure-chan, we shall make an unstoppable pair. She sighed. I swear, if you try anything, I'm throwing you off the building. Team Isata Rakido and Aoyama Yuga. And finally, Team Jiro Kirishima and Asuitsu. Bakugo and Izuku had their match. Typical shit. Bakugo had issues, Izuku stuttered, Ida ran around like a car commercial. Izuku won with the twist and determination of a loser. Nothing new. All Might eventually moved things along. Next match. Team C Midoriya Ryu and Yair Azumomo vs Team D Mezzo Shoji and Shito Todoroki. I stretched, cracking my neck. Alright, Wikipedia, let's do this. Yair Azu exhaled through her nose. Could you not? Could you make a gun? She gave me a look. That would be against school policy. Right, of course, I said. Wouldn't want to be irresponsible. All Might beamed. Villain team, secure the bomb. Hero team, infiltrate and secure it. We got our locations outside the training building. The place was set up to mimic an office, but it was too quiet. Shoji and Todoroki weren't idiots. They weren't gonna sit around waiting to get jumped. I glanced at Yair Azu. What's the play? She looked at me. Why? So you can dismantle it. I stared at her. Come on, Yair Azu. Wow, that is a mouthful. Can I call you Momo-chan? You may not. Fine, I will call you Yaewao then. I grinned. Yaewao, have faith in yourself. You are smart. I know that. She turned her head slightly. That is not the issue. Then what is? She crossed her arms, eyes scanning the layout of the building. I do not know if my quirk is the best for this situation. Shoji's scouting ability and Todoroki's control over the environment give them a natural advantage indoors. So? She gave me a look. So, I am not sure what to create that would be useful. I leaned against the wall. You're overthinking. You don't need to make something perfect, just something useful. Shoji's got a lot of eyes, but he's still gotta process what he sees. Todoroki's got ice, but ice doesn't think for him. Meanwhile, you can literally make anything. She glanced at me. I still need a plan. I shrugged. Then make a titanium shield. Make a radiation staff. Hell, make a smoke grenade and blind them for a bit. Her fingers twitched. That could work. Duh. You're not a one-trick pony, Yaewao. You're a walking arsenal. Act like it. She nodded, more to herself than me, and pressed a hand against her stomach, already thinking through what to create. I pushed off the wall. Alright. If they're holed up with the fake bomb, they're either setting a trap or playing defense. Shoji will be the scout, Todoroki will be the muscle. She looked at me. And what does that make us? I smirked. The problem. The moment we stepped inside, gas masks secure, Yair Azu gave me a look. Are you absolutely certain about this? I took the canister from her, testing its weight. I am beyond certain. A few minutes earlier, I had grilled her on the specifics of her quirk. She explained, in that perfectly poised and scientific way of hers, that she could create almost anything so long as she knew the molecular structure and had enough stored fat to convert into material. Stored fat? I had repeated, raising an eyebrow. She nodded. My quirk breaks down my body's lipids and reconstructs them into new substances. The more energy I have stored, the larger or more complex the item I can create. So if you went on a diet, you would be useless? Her eye twitched. That is a gross oversimplification. Fair enough. I leaned against the doorframe. You know the formula for anhydrous ammonia? She frowned. No. Why? I smirked. NH3. It's an antifreeze agent. Disrupts ice formation. It's also, toxic and corrosive. She had stared at me for a long moment. How do you even know that? I shrugged. Read it in a magazine. Her lips twitched. I could see the unspoken bullshit in her eyes. I see. Why are you smiling? I just find it endearing how you try to hide your nerdiness. I ignored that. Can you make it? Yes, but it will burn a considerable amount of energy. That's fine. We only need a small amount. Which brought us back to the present. I twisted the nozzle of the modified canister and rolled it forward. A soft hiss filled the air as the ammonia gas spread. Ice cracked. Somewhere inside the building, Todoroki was realizing his control over the environment wasn't as absolute as he thought. Azu adjusted her mask. If this works, he'll stop using ice. If it works, he'll stop relying on it for now, I corrected. The guy's stubborn. A movement ahead. A flicker of motion in the mist. Shoji. I swung. He blocked, 4 extra arms bracing against my bat. You noticed me fast. I shrugged. You're big. Azu moved, a staff forming in her grip mid-step, and swung for his ribs. Shoji twisted, blocking, but left himself open. I kicked his leg out from under him. He staggered but recovered fast. Not bad. Told you. I swung again, forcing him to dodge. Todoroki still with the bomb? He didn't answer. Azu spun her staff, jabbing at his side. We'll take that as a yes. Shoji leaped back, arms spreading. You won't get past me that easily. I smirked. We'll see. I turned to Azu. By the way, you're wasting your quirk big time. After this, we're having a conversation. A real one. She didn't react, just adjusted her grip. Shoji made his move, lunging at me with his extra limbs, trying to grab hold. I ducked, swinging my bat. He barely dodged. Azu struck again. Shoji caught her staff, but his momentary distraction was enough. You think I just threw the gas for fun? I asked, shifting my grip. Shoji hesitated. Ammonia doesn't just mess with Todoroki's ice, I continued. It also irritates the eyes and lungs. And you rely on sight and sound more than most. Azu adjusted her mask. It disperses quickly, but in a closed space, the effects linger. Shoji exhaled sharply. His extra arms tensed. Smart guy. He was already feeling the burn. He fought through it, but it was clear he was off balance. His reaction time had dipped. We pressed the advantage. He blocked, dodged, but the gas slowed him. I landed a solid hit to his ribs. He grunted. Azu struck next, and finally, he stumbled. We ran past him. Shoji cursed but didn't chase. Azu tossed him a spare mask as we passed. The hallway leading to the bomb was colder, but not as bad as it should have been. Todoroki stood by the bomb, arms crossed, waiting. I rested my bat on my shoulder. So. Ice isn't working, huh? He didn't react. Then he attacked. A wave of ice shot toward us, but it was weaker, less stable. We dodged easily. Azu spun her metal baton. How do you want to do this? I stepped forward. I'll keep him busy. You grab the bomb. She nodded. Todoroki sent another wave of ice. I was already moving. I slid low, swinging my bat at his legs. He hopped back, avoiding it, then threw a punch. I blocked, pushing forward. Close combat wasn't his strong suit. He could react but he couldn't control. I grinned. Eyes on me, snowflake. He frowned. Azu touched the bomb. Secured. All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. Heroes win. Todoroki exhaled through his nose, stepping back. You planned it from the start. No shit. I grinned. You should have used fire. He didn't answer. Azu adjusted her gloves. Good match. Shoji entered, rubbing his arms. You two work well together. I smirked. Of course we do. Azu glanced at me. Don't let it go to your head. Too late. We left the building. Some people looked impressed. Others, annoyed. Kaminari grinned. Damn, you guys made that look easy. Mina elbowed him. Yeah, because it was easy. Poor Todoroki didn't even get to use half his quirk. Todoroki walked past without a word. Kirishima laughed. Dude looks salty. I shrugged. Maybe next time, he'll stop playing with one hand tied behind his back. Azu sighed. You don't have to rub it in. I really do, though. All Might clapped his hands. Let's analyze the battle. I spun my bat in my hand before holding it like a microphone. Let's hear the praises. Who wants to go first? Mina pointed at me. That gas trick? Evil. I love it. Kaminari leaned forward. Yeah, what the hell was that? Todoroki looked like his whole life glitched out. It was ammonia, Azu said. It disrupts ice formation and irritates the eyes and lungs. Sarah whistled. Damn, science. I tapped the bat against my palm. Exactly. Ice Guy got too comfortable. Had to remind him he's not invincible. Todoroki stayed silent, arms crossed. Bakugo scoffed. Like that matters. You still had to 2v1 Shoji first. And won, I said. You wanna try next? Bakugo pricked his tongue. TCH. All Might raised his arm. Young Midoriya, what do you say? Izuka flinched. Bakugo pricked his tongue. TCH, he's got nothing. Izuka straightened up. And no, I was just thinking. The strategy was solid. The ammonia disrupted Todoroki's ice and forced him to adjust. It also affected Shoji's ability to react quickly. That let them break through faster. Ieyasu nodded. Correct. Given Todoroki's reliance on ice, it was a natural counter. Though, we did not know how effective it would be until the gas was deployed. Sero tapped his chin. Wait, hold up. How did you even think of that? Who just casually knows that gas messes with ice? Ieyasu glanced at me. He did. Kaminari turned to me. Bro. I shrugged. It's not rocket science. Jiro raised an eyebrow. Yeah, but it kinda is. Nerd. Others also chorused, nerd. I crossed my arms. I saw it in a porn. Silence. Kaminari blinked. What? Ieyasu stared. What kind of no? Never mind. I don't want to know. Mina grinned. Oh no, I do. Explain. I saw it in a porn, I repeated. Ice play, gas masks, some chemistry kink thing, real educational. No one bought it. Mina leaned in. You think watching porn makes you less of a nerd? Yes. Kirishima shook his head. Nah, bro. That makes you a nerd and a liar. Ieyasu sighed. Can we focus? All Might clapped his hands. Let's analyze the battle. Everyone shut up. Villains, your plan? Shoji adjusted his mask. I scouted ahead while Todoroki maintained control over the environment. We assumed the heroes would engage directly, so we secured a strong defensive position near the bomb. Todoroki's ice blocked possible entry points, and I watched for movement. Todoroki spoke next. My ice was meant to slow them down and force them into predictable paths. Once they were funneled, I could counter as needed. All Might nodded. Why not fire? Todoroki didn't answer immediately. I thought ice would be enough. All Might nodded. And heroes? Your approach? Ieyasu gestured toward me. Midoriya suggested we use ammonia to disrupt Todoroki's ice. It also irritated Shoji's vision and reflexes, making him easier to engage. I saw it in a porn. That is final. Silence. Mina grinned. Oh, we're doing this again? Ieyasu sighed. It wasn't porn. I'm standing by my statement. Kaminari leaned forward. You're telling me there's a niche where people eat a cut in? Do not finish that sentence. All Might rubbed his temples. Moving on. He turned back to us. Heroes, what else? Ieyasu ignored me and continued. I created a staff for close combat, then a gas mask for Shoji to minimize the damage. Midoriya focused on keeping Todoroki occupied while I secured the bomb. All Might beamed. Both teams demonstrated impressive adaptability. However, the villains relied too much on initial control. The heroes exploited that, leading to a swift conclusion. He nodded at two. Shoji, you adjusted fast. But you should have fallen back once you realized the gas was affecting you. Staying meant you were at a disadvantage longer than necessary. Shoji nodded. Understood. Todoroki, he continued, you need to use all your tools. One-sided combat makes you predictable. Todoroki's jaw tightened. I know. All Might turned to us. Midoriya, Ieyasu? Solid plan. Fast execution. Weakness? Ieyasu answered first. If the gas hadn't been as effective, we would have needed a backup strategy. Correct, All Might said. Relying on one tactic is a risk. He looked at me. Anything to add? I shrugged. If Todoroki had used fire, it would have been a different fight. Exactly. All Might clapped again. A strong showing. Let's move on to the next match. The teams changed, and the next fight began. I leaned against a wall, watching. Todoroki stood nearby, arms crossed. I nudged him with my elbow. Gonna use fire next time? He didn't look at me. Maybe. That's a yes. Silence. Ieyasu sighed. Must you always antagonize people? Yes. She didn't bother responding. Chapter 17, Date? Nah, cool rocks. The next match played out, and we watched, taking notes when needed. Following battles were, well, battles. No need to dwell on them. After classes, I bid goodbye to Izuku as Momo and I were visiting the museum. Others in the class wanted to turn it into a group thing, but I shut that down before it got out of hand. I was already calculating the subway tickets, entrance fees, and whatever snacks we might need when Momo pulled me toward the limo waiting in front of the school. I stopped. What? She turned, looking confused. The car? I stared at the limo. You are telling me we are going to a museum in this? Yes. I looked at her, then back at the limo, then back at her. You expect me to just step into this like I belong? She tilted her head slightly. Why wouldn't you? I gestured at myself. Because I look like I rob people coming out of limos, not get into them. She sighed. Ru, it is just a car. A car? I gestured at the massive vehicle again. This isn't a car. This is what the final boss arrives in before killing the protagonist's mentor. She pulled the door open. Just get in. I stood there for another second before sighing and stepping inside. The seats were stupidly comfortable. The inside was quiet, clean, and way too fancy. I leaned back, looking around. Where's the champagne? She gave me a look. What? You're rich. I assume you have a minibar in here. She ignored me, typing something into a built-in console. The car smoothly pulled away from the school. I wanted to hate it. I really did. But damn, this thing was smooth. No rattling, no sudden stops, no word suspension hiccups. I had nothing to complain about. And somehow, that was worse. I glanced at the tinted windows. So this is how it feels to be disconnected from the struggles of the common man. She didn't look up. You are making this weird. I am a man. I wanted to pay for subway and stuff, but you did this. I sulked. She looked at me, then blinked. Oh. Then again. Oh. I see. A pause. Then, slightly pink, she said, we can take the subway back home. I crossed my arms. Good. I leaned back, staring at the absurdly luxurious ceiling. So, what do rich people do in these things? Hold secret meetings? Pet tiny dogs? Eat caviar while plotting world domination? She gave me a look. We sit. Like normal people. Tragic. The ride was smooth, which was honestly worse because it meant I couldn't even complain about bumps. The driver, some professional-looking guy in a suit, didn't react to anything I said. Either he was deaf, dead inside, or had driven enough rich idiots around to ignore them completely. Momo checked something on her tablet, scrolling through a document like this was a work trip. When we arrived, the driver rushed to open the door, so I patted his shoulder like I owned the car and walked off with Momo. The man was probably pissed, but I did not care. She led the way into the museum like it was her personal backyard. The place was packed with school groups, tourists, and nerds too deep into their own research to notice they were mumbling out loud. Where first? I asked, shoving my hands in my pockets. The special exhibits, Momo said. They have a rare gemstone collection on display. Rocks, I muttered. Exciting. You dragged your mom to see a meteorite, she said. Do not pretend you are above this. That was different, I said. Space rock. That's cool. She did not bother responding and led the way inside. The first room was a deep blue, spotlights aimed at glass cases filled with gemstones that looked expensive enough to buy a small country. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the Fucking meteorite. I didn't let my face change. Just a casual glance. Maybe a little longer than necessary, but nothing suspicious. Momo looked at me. I looked at the rock. She looked at me again. I shoved my hands in my pockets and stepped closer. Huh. That's a decent-sized olivine deposit. She didn't buy it. You're interested. I shrugged. It's all right. You were practically vibrating. Was not. You muttered something under your breath. Could have been anything. She stared at me for another second before turning to the plaque. The Fucking meteorite was discovered in China in 1995. It's a palisite, one of the rarest types of meteorites, with a nickel-iron matrix embedded with olivine crystals. 2000, I blurted out. Momo's eyes lit up. Aha. I gave the wrong date on purpose. I turned to her. Damn, you are good. She smirked. You are too easy to read. I clicked my tongue, stepping closer to the case. The meteorite was huge, its polished cross-section showing the olivine crystals embedded in metal. It looked like a shattered amber window frozen in time. A glimpse into something impossibly old, something that had existed long before us and would outlast us all. Kind of humbling. Not that I would say that out loud. Momo caught me staring. I moved back like I had just been stretching. You are clearly interested, she said. I am vaguely aware of its existence. You want to stare at it longer. I want to leave immediately. Liar. I shoved my hands in my pockets. You are quite talkative for a museum visit. She didn't respond, just watched me. I sighed. Fine. It is interesting. She smiled. I knew it. I leaned against the glass. This thing traveled through space for millions of years, survived Earth's atmosphere, and now it's sitting in a box for nerds to gawk at. Bit anticlimactic, don't you think? Would you rather it be left in the desert to rust? Would be cooler. She crossed her arms. And if someone picked it up and melted it down? Then it would be a really cool sword. She sighed. That is not the point. I tapped the glass. Why did we even come here? You agreed. No, you dragged me. She raised an eyebrow. I recall you saying, let's go to a museum. I waved her off. I was being sarcastic. You were not. I ignored her, moving to the next exhibit. A case full of smaller meteor fragments. Some just chunks of rock, others smooth and polished. The labels listed names, dates, and locations. She followed. Do you prefer iron meteorites or stony iron? Depends. On? If I get to keep one. She shook her head. You cannot just take museum pieces. Everything is up for debate. She looked unimpressed. Are you this much trouble in every museum? Only the interesting ones. She rolled her eyes and read the plaque. This one is the Cape York meteorite. Discovered in Greenland. One of the largest metal meteorites ever found. I scanned the details. They had to use dynamite to move it. She nodded. It was used by the Inuit to make tools. I tapped the glass. See? That is cooler than sitting in a case. I looked at her exasperated face and leaned in. Yay wow, since you discovered my deepest secret that you are a nerd? She cut in. I groaned. I will stop acting. But this stays between us, okay? She crossed her arms. If you admit it fully. I sighed, giving the meteorite another glance. Fine. I like space rocks. Congratulations, you cracked the case. She smirked, clearly enjoying this way too much. You didn't have to be so dramatic about it. I turned away, walking to the next exhibit. Just taking precautions. My reputation is at stake. She followed. Reputation for what? Being difficult? Yes. She rolled her eyes. We stopped at another case. This one had an iron meteorite, a massive chunk of metal with a polished section showing its internal structure. She glanced at me. Do you know this one? I didn't answer immediately, but she was already watching too closely. I clicked my tongue. It's from Argentina. Campo del Kilo. One of the biggest iron meteorites found. She tilted her head. How do you even remember these things? Because they're cool. She just nodded. Go on, then. I looked at the plaque. Crashed about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. The impact scattered fragments over a huge area. Local people, the Guakuru, used the metal long before Europeans discovered it and decided to take credit. She tapped her chin. See? You know way too much about this to pretend you don't care. I gave her a look. You memorized molecular structures for fun. Don't act like I'm the weird one here. She grinned. You know, it is my quirk. I was forced to become a nerd. You, on the other hand, chose to become one. I rolled my eyes. Come on, let's see old weapons. And if I hear anything about this from anyone, I will tell them we went to a porn museum. She sighed. Of course you will. We walked to the weapons exhibit. It was packed with medieval armor, swords, and a few old firearms displayed behind glass. A bunch of tourists hovered around, snapping pictures like they were gonna use them for anything other than forgetting about them in their camera roll. I stopped in front of a katana display. Imagine breaking into a museum just to steal this and then realizing you have no idea how to use it. She checked the plaque. It says this belonged to a samurai lord. Over 500 years old. That's nice. Still wouldn't stop a gun. She sighed. Yes, I am sure that was the main concern of a 16th century warrior. A couple of kids ran past, nearly smacking into a security guard. The guy looked dead inside. Probably not the first time today. We moved on. The next section had European armor. Momo read another plaque. This belonged to a 14th century knight. Full plate armor, highly resistant to arrows and most melee weapons. Yeah, until guns happened. She didn't even argue. Just walked ahead. The firearm section was next. The older stuff looked ridiculous, long-ass muskets, pistols that looked like they would explode in your hand if you sneezed wrong. Momo glanced at a revolver. You know how to use these? Point and shoot. That is not an answer. I shrugged. Basic mechanics aren't hard. The hard part is hitting anything. She tilted her head slightly. You've tried? Nope. She gave me a look. I ignored it and moved to the next display. We spent another half hour looking at weapons before heading to the aviation exhibit. They had a few old fighter planes, bombers, and a section on World War II tech. She checked another plaque. This model was used for high-altitude reconnaissance. It could reach speeds up to, I blurted, Mach 3.2. Seeing Momo stare, I groaned. Planes are cool, lady. You fly in them, of course, I am interested. She laughed, continuing. The U-2 was its predecessor. Lower altitude, but good range. I nodded. Got shot down in 60. We moved on. The World War II section had a few bombers, old prop planes, and a fighter cockpit visitors could sit in. I tapped the glass on a Messerschmitt. Flew for the Luftwaffe. Good speed, shit durability. Momo checked the plaque. The engine overheated often. We walked past a P-51 Mustang. That one's better. She pointed at a Spitfire. You think so? Yeah, but the Spitfire's turning radius was nuts. One dogfight's easy. We moved to the space exhibit. Moon landing models, Apollo mission displays, astronaut suits. Momo stopped at a lunar rover replica. This was used on Apollo 15. I ran a hand over the railing. Top speed of, what, 11 kilometers per hour? She smiled. Yes. The Mars section had rovers and satellite images. I looked at a Curiosity model. Still going. For now. A glass case held a piece of Mars rock. I stared. That cost billions to retrieve. And now it's here, in a box. Better than being space dust. We walked through the rest, past asteroid samples, deep space probes, telescope images. Momo checked the time. We should go soon. I nodded, taking one last look at the Voyager plaque. We left the museum and walked toward the subway. The evening crowd was thick, people moving in all directions. Office workers, students, tourists, everyone pushing through like they had somewhere better to be. I pointed at a row of street food vendors lined up along the sidewalk. Let's get you some lipid. Momo hesitated, eyeing the stalls. I am not lacking in energy. You will be, after all that molecular breakdown or whatever. Come on, pick something. She glanced at the options. Skewers, takoyaki, taiyaki, some guy selling roasted sweet potatoes. The smell of grilled meat, fried batter, and soy sauce filled the air. People stood around in small groups, eating straight from paper trays, conversations mixing with the sizzle of hot oil. I walked up to a yakitori stand and pointed at the skewers. 2 of these. Extra sauce. I turned to Momo. What do you want? She studied the options. What do you recommend? Anything but the fish balls. Too much filler, not enough fish. She nodded and pointed. One of those, then. The vendor nodded, working fast. The skewers hit the grill, flames flaring up as he brushed on sauce. A few seconds later, he handed them over in wax paper. I passed Momo her skewer. Here. She took it and examined it before taking a bite. It is good. Obviously. I handed the vendor the money before Momo could even reach for her pocket. She frowned. I could have paid. I waved her off. And ruin my carefully planned financial strategy? No chance. Oh? And what strategy is that? You, covering the subway fee, obviously. She sighed but didn't argue. We walked toward the entrance, eating as we moved. At the turnstiles, she hesitated for half a second, just enough for me to notice. I tapped my card and stepped through. She followed, scanning her own. The station was packed, the sounds of footsteps, train announcements, and distant conversations blending into a dull hum. I nudged her toward the platform. Ever taken the subway? Of course. I gave her a look. Just not often. Figured. The train screeched to a stop, doors sliding open. The crowd surged forward. I stepped in first, blocking the rush so Momo could follow without getting shoved. She barely had time to grab the overhead handle before the train lurched forward. She adjusted her grip. It is more crowded than I expected. I leaned against the pole. Welcome to public transport. I could have just let her take the limo. It would have been easier, faster, quieter. But something about the subway felt better. Maybe it was just not having tinted windows between me and the rest of the world. Maybe I just didn't want the day to end like that, rolling away in a private car, disconnected from everything. Or maybe I was just being stubborn. Probably that. Yeah, let's go with that. People were packed in tight, students, salarymen, and a few tourists who looked mildly lost. A kid in a school uniform swayed slightly with the movement of the train, eyes glued to his phone. An older woman sat near the door, a shopping bag resting against her legs. I shifted slightly as someone tried to squeeze past. Momo stiffened when the crowd pressed in a little more. Without a word, I moved, blocking the worst of it so she wasn't boxed in. She exhaled softly but didn't say anything. The train jerked forward, rattling slightly. An old salaryman muttered something about the younger generation before turning back to his newspaper. A high school couple stood near the door, whispering to each other. Someone's music played faintly through their headphones, the beat just barely audible over the hum of the train. Momo adjusted her grip on the overhead handle. How long until our stop? Not long. I checked the map above the door. 2 more. She nodded, watching the city blur past through the window. A seat opened up when passengers shuffled out at the next stop. She glanced at it, then at me. I stayed standing. She glanced at the empty seat, then back at me, hesitating just a second too long. Sit, I said, nudging my chin toward the seat. I am too manly to steal a seat from a girl. She raised an eyebrow. You sure? Damn yeah, I shrugged, shifting my grip on the pole. Go ahead. She sat, adjusting her bag. You could, you know. And ruin my street cred? Can't have that. The train rolled on, the next station approaching fast. Momo shifted, about to stand. Wait, I said, nodding toward the doors. No rush. Let everyone stampede out first. She stayed seated as the train came to a stop. The doors slid open, and the crowd moved like a wave, surging toward the exit. After a few seconds, the rush thinned. Then we stepped off. The platform wasn't as crowded as the train. We made our way toward the exit. She walked slightly ahead, weaving through the people with the kind of practiced ease that said she wasn't as unfamiliar with this as she had let on. Outside, the air was cooler, the city still alive with movement. She adjusted her bag strap, glancing at me for a moment before saying, "Thank you for today." I shrugged, shoving my hands deeper into my pockets. "Didn't do much." "You did." She didn't elaborate, just gave me a small nod, like she was closing an argument I hadn't realized we were having. I exhaled through my nose, glancing away. Yeah. Whatever." She smirked, just slightly, before turning to step into the car. We walked a little further, stopping near the entrance of a residential area. Her driver was already there, waiting near the car. She turned back to me. "See you tomorrow." I nodded. "Yeah." She didn't hesitate before getting into the car. The door shut, and a moment later, it pulled away. I shoved my hands into my pockets, glancing up at the sky for a second before turning back toward the station. Chapter 18, Press. When I arrived home, Mom was staring at me with a smile. "What?" I asked. She squealed. "Did you go on a date?" I looked at Izuku, who was trying to hide behind a pillow. "I would deal with him later." "It wasn't a date, Mom. It was an outing." She hummed, clearly not convinced. "With Yaozu?" "Yeah." Her smile widened. "And?" And we looked at rocks and old weapons. Izuku peeked over the pillow. "You were gone for hours. It's a big museum." Mom clasped her hands together. "Did you hold hands?" I blinked. "What?" Or maybe she leaned in, just a little, and Mom, "Stop." Izuku let out a tiny laugh. I threw a cushion at him. He barely dodged. Dear, you should invite her over sometime." "For what?" "Tea, dinner, something nice." I stared at her. "Mom, we went to a museum." "That's it." She sighed dramatically. "You never tell me anything." "There's nothing to tell." I started heading to my room. "Did you at least compliment her?" She called after me. "Yes, Mom." "And did she good night, Mom?" I shut the door. Izuku barely lasted a second before knocking. "Go away." He called through the door. "Mom's really excited." I opened it just to glare at him. "You started this." He held up his hands. "I just told her you were out with a girl." I closed the door again. The next morning, I walked into class and sat down. "How was your date?" Kaminari smirked. "It wasn't a date." Mina leaned in. "But you did go out with her." "To a museum." Jiro glanced up. "Nerd date." I sighed. "I will start throwing things." Sero grinned. "Was it fun, at least?" "Sure. Space rocks, swords, old planes." Kirishima nodded. "Manly." Uraraka smiled. Yaozu mentioned she had a good time. I turned my head. "She talked about it?" "She just said you were knowledgeable." Mina snickered. Translation: "Wow, he's a big nerd." "Yeah, well, she memorizes chemistry textbooks for fun. She can't judge." Yaozu walked in just as Kaminari was about to say something dumb. She sat down, pulled out her books, and didn't react to the conversation at all. Kaminari nudged me. "Ask her out." I flicked his forehead. Aizawa walked in, ending the conversation. "All right. Sit down and shut up." The morning classes dragged. Lunch rolled around, and we found a table. Kirishima set down his tray. "So, what do you guys think we'll do in heroics today?" "More training," Sero said. "Hopefully something different." Momo looked up from her food. "The curriculum suggests practical drills." Kaminari leaned forward. "Think we'll spar again?" Bakugo scoffed. "You all get dropped in 10 seconds." Kaminari pointed at me. "He won against Todoroki." Bakugo turned his glare to me. "TCH. Doesn't mean shit." "Thanks, number 2. Call me that again, and I'll kill you." I ignored him and kept eating. Mineta sighed. "We need a more exciting exercise. Something that lets us interact with pro-heroes. Maybe even pro-heroines." Shoji smacked him on the head. Hagakure clapped her hands. "I think a rescue mission would be fun." Uraraka nodded. "Yeah. Maybe we could practice evacuations." Jiro shrugged. "I just don't want another written test." It was not exciting. Next day, When Izuku and I arrived at school, the press was everywhere. Cameras, microphones, reporters practically tripping over each other trying to shove past the security gate. Why is this happening so early in the morning? I muttered, shoving my hands in my pockets. Izuku sighed. They must have heard about All Might teaching here. No shit. The reporters were swarming like vultures, shouting questions at anyone who looked remotely like they had answers. Excuse me, young man. What is All Might like in person? How does it feel to be taught by the #1 hero? Do you think he has a favorite student? Some idiot actually tried to lean over the gate. A second later, the UA security system kicked in. The fence sparked, and the guy fell back with a yelp. Kaminari whistled as he caught up with us with some others. Damn, they really cranked security up for this, huh? Obviously, Jiro muttered. It's All Might. What did they expect? Bakugo pricked his tongue, walking past without even looking at the crowd. Bunch of extras. A reporter caught sight of him. Hey. You, with the blonde hair. Can you tell us anything about Bakugo? Turned, raised his hand, and let off a tiny explosion. Not enough to do damage, but enough to make the guy stumble back. Get lost. Well, that's one way to handle it, Sero muttered. Ida frowned. Bakugo, that was unnecessary. Bakugo ignored him and kept walking. I sighed. Are we done gawking, or are we actually going to class? Yaozu nodded. It would be best to avoid drawing more attention to ourselves. Good luck with that, Kaminari said, nodding toward Izuku. I turned. A reporter had spotted him. You're All Might's fan, aren't you? Izuku stiffened. How does it feel to be in his class? Did you always dream of this moment? I grabbed Izuku by the collar and yanked him forward. No comment. But bye. I dragged him through the gate before he could get swarmed worse. We made it inside just as the doors shut behind us. Outside, the reporters were still trying to get in, some of them banging on the metal like that would change anything. Idiots, Bakugo muttered. Persistent idiots, Sero corrected. Hagakure bounced on her heels. I mean, I get it. All Might is a huge deal. Yeah, but this is overkill, Kirishima said. They're desperate for any information, Tokoyami added. I stretched. Not our problem. We got to class, and Aizawa was already at his desk, looking half asleep as usual. You're late, he muttered. The press was outside, I said. He grunted. Don't care. Sit down. We did. You are selecting class president today. I wanna be class president. Kaminari shot his hand up. Me too. Mina grinned. Aoyama struck a pose. A leader must shine like a diamond, so naturally, it should be moi. Pick me. Mineta yelled. My first degree mandatory thigh-high socks for all the girls. Shoji smacked him before anyone else could. Yaozu cleared her throat. It is a role that requires responsibility and intelligence. Naturally, I would be suited for it. Oh, you mean the position that exists for me, Bakugo said, smirking like the idea of anyone else leading was laughable. Izuku was muttering something about the Department of Heroics and the benefits of leadership experience, while Shoji, Sato, and Ojiro just stayed quiet. Tokoyami was saying something about the burden of leadership upon the abyss of fate, but nobody was listening. Ida stood at the front of the room, all fired up like he was about to lead a revolution. This is an important responsibility. He adjusted his glasses like he was about to announce a holy decree. The class president must be someone we all trust. Someone who can represent us and all right, we get it, I interrupted. It is just a student council but with extra steps. That is an oversimplification. Ida protested. I sighed. Alright, I guess we are just throwing our names in for fun now. Do I get a turn? Kaminari pointed at me. Wait, you actually wanna do it? Sure, why not? Could be fun. Or a disaster. Either way, entertainment. Bakugo scoffed. You, leading? Like hell. Jealous? He immediately looked ready to fight. Ida slammed his hand on the desk. Enough. This must be settled by a vote. The class groaned, but nobody really argued. A vote was the easiest way to handle it. Wait, I said, standing up. Before we do this, let me say something. Everyone turned to me. Look, I started, leaning against my desk. I get it. We are all new here. We barely know each other. But that is exactly why this matters. The class president is supposed to be the person we trust, the one who makes sure we do not crash and burn as a group. I glanced around the room, making sure I had their attention. I do not have a manifesto about dress codes like Mineta. I am not gonna act like this is some sacred duty like Ida. I am not gonna pretend it is only for the elite like Bakugo. But I will say this: I know how to handle chaos. And let's be honest, this class? We are chaos. Mina snorted. If you pick me, I am not gonna turn this into some strict hierarchy, and I am not gonna be a lazy figurehead either. I will make sure things actually get done, and if nothing else, I grinned. I will make sure we all have fun while doing it. I crossed my arms. Or, you could vote for someone else and risk waking up one day with Ida knocking on your door at 5 a.m. for daily leadership drills. Your choice. Ida spluttered. I would not. The class laughed. Kirishima nodded. Not bad. Sounds fair. Ieyasu looked thoughtful. That is actually a convincing argument. Alright, let us just vote already, Sero said, grinning. I leaned back in my chair, confident. This was in the bag. The class started voting. Papers were dropped into a bag, and Sero shook it before dumping them onto the desk. Ieyasu counted. Midoriya, 6 votes. Kaminari whistled. Damn. Ieyasu continued. Myself, 3 votes. Wait, you got second place? Mineta frowned. Who voted for her? Ieyasu gave him a look. Apparently, more people than you. Bakugo crossed his arms. This is bullshit. I stretched. You sound mad, number 2. He stood up. Call me that again and I'll Aizawa cut in. Sit down. Bakugo glared but sat. Aizawa leaned back in his chair. Midoriya is president. Ieyasu is vice. Mina grinned. Guess that speech worked, huh? I shrugged. Or they just did not want Ida to plan their entire lives. Ida adjusted his glasses. That is an unfair assumption. Would you have done it? Jiro asked. He hesitated. Sero smirked. Exactly. Aizawa waved a hand. You are all done. Get to your next class. Chairs scraped as people stood. Ieyasu looked at me. If you need help organizing, let me know. I nodded. Yeah, you seem like the type to actually be competent. She looked pleased. The rest of the educational classes passed without much trouble. During lunch, we sat together at a big table, eating the luxurious food Yue prepared. Damn, these chefs know how to cook, I said, chewing my steak extra. Of course. The chef is actually a hero. Izuka went into nerd mode. Shut it, Waterworks. I am eating. Izuka frowned but went back to his food. This is way better than anything I've had before, Kaminari said, pointing his fork at his plate. Like, this steak. Top tier. It is balanced nutrition prepared at a high standard, Ieyasu said. UA spares no expense in making sure we are properly fueled for training. Sero leaned back. Fancy way of saying it's really good. Doesn't change the fact that it's true. Mineta sighed. If only the school put this much effort into giving us shut up, Shoji cut in. Mineta grumbled but shut up. I took another bite. So, that's on what we're doing in Hero X? Something hands-on, Kirishima said. I hope we get to spar. That'd be fun, Sero agreed. Switch up partners, get some variety. We already did combat training, Todoroki said. Kaminari shrugged. Yeah, but we haven't really gone all out. Bakugo scoffed. Speak for yourself. Uraraka tapped her chopsticks against her tray. I would rather do something more rescue-based. Feels like we're just hitting each other all the time. That is part of the job, Tokoyami said. So is helping people, she shot back. We could do both, Ida suggested. A scenario where we need to fight while rescuing civilians. Ieyasu nodded. That would be practical. A real-world situation is rarely just one or the other. Kirishima grinned. That would be sick. Saving people while throwing down with villains? Peak hero work. Aoyama dramatically sighed. I simply hope whatever we do allows me to shine. You'll shine alright, Kaminari said. If you use your laser too much and end up with a stomachache again. Aoyama gasped like he had been personally attacked. Before we could continue, the system appeared in front of me. Genius, missed me? I rolled my eyes. That was a long milk run, huh? That is just uncalled for. I am not your daddy. I don't need an excuse to abandon you, I ignored it. Something will happen in a minute, so here is a quest for you, new quest, handle the upcoming panic like a functioning human being, objective, do not die, get trampled, or make this worse. Reward, plus 50 experience point, slightly less disappointment. Failure, embarrassment, possibly a black A. I barely had time to process that before an alarm blared through the cafeteria. People jolted in their seats. A few trays clattered onto tables. Conversations cut off mid-sentence. The hell? Kaminari looked around. A teacher's voice came over the speaker. Security breach detected. All students are to remain calm and follow evacuation procedures. Ieyasu stood immediately. This could be serious. The doors flew open as students from other classes pushed in, voices overlapping in confusion. The hallway was packed, people jostling, some already trying to leave. I pulled Momo to my side. Wow, a megaphone? She barely blinked before a sleek, black megaphone materialized in her hand. I snatched it and flicked it on. Oi, dumbasses, shut the hell up. My voice blasted through the cafeteria, cutting through the panicked chatter like an explosion. Head snapped toward me. It's just the fucking press. You're supposed to be heroes in training, not a bunch of brain-dead pigeons flapping around at the first sign of trouble. Somewhere in the crowd, Kaminari muttered, "Damn, bro, no mercy." I ignored him. If you can't even evacuate properly, how the hell do you expect to save people when shit actually hits the fan? Now move in a straight line, stop screaming, and stop acting like mindless vermin. A few people grumbled, but the chaos dialed down. People started actually moving toward the exits instead of clogging every doorway like they were auditioning for a stampede reenactment. Yeah, Ozu sighed. You could have phrased that better. Could have, but then it wouldn't have worked. I handed her the megaphone back. She took it with a tired look. Ida, who had been vibrating on the spot since the alarm went off, took a deep breath and raised a hand. Good work, class president. I waved him off. Yeah. I assign you to clear a path and organize our retreat. Momo looked at me. You are already assigning jobs? I turned to her. Sweetheart, I am a leader. I give tasks and step in when you fail. She gave me a look but did not argue. Ida, on the other hand, looked like I had just told him Christmas came early. Understood. I will ensure an orderly evacuation. He sped off, yelling at students to form lines. I stepped past Momo. Let's move before some idiot starts a stampede. Kirishima clapped his hands. All right, you heard him. Stay in formation. Sero nodded. Yeah, let's not get crushed in the doorway like morons. Mina nudged Kaminari. Bet you're the first to trip. Kaminari grinned. Not a chance. I'll surf this crowd if I have to. Bakugo scoffed. TCH. Bunch of dumbasses panicking over nothing. Yeah, real deep analysis, number 2, I said. His eye twitched. Say that again, I fucking dare you. The crowd was moving more smoothly thanks to Ida doing his best impression of a traffic director. Still, some people were getting shoved around, and I had to grab Izuku by the hood before he got swallowed by a wave of students. Let's return to the cafeteria. It is just the press anyways. All the steaks are waiting to be eaten. A few looked uncertain, but Mina grinned and followed. We left Ida to coordinate students and ate our fill. When we were done, the corridors were empty, and we went back to class. Best way to avoid a traffic jam is waiting until rush hour ends. No one argued. Chapter 19, Us-J week later, Aizen finally gave the class some good news. We're doing rescue training, he said, rubbing his eye. 3 heroes will oversee it, me, All Might, and another pro. The class perked up. Who's the other hero? Kaminari asked. You'll see, Aizen said. Now, you can wear your hero costumes if you want, but keep in mind, some of them might not fit the task ahead. A few students exchanged looks. Some of them had outfits made purely for combat, so they weren't the best for rescue work. I, of course, put my uniform on. If I was getting an expensive custom outfit, I was going to wear it. Outside, the bus was waiting. Before anyone could start fighting over seats, Hagakure grabbed my arm. Can I do the seating arrangements? I shrugged. Go for it. She immediately started directing people. She placed herself next to me, clearly pleased with her own work. The bus had 2 rows of seats facing each other in the middle, with double seats at the back. Once everyone was seated, conversation picked up. Tsa looked at Izuku. Your quirk kind of reminds me of All Might's. Izuku froze. I cut in. It's the way he moves. This fool is the biggest All Might fangirl in existence. Big jumps, heavy hits. Makes sense, right? Tsa blinked, then nodded. That makes sense. Izuku gave me a look that was half grateful, half panicked. I ignored it. As the bus rolled on, talk shifted to what they thought the training would be like. Maybe simulated disasters, yeah, Ozu said. Like earthquakes or fires. That would be cool, Kirishima said. I mean, not cool, but, you know. Sero leaned back. I just hope we don't have to dig through rubble all day. My arms will fall off. Mineta groaned. As long as there are no water rescues. I can't swim. Shoji gave him a look. That's a problem for a hero. Mineta waved him off. I'll just avoid oceans. Hagakure tapped my sleeve. So, what's the deal with your costume? You could have gone for something flashy, but instead, you look like you're about to roll someone in an alley. I glanced at her. Because rolling someone in an alley is a perfectly valid strategy. You think villains play fair? She waved a hand. I get that, but like. A leather jacket? That doesn't scream hero, it screams bouncer at a nightclub that exclusively plays metal. I flicked the reinforced shoulder. Yeah, well, nightclub bouncers don't get stabbed as often as heroes do. It's lined with metal plating, lightweight, flexible, and stops me from getting shanked. Kaminari leaned forward, pointing at my jeans. Okay, and those? Are you just committed to the aesthetic, or do they actually do something? Reinforced padding, I said. Ever get kicked in the shin? Hurts, right? Now imagine that, but 10 times worse. This makes sure I don't crumple like wet cardboard if someone goes for my legs. Dude, that's actually smart, Kirishima said. I should get something like that. Mina grinned. Okay, but what about the gloves? I mean, they look cool, but are they just there for the whole mysterious tough guy look? I held up my hand, flexing my fingers. Better grip, more control when swinging the bat, and I can punch without breaking my knuckles. And, yeah, I guess they look cool. Intimidation is part of the job. Sarah whistled. Alright, but let's talk about the real MVP here, your bat. You really looked at all the crazy quirks in the world and said, nah, I'll stick with a metal club. I smirked, tapping it against my palm. Listen, quirks are great and all, but they run on energy. Stamina, focus, mental strain you burn out. Meanwhile, my bat? I spun it once before setting it down. Doesn't need a recharge, doesn't run out of juice, and works against just about anything with a face. Simple, effective, and, let's be honest, way more satisfying. Jiro chuckled. Yeah, I bet smacking Bakugo upside the head with it would be pretty satisfying. Bakugo glared. You wanna say that again, earphone jack? Jiro grinned. Nah, I think you heard me just fine. Hagakure held up my bat, or tried to. Her arms wobbled immediately. Holy crap, why is this so heavy? This is, like, a full-on blunt weapon. You carrying this around all the time? I took it back easily. Yeah. If I ever have to chase someone down, I would rather have something that makes them reconsider their life choices. Todoroki, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. You designed your entire outfit around functionality instead of appearance. I gave him a look. Did you think I just walked into a tailor and said, give me something that screams unhinged vigilante? He nodded slightly. That sounds like something you would do. Before I could respond, the bus slowed down. The front doors opened, and Aizawa stood up. We're here. Move. As we stepped into the unforeseen simulation joint, USJ, I took a look around. Massive, carefully constructed disaster zones stretched out in every direction, flood wreckage, landslides, fire hazards, collapsed buildings. This place was a practical nightmare, and considering our luck as a class, we would probably be dealing with something much worse than just simulated disasters. Damn, this place is massive, Kaminari whistled, spinning around. It makes sense, Yaozu explained. Real-world disasters vary in scale, so naturally, the training grounds need to reflect that. Ida nodded. A highly advanced facility. It's no surprise that UA would spare no expense to properly train the next generation of heroes. Hagakure waved her arms. It really does look like USJ, the theme park, I mean. Aizawa, standing off to the side, ignored the chatter. Alright, listen up. The purpose of this exercise is to simulate rescue situations under different extreme conditions. No combat. Focus on the evacuation of civilians and crisis management. Just as he finished, number 13, our instructor for the day, stepped forward. That's correct. This facility was designed to train heroes in dealing with natural and unnatural disasters. You'll learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives, not just defeat villains. Izuka was practically vibrating next to me, muttering something about how amazing number 13 was and how her quirk, Black Hole, was the perfect tool for search and rescue. I resisted the urge to flick his forehead. Number 13 raised a gloved hand. Before we begin, just a reminder, my quirk, Black Hole, can suck in and disintegrate anything. It is an incredible tool for removing debris and aiding in crisis situations, but it could also just as easily take a life. The same applies to all of your quirks. Their visor turned toward the class. Your powers are dangerous. Remember that. The class fell quiet. That was something we were all aware of, but hearing it from a pro hero, in a setting like this, made it feel heavier. Before we could dwell on it, the air shifted. The lights dimmed slightly, like a cloud had passed over the sun. I felt something was off, but I couldn't place it until I saw it. A black mist materialized at the center of the facility, warping and expanding into a circular void. A deep voice echoed from within. Ah, how wonderful. The symbol of peace isn't here. Then they stepped out. Dozens of figures, villains. New quest, survive. Good fucking luck. This is your biggest task to date. Objective, get through the Uchiha alive, minimize casualties, and prevent the villains from accomplishing their goals. Reward, plus 500 experience point plus. Stat points, distributed based on performance, new skill unlock, conditional on actions taken, reputation increase, among pro heroes and UA staff, inventory slot expansion 1 mystery reward failure, severe injury or death, self or classmates, loss of reputation potential expulsion from UA massive experience point deduction. Since there was a comment about this, I would like to clarify, experience point comes from the system, and just like it gives rewards, it also takes them back. This isn't some real-world punishment, it's not the system slave trope. Promise. Peace out, subquests. 1. Immediate response task, assess the situation, react quickly, and avoid getting immediately wiped out like a dumbass. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 to awareness, hidden stat. 2. Group survival task, keep at least 80% of Class 1A unharmed and functional. Bonus if nobody gets seriously injured. Reward, plus 100 experience point, small reputation boost 3. Outnumbered, outgun task, engage and stall enemy forces without getting caught or overwhelmed. Reward, plus 75 experience point, plus 1 to endurance hidden stat. 4. No easy way out task, escape the initial warp gate scatter and regroup with allies. Reward, plus 50 experience point, new system feature unlock, party function, track allies locations. 5. Leadership under fire task, coordinate efforts with your classmates to maintain order in chaos. Minimum, direct 2 or more students effectively. Reward, plus 100 experience point, plus 1 to charisma x number of directed students 6. Brawl at the shipwreck zone task, help defeat or outmaneuver the villains in the flood zone while avoiding drowning. Reward, plus 150 experience point, plus to agility 7. Ground battle task, fight at least 3 different low-level villains without taking critical damage. Reward, plus 125 experience point, plus 1 to combat proficiency for each skill use 8. Smarter than you look task, use surroundings or unexpected tactics to gain an advantage in battle. Minimum, 1 successful environmental tactic. Reward, plus 150 experience point, new passive skill, tactical awareness, small boost to strategy recognition during fights. 9. Showdown with Namu, assistance mode, task, contribute to slowing down or distracting the Namu without dying immediately. Survival bonus included. Reward, plus 250 experience point. Hidden reward based on performance. 10. Final stand task, survive long enough for All Might to arrive, or help in any way that speeds up the rescue. Reward, plus 200 experience point, plus 1 to stamina x minutes survived. Bonus objectives, give a sick one-liner before knocking someone out. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 charisma x number of one-liners, steal a villain's weapon and use it against them. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 strength x number of weapons used, get the Kugo to work with you without him throwing a fit. Reward, plus 75 experience point, new dialogue option unlock, strategic negotiation make Shigaraki regret targeting you. Reward, plus based on actions taken, insult Kiragi in a way that makes him pause. Reward, plus 30 experience point, plus 1 intelligence x pause, hidden quests, unlocked based on choices during the event. I froze. Fuck. 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 Think. The world slowed down around me. First, I checked the quests. Then, the villains. Then, my friends. Quest number 4, escape the initial warp gate scatter and regroup with allies. The warp bastard can send us somewhere else. Probably still within the USH, since another quest mentions the flood zone. There are a shit ton of villains. Their plan is obvious: separate us and pick us off. Nice one, shorty. You unlocked skill, bullet time, shut it. I flicked through the quests again. Namu? No info. The 2 leaders had to be Warp Dude and Pale Bitch. Insult quests could wait. Could I stop the warp from happening? Unlikely. Maybe I could pull 1 or 2 people out before I got sucked in. Priority, myself. If I save myself, I unlock a system function to track everyone else. After that, Ida. He could run back to school for help. Kaminari. He could blast a signal. I could only grab 2. Fuck. Then, I need to head to the flood zone. Fuck. The mist expanded, dark tendrils stretching out like they were searching for prey. I could see students getting swallowed up already, like hands reaching into a jar of candy. Ida, closest to me, was mid-shout, about to yell something useless like everyone, stay together. Too late for that. I grabbed his collar and yanked him backward. His arms flailed, but before he could question it, I reached out for Kaminari. His body was half submerged in the mist. I caught his wrist and pulled. The mist swallowed everyone else. The 3 of us crashed onto solid ground. The swirling void around us disappeared. Quest 4 complete, new system feature unlocked, party function. Tracking enabled. I didn't have time to check what that meant. Ida scrambled up first, looking around. Midoriya. What just? Shut up. They are in us still. I checked the system, pulling up the new feature. A faint, glowing map flickered in my vision, little dots blinking in different areas. I spotted the flood zone immediately. That meant so, Mineta, and Izuku. The other locations were spread out ruins, fires, landslides. I turned to Ida. Go. Get help. He hesitated. But that is your whole fucking thing. Run. He clenched his jaw but nodded. His engines roared, and he bolted. Kaminari rubbed his wrist. Okay, what the hell just happened? I pulled you out. No time for stupid questions. Go with Ida. Send a signal from outside. They jammed this place. Kaminari looked like he wanted to argue, but before he could open his mouth, the warp bastard turned to us. I am afraid I cannot let you do that. Aizawa stepped in, eyes glowing red. Kuragire's mist flickered, his quirk shutting down immediately. I shoved Ida and Kaminari toward the door. Go. I swung my bat at the metal exit. The hinges bent, then snapped off. I kicked it open. Kuragire recovered fast, his mist spreading again. Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping around him before he could warp. Ida hesitated for half a second before blasting off. Kaminari followed. Chapter 20, Saving Bastards. Map of Usch. Another figure stepped through the warp gate. Big. Mutated. Fucking massive. Namu. Aizawa's grip tightened on his capture weapon. Midoriya, Aoyama, Hagakure and Todoroki, go out. Leave now. I ignored him, rushing past. No can do. Hold them off. I am gathering everyone. First stop flood zone. I bolted toward the railing overlooking the artificial lake. A few villains stood at the edge, watching the water. One of them held a radio. He is handling the frog girl and the extra. What about the green-haired one? He's not dead yet, but give it a minute. Can't swim for shit. I leaped over the railing. The villain with the radio barely had time to look up before my bat slammed into his face. His head snapped back, body dropping. The other guy lunged. I swung my bat into his ribs. He wheezed and staggered. I grabbed him by the collar and shoved him into the water. I looked at the giant lake. There was a whirlpool at the center. They must have sent water quirk users to deal with them. I checked the map. Izuku, Tso, and Mineta were on the yacht in the middle of the lake. It is too far. Fuck it, I will jump as far as I can, then swim. I ran forward, pushed off the edge, and aimed for the nearest floating wreck. Sent the bat to inventory to reduce the weight, landed where I wanted. The platform wobbled, but I kept my balance. Another jump got me to another wreck, then another. I was about halfway across when I saw movement in the water. 3 villains surfaced near the yacht, 2 treading water while another stood on a floating chunk of debris. One of them aimed at Mineta. Little bastard keeps throwing those stupid balls. Get rid of him already. A water blast shot forward. Tso grabbed Mineta and leaped just in time. The blast missed, but the yacht rocked. Izuku tried to steady himself. I picked up a loose pipe from the wreckage, tossed it up once to test the weight, then threw it straight at the guy barking orders. It cracked against his head, and he slumped forward into the water. One of the others turned. The hell? I pulled my bat free. Yo, you guys taking applications, or is this a closed recruitment? The villain on the floating debris stepped toward me. Who the fuck? I jumped before he finished, swinging the bat midair. It slammed into his shoulder. He crashed down onto the wreckage. His quirk must have been something useless because he went down easy. One of the water villains lunged at me. A stream shot forward, aiming for my face. I ducked, rolled, and grabbed a rope hanging off the wreck. Before the villain could fire again, I swung the rope over his head and yanked. He flailed, lost balance, and went under. The last one tried to dive. Before he could escape, Tso's tongue lashed out and wrapped around his leg. She yanked him out of the water and slammed him against the yacht's railing. He didn't get up. I landed on the last floating wreck between me and the yacht. Yo, anyone dead? Aro. Mineta was practically clinging to Tso's leg. Dude, what took you so long? Traffic. I looked at Izuku. Can you swim, or are you gonna drown like a dumbass? I forget it. So, get them across. I'll handle the rest. She nodded, grabbed Mineta and Izuku, and leaped toward the shore. I turned to the water. More villains were coming up. 3 this time. One cracked his knuckles. Alright, asshole, I hit him first. The bat smacked his temple, and he flopped back into the lake. The second villain swung at me. I stepped back, let him miss, then kicked his knee. He buckled, and the bat came down on his back. The last guy had half his body in the water. He raised a hand. Before he could shoot a blast, Mineta tossed one of his sticky balls at him, midair. He tried to move but got stuck to a chunk of wreckage. I hopped onto the yacht. Alright, I'm over this. Time to leave. I jumped, barely catching a rope Sa had left hanging. She yanked me up. The second my feet hit the ground, I checked the map again. Everyone else was scattered. Aizawa was fighting near the entrance, Ida and Kaminari had made it out, and Bakugo's dot was moving like a rabid dog. I turned to the others. Go join Ida. I have to grab the rest. Izuku hesitated. But go. I was already running. I turned left. Downpour storm zone. Tokoyami, Sato, and Sero were there. Rain poured in sheets, the artificial storm doing its job way too well. Visibility sucked. I spotted movement near some wreckage villains circling them. Sero clung to a piece of debris, probably trying not to get swept away. Tokoyami was holding his ground, dark shadow swiping at anything that got close. Sato was already throwing hands. I jumped, landing hard enough to send water splashing up. One of the villains turned toward me. Who the hell? I raised my bat, smirking. Boss sent me to help you. The villain squinted. I didn't see you before. I held out my arms, letting the jacket speak for itself. Do I look like a hero to you, pig? The guy hesitated. That was all I needed. I swung. The bat connected with his ribs, and he hit the ground with a wheeze. Another villain lunged. I stepped back, let him overextend, then cracked the bat against the side of his head. He crumpled. Tokoyami took down another one, dark shadow slamming him into a wrecked car. Sero stuck two of them together with his tape. Sato was still swinging. Good, you're not dead, I said. We're leaving. How bad is it? Tokoyami asked. Bad. I pointed. We take Central Plaza, cut through the fire zone. Ojiro, Uraraka, and Shoji are over there. We regroup. Sero wiped some rain from his face. And the villains? Who gives a shit? Just move. Tokoyami grabbed Sato, who was still throwing punches. Sero swung up to a half-broken walkway and started making tape bridges. We ran. Central Plaza was a mess. Villains everywhere, but they were scattered. A few saw us coming. Get ready, I muttered. One rushed forward. Sato knocked him out before he could take 2 steps. Another aimed something at us gun, maybe? Sero yanked it out of his hand with a quick flick of tape. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow in. The guy went flying. We didn't stop. The fire zone was just ahead, smoke already clouding the air. I could hear the crackling, feel the heat. Ojiro was in the middle of it, keeping a few villains at bay with fast, quick strikes. Shoji was further back, using his arms to keep Uraraka covered while she helped whenever she could. We crashed in fast. I swung first. The bat met a villain's stomach, folding him in half. Ojiro flipped another one over his shoulder. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow through a group, scattering them like bowling pins. Good timing, Shoji said, blocking a kick with one arm and smacking the guy down with another. You fought well, I said, then pointed towards the exit. We're leaving. Now. I led them toward the mountain zone. Momo, Jiro, and Mina were there, keeping low behind cover but separated. A few villains stood near the entrance, scanning for them. One guy had a staff, another had a reinforced helmet, and the last one looked like he skipped sleep for a decade. Momo glanced at me when I reached her, then at the others. You got everyone? Still grabbing, I said. You good? She nodded. For now. One of the villains shifted, spotting movement. Oi, I stepped out before he could yell more. You guys ever think about investing in better disguises? Because right now, you all look like a low-budget gang that got lost on the way to a convenience store robbery. Helmet guy turned. What? I swung my bat. It cracked against his helmet, and he staggered. Now you gain the right to use that helmet, the other two rushed in. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow forward, slamming the guy with the staff into the rocks. Sero taped the last one's legs together. Mina melted the tape immediately after, letting the guy trip and eat dirt. Jiro stepped out, kicking the villain's staff away. Took you long enough. Yeah, you're welcome. I looked at Momo. You got anything useful? She formed a handful of smoke bombs. Enough? I grabbed one, testing the weight. It'll do. Toss a few, and let's move. She rolled them forward. Smoke burst out, covering the area. Jiro guided the group through, leading them toward the next exit. We reached a clearing before the villains could recover. Sato cracked his knuckles. We're next. I pulled up the map. Bakugo and Kirishima are near the ruins zone. After that, we're done. Jiro raised a brow. Bakugo actually needs help? No, but I would rather not leave him to get even more stupid than usual. We moved fast. The ruined zone was torn apart, debris covering most of the ground. 2 bodies flew through the air before we even got close, one villain landing headfirst into a broken pillar, the other bouncing off a chunk of concrete. Kirishima stood near the middle, shaking off dust. Bakugo wiped blood off his cheek, already looking for more people to hit. I called out. You done playing, or do you need another 5 minutes? Bakugo turned. TCH. The hell are you doing here? Cleaning up. Kirishima walked over. You got the others? Yeah. We're heading out. Bakugo rolled his shoulders. What, we're just running? Yeah, because staying to get swarmed sounds smart. I gestured behind him. Or do you want to go another round with the idiots back there? He clicked his tongue but didn't argue. We cut through another path, making it back toward the entrance. The moment we hit open ground, movement from the center caught my eye. Aizawa was still fighting, scarf whipping around as he took down another villain. But he wasn't alone anymore. The big one, the Namu, stood in front of him. Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping around Namu's arm. It didn't move. Then, too fast to react, Namu raised its other hand and slammed it down. The ground cracked. Aizawa went still. Something in my head clicked. Go, I said. Get the hell out. Kirishima frowned. What? I didn't wait. I moved forward. The quests flashed again. Showdown with Namu, assistance mode, in progress. I ignored it. Namu lifted Aizawa again. I ran. One of the other villains' pale bitch stepped closer. Goodbye, Eraserhead. I swung the bat. It hit his arm before he noticed me. He staggered back, hand twitching. His head snapped toward me. Namu turned. I jumped back. I looked back. The others were getting out, but Bakugo was still standing there like a stubborn idiot. I didn't have time for this. Go, and I will never call you number 2 again. His eye twitched. He clenched his fists, clearly weighing his options. Finally, he scoffed. You better not. Then he turned and ran. Chapter 21, Brutal. I faced forward. Namu. A dozen other villains. Aizawa between me and them, but I knew that wouldn't last. Midoriya, get out, Aizawa said. Not happening. I checked the system again. Task 9, slow down or distract Namu without dying immediately. Right. So this thing was built different. And I had to fight it. Or at least, not get erased from existence in the first 2 seconds. Shigaraki tilted his head. You're still here? That's cute. Namu moved. No warning, no slow build-up. 1 second, it was standing still. The next, it was in front of Aizawa. His scarf shot out, wrapping around its arm, but the damn thing didn't even flinch. Then it swung. Aizawa dodged, barely. The ground exploded where he had been standing. I could try to help, but I didn't have a death wish. The bat was already in my hands, gripped tight. A villain rushed forward. I swung. The bat cracked against his ribs, and he dropped. Another one grabbed at me. I yanked his arm forward and kneed him in the stomach. He crumpled. Namu ignored everything. It lunged at Aizawa again. Aizawa moved, dodging to the side. His eyes locked on Namu. His quirk was still active, but it wasn't doing shit. That was bad. I grabbed a loose chunk of debris and threw it at one of the villains trying to flank Aizawa. It hit his shoulder, making him stumble. Shigaraki noticed me again. You're really asking to die, huh? Namu turned. I ran. It was on me in half a second. I jumped back, barely avoiding the swipe aimed at my head. +1 agility, survival instinct, the hell? Not the time. Namu's hand came down. I rolled to the side. It hit the ground, concrete shattering. I swung the bat at its knee. Metal hit flesh. It felt like I had just hit a steel pole. It didn't react. Namu grabbed at me. I yanked my arm away, but its fingers skimmed my sleeve. The fabric tore. I jumped back again. +1 agility, panic training. Okay, at least I was getting something out of this. Aizawa came in from the side, his scarf wrapping around Namu's head. He yanked, trying to pull it off balance. It barely moved. Shigaraki laughed, his voice raspy. Oh, this is fun. I swung at his face. He jumped back. Rude. Sorry, I thought we were doing first impressions. System, give me the fucking rewards now. At least those I completed. I need stats. The balls you have. Should I also give you 1000 strength while I am at it? Sure, why not? Wow, a joker. Fine. Updating stats. Try not to die too fast. Strength, 33 agility, 36 intelligence, 40 limit breaker was still active, tripling everything. My bat felt lighter. My muscles weren't screaming as much. The fight was still bullshit, but at least now I had some numbers to work with. Namu moved first, faster than it had any right to be. Aizawa dodged left, barely avoiding its fist as it crushed the concrete where he stood. I sprinted forward and swung at the back of its knee. The hit connected, but it might as well have been a love tap. The thing didn't even flinch. Shigaraki turned to me. "You again?" I ignored him, aiming another swing at Namu's head. This time, it reacted. It moved before my bat could land, its arm snapping toward me. I twisted midair, barely dodging. The wind from its swing still hit like a shockwave. The bat wouldn't do shit against Namu's durability, but I wasn't trying to kill it. Just slow it down. I switched tactics. Instead of swinging at its body, I aimed for the eyes. The bat snapped forward. Namu raised an arm to block, leaving its ribs open. Aizawa took the opening, slamming his elbow into its side. Still barely a reaction, but better than nothing. "Hey, pale bitch. What's up with the hand on your face? Do you use it to jerk off? Is it your lover's?" Shigaraki's head snapped toward me, grip tightening. His fingers twitched like he wanted to dig them into my skin. "You're real fucking annoying." His hand twitched. "Namu, get rid of the extra." Namu vanished. Fuck. I jumped left, guessing where it would reappear. The air shifted behind me. Too late. A grip like steel wrapped around my forearm. My feet left the ground. Namu hurled me sideways. I braced, but the impact still rattled my bones. Concrete cracked under me. The jacket absorbed most of it, but my ribs still felt like they got hit with a crowbar. I rolled up fast. No time to sit around. Namu's red eyes locked on me. Its hand twitched. Another attack. I moved first. Rushing it was suicide, but I needed to dodge before it got another grab in. Namu lunged. I ducked. Its fist tore through the air where my head had been. I swung at its knee again, aiming for the joint. Useless. The bat bounced off like I hit a brick wall. It was strong, fast, and built like a tank. +1 strength, you keep swinging, dumbass. Yeah, real helpful. Aizawa moved in, scarf shooting out to grab Namu's arm. His quirk was still active, but Namu didn't slow down. Whatever kept this monster moving was not a quirk. The thing didn't even acknowledge him. Its free arm swung. Aizawa barely avoided getting crushed. I pulled a smoke bomb from my pocket. Momo's earlier gift, yanked the pin with my teeth of course, and threw it at Namu's feet. Smoke burst out. I jumped back, grabbing a chunk of broken concrete. The second the smoke cleared, I hurled it at Namu's face. It hit. Didn't do much, but it got its attention. Shigaraki growled. "Why are you still alive?" I smirked. "Skill issue." Namu blurred forward. I moved, but it clipped my shoulder. The force sent me skidding back. I barely stayed upright. +1 endurance, congratulations, you haven't died yet. I spotted movement at the entrance. All Might. He was here. Finally. Shigaraki noticed too. His whole body twitched. No, Namu. Kill him. Namu vanished again. This time, I was ready. I dropped to the ground just as its arm tore through the air above me. I swung low, aiming for the back of its leg. Not to damage, just to trip. The hit connected. Namu's foot shifted. It wasn't much, but Aizawa took the opening. He moved in, aiming for its head. Another scarf wrap, a sharp pull. Namu barely reacted. All Might landed with enough force to shake the ground. His shadow covered us. "I am here." Pale bitch looked at All Might like he owed him money. "Namu, kill All Might." Then he turned toward me and Aizawa. "Kuragiri, help me kill these two." "Oh, so that makes him Shigaraki. Fine by me. Bonus quests time." Namu blurred toward All Might. The second they clashed, shockwaves ripped through the plaza. The ground cracked, air pressure alone forcing loose debris into the air. All Might swung, fist colliding with Namu's chest. No effect. Namu countered with a punch of its own. All Might caught it, but his feet slid back from the impact. Shigaraki twitched when Namu didn't one-shot him. No, come on." His head snapped toward me. "You, stay dead." He lunged. I swung. The bat connected with his ribs. He stumbled, fingers flexing like he was ready to turn me into mince. Kuragiri's mist shot forward, wrapping around me. Target, Shigaraki Tamura, quirk, decay, can disintegrate anything he touches with all 5 fingers, strength, 58, agility, 70, intelligence, 55, charisma, 30, luck, 65, traits, fragile menace, physically weaker than most high-tier villains, but makes up for it with a lethal quirk and unpredictability, impulsive rage, quick to anger, especially when things don't go his way. This leads to reckless decision-making, obsessive fixation. Once he marks a target as his enemy, he fixates on eliminating them, sometimes to his own detriment, underestimating fools, assumes heroes are fake and underestimates their will to fight. Decay's dilemma. His quirk is horrifyingly destructive but requires all 5 fingers for activation. This creates exploitable openings in combat. Unhinged leader, can inspire fear and loyalty in villains, but his erratic nature makes long-term cooperation difficult. Burden of the past, wears the severed hands of his deceased family, including his father on his face, as a constant, suffocating reminder of his past. This fuels both his hatred and his instability. When will you start insulting Kurogiri in a way that makes him pause? I smirked. Right now. Kurogiri's mist shifted like he wasn't expecting that. I didn't waste time. I swung my bat straight through the mist around me. Didn't do shit, obviously, but it made me feel better. Man, I gotta ask, I continued. How do you eat? Do you just dump food in your portal and hope it lands in your stomach? The mist flickered. That was a pause. I counted that as a win. Shigaraki twitched. Kurogiri, stop fucking around and warp him into a volcano or something. Kurogiri's mist curled around me like a cheap-ass haunted house effect, but I just grinned. Damn, you're quick on the draw. That a natural talent, or did you get used to cleaning up Shigaraki's cum-stained hands every night? Shigaraki's eye twitched so hard I thought he was about to develop a new medical condition. I took a step closer, tilting my head. What, did I hit a nerve? You mad I figured out why you keep all those crusty-ass hands around? Not enough affection growing up, so now you gotta jerk off with your dead family's fingers? His breath hitched like I just slapped the trauma straight out of his soul. Then he lunged. Kurogiri moved with him, trying to box me in, but I was already shifting. The second Shigaraki's nasty-ass corpse grabbers reached for me, I dodged sideways and swung my bat up. The steel cracked against his forearm, and he jerked back, wheezing. Goddamn, are you made of fucking drywall? That's all it took. I flexed my fingers. Shit, I should have hit you harder. He staggered, snarling. I'll rip your fucking throat out, bet. I twirled my bat. I'll let you get the first swing, too. Oh, wait, you already did, and I'm still standing. Looks like you're more bitch than villain. He damn near foamed at the mouth before lunging again, swiping at my face. I ducked, brought my bat down on his shin, and laughed when he crumpled like a faulty deck chair. Damn, you're really this fragile? I leaned in. Hey, don't take this the wrong way, but you ever thought about suicide? Like, seriously? Because if I looked like a fucking melted candle and took LS this hard, I would take the permanent exit too. His whole body twitched like he was about to fucking explode. Kurogiri moved fast, mist snapping around me again, but I was already stepping back, watching Shigaraki shake like a fiending crackhead. You need a moment, buddy? I tapped my bat against my palm. Or do you want to keep getting folded in front of all your little goons? Or perhaps you bend for them all the time? Shigaraki let out this nasty, choked noise like I just reached into his soul and pissed all over whatever fragile ego he had left. His fingers curled, twitching like he was debating whether to go for my throat or just drop dead from sheer fucking humiliation. Shut the fuck up, he hissed, voice cracking like his mental stability. You're nothing. You're gonna what? Cry? Fucking go for it, Casper. Maybe if you water those crusty-ass lips, they won't look like an abandoned construction site. I leaned forward. No, but really. What's the skincare routine? Cemetery dirt and bad decisions? Kurogiri's mist swirled aggressively. Shigaraki, we should retreat. Shigaraki's teeth clenched so hard I thought they might snap. No. We were supposed to kill All Might. Oh yeah, that's totally happening, I cut in. Any second now, All Might's gonna drop dead. For sure. Definitely not about to shove his fist so far up that creature's ass it starts talking in Morse code. Shigaraki whirled around to glare at me, fingers twitching like he was debating whether to kill me or cry first. I tilted my head. What? Cat got your tongue? Oh wait, no, that's just a buildup of plaque because you look like you haven't brushed your fucking teeth since the womb. His eye twitched again. I grinned. Tell me, what's it like being a walking science experiment for what happens when cousins fuck? Did you crawl out of a radioactive meth lab, or did your mom just smoke crack during the 3rd trimester? Kurogiri actually had to physically move between us like a fucking babysitter. Shigaraki, we need to leave. Shigaraki trembled, fists clenched. Oh, come on, you can't go yet. We were just starting to bond. I spread my arms. Hell, I was about to ask if you wanted a hug, but I wouldn't want whatever the fuck skin disease you've got going on. Pretty sure if I touched you, I would need an exorcism and a round of antibiotics. Shigaraki made a choked sound, and I swear to God, for half a second, he actually looked like he was about to cry. I flipped them off as they vanished. Don't forget to send me a postcard from Loserville, you crusty-fingered inbred. His hands twitched, scratching at his neck like he was trying to peel off the embarrassment I had permanently glued onto his soul. You little shit, he screeched, pointing at me with so much rage I thought his nails might detach from his fingers. You think this is a game? I leaned back, grinning like I just won the lottery with someone else's ticket. Oh, it's not a game, I said, voice dripping with cruel amusement. It's a public execution, and you're the star attraction. Crusty mcoke yourself. Shigaraki took a step forward, shaking with fury. I am going to kill you. Oh? I tilted my head. That's adorable. You gonna try real hard this time? Maybe even take off Daddy's hand before you start swinging? He froze. And then it happened. The exact moment he knew he fucked up. Make sure Kuragire cleans that hand on your face from spunk after you use it to incest masturbate to your father's hand. Well, you seem like a person who would eat his own spunk from his father's hand though. Never mind. Rag. Die. All Might finished his side too. One Detroit smash sent Namu flying, and Kuragire wasted no time, pulling Shigaraki into a swirling mess of mist before he could throw another bitch fit. I dropped onto the ground, finally feeling the adrenaline wear off. My ribs hurt, my knuckles were scraped, and my jacket had a tear in the sleeve. Aizawa sat nearby, bleeding but still conscious. Should have left, he muttered. Yeah, well, you looked like you were about to be paced, I said. You can't just keep reading and not vote. I'm giving you content, Mr. White. I'm throwing hands with pacing, crying over arcs, monologuing like a villain on espresso. And you? Just scrolling? Just scrolling? Power Stone me before I start cooking in the basement. Chapter 22, Hall. The other teachers started showing up in groups cleaning up the rest of the villains followed by my classmates. First Tita and Kaminari, then the rest. They were bruised, dirty, but alive. Some limped, some leaned on each other, but nobody was missing. I counted. Twice. Yair Azu knelt next to Aizawa, already pulling out more medical supplies. You need to stop moving, she said. Hard to move when you got your ass beat, I said. Aizawa didn't bother answering that. Bakugo walked over, looking about 5 seconds from exploding. Who the hell were those guys? No idea. But their boss was a crusty bitch with anger issues, I said. Jiro crossed her arms. The way you pissed him off, I think you made an enemy for life. Good. If he hates me enough, maybe he'll forget about the rest of you. Mineta finally spoke up. What if he wants revenge? Then he can get in line. All Might walked over, his usual grin in place, but his posture was tense. He glanced at Aizawa. You alright? Been better, Aizawa muttered. All Might turned to the class. You all did well today. Kirishima scoffed. We almost got wiped out. But we didn't, that speaks strength, I said. Zero looked at me. Dude, you were in the middle of it. What was that thing? All Might finally looked at me. Young Midoriya. 2? I groaned. I am not 2. I am 1. Bakugo rolled on the ground, laughing his ass off. You are number 2 now. I threw my bat at him. Shut it. He dodged, still grinning. Too late, number 2. All Might put his massive hand on my shoulder, nearly pressing me to the dirt. You did good. I ignored the weight of his hand and cracked my neck. Yeah. Can I go eat now? No, Aizawa muttered from the ground. You can go to the nurse. Why? I am still breathing. You slammed into a wall. And? All Might stepped back. Young Midoriya does seem resilient. Bakugo scoffed. Yeah, 'cause he is too stupid to stay down. I pointed at him. Says the guy who lets himself get punched in the face on purpose. Ida ran over, eyes scanning everyone like he was doing a head count over and over again. All the villains are gone? Kirishima nodded. Yeah, they warped out like cowards. Not before getting their asses kicked, Kaminari said. Jiro smirked. Especially their leader. Mina nudged me. You really touched some nerve, huh? Not my fault he has paper-thin skin. Shoji crossed his arms. He seemed like he would come after you. Yeah, and next time he might bring a working brain, I said. Tokoyami looked at the wreckage. What were they after? All Might, I said. Obvious. Todoroki spoke, sitting on the ground as if he fought a battle. And they failed. All because of me. I grinned. You are all welcome. Bakugo pricked his tongue. Shut up before I blow your head off. Kirishima chuckled. Come on, man, let him have this one. Bakugo shot him a glare. You're siding with him? He did fight the big guy. And he still needed All Might to save his ass. I shrugged. Yeah, and you still needed me to get you out of the ruined zone. Guess we both suck. Bakugo glared, but I was already looking at All Might. So, do we get extra credit for this? Aizawa sighed. No. Final experience point and stats calculation, base experience point gain, plus 500, main quest, plus 1050, subquests, plus 255, bonus quests, total experience point earned, plus 1,805 experience point stat gains, plus 4 awareness, plus 6 endurance, plus 7 charisma, plus 5 agility, plus 3 combat proficiency, plus 3 stamina, plus 7 strength, plus 5 intelligence. New skills unlocked: tactical awareness, passive skill, boosts strategy recognition in fights, party function, track allies' locations in real time, strategic negotiation, dialogue unlock, convince hostile allies to cooperate, mystery skill, pending unlock mystery rewards pending. For performance against Namu? For destroying Shigaraki's ego. Wow, you actually leveled up thrice. You are now level 7. I would say congrats, but let's be honest, it's a miracle you're still breathing. Yeah, can it, bastard? Give me my mystery rewards. And put 15 free stats into charisma. Are you still fucking doing that? You almost died today, I laughed in my head. Keyword is almost. You know what? Fine. Enjoy your death wish, dumbass. Processing rewards, a list popped up. New skill unlocked, last laugh, passive, why die when you can be even more annoying? Upon reaching fatal damage, instantly regain 1 horsepower and remain conscious for 10 additional seconds before collapsing if not treated. Every time this effect activates, gain a temporary boost in speed and power, 25%, during those 10 seconds. New item, Wolf's Fang, accessory, plus 20% strength when wielding a blunt weapon. Passive intimidation boost against weaker opponents. Increases effectiveness of threats and taunts. Mystery reward? Locked until next system update. I squinted at the last one. The hell does that mean? Means you gotta wait. Sucks, doesn't it? Whatever. I closed the screen. Police showed up fast, asking questions like they were about to slap cuffs on us instead of the villains. You can't just break their skulls. Oh, sorry, I said. Next time, I'll kindly ask them to stop trying to kill my classmates. One of them gave me a look like he wanted to keep arguing but thought better of it. Eventually, after a lot of back and forth, they let us go. Izuku and I headed home, but just before we reached the door, I grabbed his collar. Do not tell Mom about any of this. Especially not the part where I fought. Izuku opened his mouth. I cut him off. I am serious. She will freak out, cry, and then find a way to make me regret ever being born. He hesitated, then nodded. All right. I let go and opened the door. Mom was already waiting, hands on her hips. You two are late. Villain attack, I said. Her eyes widened. What? Reporters were outside. You will see it on the news, I said, kicking off my shoes. We are fine. Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah. A's security is amazing. Everything got handled really fast. Technically not a lie. Mom still looked worried, but she sighed. Just go wash up. Dinner is almost ready. I walked to my room, pulling out my phone. The system was still up, flashing some message about how I should reflect on today's near-death experience or whatever. I ignored it and checked the group chat instead. Kaminari, bro, WTF today was crazy. Mina, I still can't believe you pissed off that villain so bad he was shaking Jiro. I can. That's just a normal day for him. Kirishima, not gonna lie, kinda badass though. Sero, what did you even say to him? Mommy, told him he jerks off with his father's hands on his face. Typing stopped for a second. Mina, yo WTF Kaminari, I take it back, that's insane. Jiro, you have a death wish. Bakugo, should've let him kill you, shithead. Me, love you too, boom boom bitch. He immediately started typing a long-ass rant. I closed the chat. Dinner was quiet. Mom was obviously trying not to freak out. Izuku and I played along, eating like nothing had happened. She didn't ask much at first, just the usual if school was good, if we finished our work, if the food was okay. Izuku nodded too much, which meant he was still nervous. I just ate. After dinner, I went to my room, but Mom followed a few minutes later, sitting on the bed like she had something to say. How was your day? Fine. She hummed. You were late. Yeah. Because of the villain attack? Yeah. She didn't say anything right away, just looked at me. Are you okay? Still breathing? No. I sighed. I am fine. She didn't look convinced. You are not hurt? Not badly. Her lips pressed together. She reached out, grabbed my wrist, and turned my arm over. There was a scrape near my elbow. Nothing major, but enough to make her frown. This looks hurt. Then do not look at it. She gave me a look, then shook her head, muttering something about stubborn children. You are not going to tell me what happened, are you? Already told you. Villain attack. We got out. She let out a breath, then hugged me. Not tight, not long, just enough. You are stupid if you think you can lie to me. I didn't say anything. She pulled back. Be careful. Always am. That is a lie. Yeah. She sighed again, stood up, and ruffled my hair before leaving. The second she was gone, I flopped onto the bed. My phone buzzed. Wow, you okay? I tapped out a response. Me, still breathing. You? Wow, a few scrapes. You seemed fine earlier, but just checking. Me, appreciate the concern, Vice Pres. Wow, that makes you president, so act like one. No unnecessary risks. I stared at the screen, snorted, and put my phone down. Another buzz. Different chat. Kirishima, anyway, anyone else feeling sore as hell? Ojiro, I'll recover. At least nobody ended up in the hospital. Tokoyami, a near brush with the abyss. Fortunately remain intact. Me, Aizawa looks like roadkill though. Wow, he'll be fine. Recovery girl already handled the worst of it. Me, damn. And here I was, hoping we would get a new homeroom teacher. Hagakure, now the conversation kept going, but I closed the chat. My arm ached. My ribs weren't broken, but they felt bruised. My whole body wanted to shut down. System popped up. New message, reflection time, dumbass, wow, you really pissed off a whole terrorist. Good job, quest summary, you gained levels, got new skills, and somehow didn't die, probably should have, but hey, miracles happen, next time, task me to die, and I might consider it. Really, what reward you want? Reborn as system fucker. The system didn't respond. Probably pissed off. Good. Maybe if it had a brain, it would finally realize I wasn't gonna die that easily. The phone buzzed again. Kaminari, you actually sleepin' or you on some nocturnal bullshit again? Me, fuck off, electric pest Kaminari, damn okay. Good night to everyone except Rimina. Jiro, seconded. I tossed the phone onto the desk and closed my eyes. If I woke up dead, that would be hilarious. Each power stone. A fragment of your soul. I'll take them all. To forge a story so powerful it trips open the multiverse. Or at least makes the top rankings. Snaps fingers. Vote, peasant. Chapter 23, System Shop. The next morning, I was sore as hell. The system was already talking. Good morning, survivor. Ready for another day of questionable decisions? Shut up. Don't be rude. You're alive because of me, and despite you. Touché, breakfast was normal. Mom kept eyeing me like she wanted to say something. I ate fast and left before she could. At school, the atmosphere was weird. Less loud than usual. Everyone was still processing yesterday. Not every day you get attacked by terrorists. I walked in, sat down, and ignored the stares. Kirishima nudged me. Yo, how's the body count? Still at 0. Unfortunately. Mina grinned. Bet Shigaraki's still crying in a corner somewhere. I stretched my arms. Wouldn't be surprised if he developed the stutter from yesterday. Kaminari leaned back. Dude's got a whole villain squad and still took an L. That's rough. Sarah laughed. And the way Rick kept going? I thought he was gonna combust. He'd adjusted his glasses. That isn't something to be proud of. Sure it is, I said. One terrorist down, several to go. Bakugo scoffed. TCH. You're getting cocky. I pointed at him. You say that like I haven't always been. Before he could argue, Aizawa walked in. Still looked like he got hit by a bus, but at least he was standing. Sit down, he muttered. We already were. You handled yourselves well, he said. Mostly. Some of you still have a death wish. His eyes flicked to me. I grinned. You'll have the day off from training. Don't get used to it, he continued. We'll resume normal activities tomorrow. Kirishima raised a hand. What about the press? They're still freaking out, right? Aizawa sighed. That's not your problem. UA has it handled. Handled how? Kaminari asked. Not your problem, Aizawa repeated. The rest of the day was slow. Classes were normal. No one tried to kill us. Kind of boring, honestly. Lunch rolled around, and we sat at the usual table. Mina poked at her rice. Anyone else feel like we should be doing something? Jiro sipped her drink. Like what? No. Something. After yesterday, this feels weird. It's called a break, Sero said. Enjoy it. Tokoyami crossed his arms. Chaos cannot sustain itself. Even the abyss must rest. Kaminari stared. Bro, you are so dramatic. You would not understand. No, I understand, it's just funny as hell. I ate my food and tuned them out. Across the room, a few other students kept glancing at us. Guess we were officially the class that survived a terrorist attack. Great. Yair Azu leaned in. You've been quiet. Always am. She gave me a look. No, you're not. Maybe I am now. She hummed. Unlikely. I shrugged. Across the table, Kirishima nudged Bakugo. Dude, you've been quiet too. Bakugo scoffed. What, you want me to scream? Wouldn't be new. Bakugo grunted. Jiro smirked. Maybe he's just mad Ri got all the attention. I'm not mad. I smirked. You sound mad. Bakugo slammed his drink down. I will kill you. Try it, sweaty ass. He lunged. I dodged. Chaos followed. Aizawa stood at the front, looking as exhausted as ever. We have a major event coming up. The UA Sports Festival. The room was silent for half a second before the chaos started. A sports festival? Kaminari leaned forward. Like, a school event kind of thing? Or you? A's biggest event, Yair Azu cut in. It's essentially taken the place of the Olympics in terms of national attention. Exactly, Aizawa continued. It's one of Japan's biggest events, and every pro hero worth anything will be watching. Mineta shot up. Wait, hold on. That sounds like something villains would try to infiltrate. Isn't it kinda dangerous? Not your problem, Aizawa said. Security will be 5 times stronger than usual. If anything, this is proof the school is confident in its crisis control now. I rested my chin on my hand. After the USJ? That's a bold claim. Yeah, no offense, Sero added. But we kinda got jumped like 5 minutes ago. Security's different for an event like this, Yair Azu said. There will be multiple pro heroes stationed throughout, not to mention increased police presence. Ida straightened up. Regardless of security concerns, we should focus on the opportunity this presents. The hell's the big deal about it? Bakugo leaned back. The country's top heroes are all watching, Yair Azu said. Many of them scout students directly from this festival. Kaminari whistled. So, like, first pick for internships? More than that, Jiro said. If you do well, you can basically set up your whole career early. Kirishima grinned. So we gotta go all out, huh? Aizawa cut in. You only get 3 chances to participate in this festival. If you want to be taken seriously as a hero, this is not an event you can afford to overlook. That shut up most of the room. The atmosphere shifted a little less casual, more focused. Bakugo grinned. Good. I needed an excuse to crush everyone. Yeah, try to live up to your dreams only to fail, I muttered. He immediately turned. What was that, you extra? I ignored him. Kaminari asked, so, is it just normal sports crap, or do we get actual fights? There are multiple events, Yair Azu said. Obstacle courses, combat trials, endurance matches. Each year varies slightly. Basically, it's not just about being strong, Kaminari said. You gotta be good all around. Sounds like a pain, Jiro muttered. Uraraka clapped her hands together. I think it sounds fun. So looked at her. You're aiming for first place? Well, yeah. We all should be, right? Aizawa didn't bother waiting for more discussion. It's in 2 weeks. Prepare however you want. Just don't fail. He picked up his sleeping bag, clearly done with the conversation. Class dismissed. Kirishima cracked his knuckles. Guess that means training starts now. I stretched. Yeah. Try not to break anything before the actual event. Bakugo scoffed. TCH. You should be worried about yourself, number 2. I flicked a pen at his head. Keep talking, short fuse. What did you just say? I grabbed my bag. Later, losers. 2 weeks to prepare. Time to see how far I could push the system before then. After school, I walked home with Izuku. He glanced at me. You good? Yep. Really? I sighed. Yes, Izuku. He hesitated. Yesterday was a lot. Yep. You don't have to pretend it wasn't. I side-eyed him. I'm not pretending. He frowned. You were in the middle of it. So were you. Not like that. I rolled my shoulders. It's done. Move on. He exhaled through his nose, clearly unsatisfied. Fine. We walked the rest of the way in silence. Mom was waiting again. You're not late today, she said. I kicked off my shoes. Surprising, right? She sighed. You two have homework. Izuku nodded. Yes, Mom. Then do it. I headed to my room. New message, wow, you're still alive. Congrats, bite me. No thanks. But hey, check this out, a new screen popped up. New ability, system shop unlocked, I blinked. The hell is this? You can now buy shit, I stared at the screen. Explain, bitch. Do I throw money at this, or is it like you shaking your ass for singles on a stripper pole? Wow. Zero hesitation. I respect it, that is not an answer. Alright, dumbass. System shop uses points. You get points from completing quests, leveling up, or being entertainingly stupid. I scrolled through the interface. So you are saying if I keep pissing off villains, I can buy shit? In theory, yes. But let's be real, you're gonna blow it all on dumb shit. I ignored that and looked at the options. There were basic items like potions, stat boosters, and wait, hold the fuck up. Did you really put a mystery box option in here? Yep. Gaka, baby, I clicked on it. What's the drop rate on good shit? 10% chance for something useful. 30% chance for something weird. 60% chance for absolute dog shit. I exhaled through my nose. So it is just a Gaka system with extra steps. Bingo, I checked my balance. I had exactly 500 shop points from all the quest completions. One mystery box cost 300. I bought one. You really just okay. Processing purchase, a window popped up. Congratulations. You got Street Rat Survival Guide, passive skill. I clicked on the description. Street Rat Survival Guide, passive, increases chance of finding useful shit in trash, stolen goods, and random loot. Boosts street smarts and petty criminal instincts. I stared. This is just a fancy way of calling me a hobo. Hey, I didn't program this. You're the one who bought a random box like a desperate gambler. I backed out before I could make more bad decisions. I had 200 points left. Not enough for anything game-changing. Whatever. I decided to become a vigilante. I grinned. I have 2 weeks. I can earn stats by batting villains, I can get quests, and therefore, I can get points for the shop. It is perfect? System, show me if you have anything that can alter my face or anything. Oh great, we're speedrunning crime. Let me check. A new menu popped up. Disguises and modifications. Basic face changer mask, 200 points. Advanced disguise kit, full face morphing tech, 500 points. Hood of shadows, passive obscurement in low light, 350 points. Voice scrambler implant, 300 points. One-time DNA scrubber, removes all identifiable traces for 24 hours, 250 points. I scrolled through. Anything cheaper? Nope. You wanna do crime? Pay up. I checked my balance. 200 points left. Just enough for the face changer mask. I bought it. Enjoy your new life of bad decisions. A black mask dropped into my inventory. I pulled it out, inspecting the material. Smooth, flexible. Looked like some high-tech movie shit. I pressed the side, and the surface flickered, shifting into a generic face. Good enough? I muttered. Oh wow, really going for it, huh? Wanna buy a fake name too? Maybe a prop mustache? Shut it. I need a place to test things first. Well, you could always try the classic back alleys, abandoned lots, or maybe just jump into a gang war for fun. That was actually a good idea. I pulled up the map on my computer, searching for active crime spots. A few red dots popped up. Low-level incidents, minor disturbances. Nothing serious. I stood up, grabbed my bat, and headed for the door. Nah, can't use bat. It is my signature. Izuku looked up. Where are you going? Jogging, I said. His face twisted. At night? Cardio. He clearly didn't buy it but didn't push. I slipped out, walking down the street. Once I was far enough from home, I pulled the mask on. The display flickered, adjusting to my face. I tapped the side and set it to something unremarkable. Plain features, forgettable. New quest, first night out objective, successfully test vigilante work without getting caught. Reward, 250 experience point, +2 awareness. Failure, criminal record, potential ass kicking. I moved fast, cutting through alleys. The streets were mostly empty, save for a few salarymen hurrying home. The air was cool, the city humming with distant traffic. I turned a corner and saw them. 2 guys, one holding a knife, the other rummaging through a woman's bag. She was backed against a wall, frozen. Alright, let's see how this goes, I muttered. Yo. Both turned. The knife guy squinted. Who the fuck? I stepped closer, cracking my knuckles. Go through this the easy way or the fun way. Your choice. The guy holding the bag sneered. Oh, tough guy, huh? You got a death wish, dumbass? I grinned. Something like that. Knife guy flicked the blade forward. Get lost before I grabbed his wrist, twisted, and yanked. The knife dropped. I kicked it away. He yelped and swung his other hand. I ducked under it and drove my elbow into his gut. He crumpled with a wheeze. The second guy backed up fast. Hey, man, we don't gotta. I stepped in. Yeah, we do. He tried to throw the purse at me and run. I caught it midair and threw it back at the woman. Go. She hesitated for half a second, then bolted. Dumbass 1 groaned on the ground, clutching his stomach. Dumbass 2 turned to bolt. I grabbed his hoodie and yanked him back. He stumbled. My knee met his ribs. He hit the pavement, gasping. I stepped over hoodie guy. If I see you pulling this shit again, I'm taking more than your dignity. He nodded fast. The other one groaned again. I grabbed his wrist, yanked him up, and slammed him against the wall. You get it too? He wheezed. Why yeah, man, I get it. Good. I let go. He slid down to the ground. Well. You gonna start picking up stray cats too, hero? Shut up. Hey, just saying. Maybe next time, grab a cape, maybe next time, I'll uninstall you. Good luck with that, smartass. I grabbed the knives off the ground. One went into my hand, the other into my inventory. New style, baby. Wow. Look at you. All grown up. About to start a knife phase like a teenage edgelord, I twirled the blade. By the way, system, did you really not think through before giving me last laugh? Why? What the hell are you planning? I chuckled. You have no idea how exploitable you are, lol. 2 weeks of vigilante work flew by. I got better at dodging, stabbing without killing, and making sure my face never showed up on a camera, although it was fake, you never know. I focused on street-level scummuggers, gang thugs, and the occasional dumbass trying to act like a villain. The mask and knife helped. The system's bullshit quests helped even more. I gained experience point, leveled up thrice, and racked up enough system points for a few decent skills or mystery boxes. The cops still had no idea who I was, but I got a vigilante name even before I got myself a hero name. Bastard Hero. No idea who started it, but it stuck. Probably the assholes I beat up. Some street gang idiot screamed it before I broke his wrist, and now half the underworld in the neighborhood knew some knife-swinging freak was running around their turf. At least it sounded cool. Better than whatever Kaminari would have come up with. Gains over 2 weeks, total levels gained, +3, now level 10, stat gains, +5 strength, +6 agility, +4 endurance, +7 combat proficiency, +3 awareness, +2 charisma, +5 intelligence. New skills unlocked, silent steps, passive, moves make less noise, harder to detect when sneaking. Improvised weapons mastery, passive, anything can be a weapon if you swing it hard enough. Bonus damage with non-traditional weapons. Low blow, active, a perfectly executed cheap shot. Bonus effectiveness when hitting weak spots. New items, weighted forearm guards, +10% unarmed attack power. Blackout bomb, temporarily erases scent trail from tracking animals or quirk users, not bad for 2 weeks of work. No killing, just breaking enough bones to make idiots reconsider their life choices. A few of them got bold and tried to track me down, but silent steps and blackout bomb made it easy to disappear when shit got too loud. As I was lazily lying on the recliner, I called system. How many points I got? Let me get some goodies for the sports festival. Entrance exam was one thing, but assholes in our class are too strong. You have exactly 3,000 shop points. Try not to blow it all on dumb shit, that is literally the point of having points. I scrolled through the store. What is even worth buying? Should I buy mystery boxes? I murmured. Mystery boxes are mysterious. Oh boy, here we go. I scrolled through the store. Mystery boxes cost 300 points each. Good odds of getting something decent, but with my luck, I would probably end up with a fucking party hat and a stick of gum. Let me guess. You're gonna blow all your points like a crackhead on payday, thinking about it. I checked the other options. Some decent stat boosters, a few consumables that could heal or temporarily buff abilities. Nothing game-changing. The only big-ticket items were locked behind 1,000 plus points. I had 3,000. I could get something solid, or I could gamble. Gambling was more fun. I bought 3. Of course you did. Processing purchase. A new screen popped up. 3 boxes hovered, waiting to be opened. I tapped the first. Congratulations. You got Street Rat Survival Guide, passive skill. I stared. You gave me this already. No refunds, dipshit. Enjoy your upgraded hobo instincts, fine. I opened the second. Congratulations. You got instant reputation, plus 10% fame boost for all actions. What the fuck is this? Makes you more noticeable. Basically, whenever you do something cool or stupid, people will hear about it faster, so if I did some wild vigilante shit, the underground would catch wind even quicker. Could be useful. Could also be a problem. Whatever. I opened the last one. Congratulations. You got, fuck you, I'm alive, active skill. I squinted. That name is a choice. Activates automatically when you're near death. Temporarily triggers last laugh with a boosted effect. I grinned. So I just get stronger the closer I am to dying? Pretty much. You're a fucking cockroach, neat. I backed out of the shop, checking my remaining points. 2,100 left. Enough for something decent. I scrolled again. Some weapon upgrades, new gear, tactical equipment. Then I saw it. Experimental combat drug, Berserker Shot, one-time use, 600 points, instantly boosts strength and speed by 50% for 5 minutes. Temporary damage resistance. After effects unknown. Nah, I am not a druggie. Mom would be sad. Anything higher than mystery boxes? With low chance of something juicy. I feel lucky today. Oh, so you're really just gonna gamble everything away, huh? Fine. Try this. A new option popped up. Hidden loot box, 1,000 points, rare or bullshit. No in between, perfect? I bought 2. Oh boy, can't wait to see you get absolute garbage. First box. Congratulations. You got endless momentum, passive skill, can't slow down, won't slow down. As long as you're moving, your speed increases gradually. Harder to stop, harder to catch, that was actually good. I opened the second. Congratulations. You got crowd favorite, passive skill, the bigger the audience, the bigger the show. When performing in front of a crowd, all stats increase in proportion to the number of spectators, more cheers, more buffs, more boos, even bigger buffs, grandstanding, taunts, and dramatic flair amplify the effects. The louder the reaction, the stronger you get. I grinned. Alright, now we're talking. Disgusting. You're just gonna bully people to death now, not my fault you gave me the tools. This is why I have trust issues. I checked my balance. 100 points left. Not enough for anything major. I closed the shop and leaned back. 2 weeks of crime fighting, and now I had real upgrades. Sports festival was in a few days. Time to push harder. Strength, 45. I wasn't flipping cars just yet, but I could deadlift small motorcycles and punch hard enough to break ribs. Arm wrestling? Yeah, I was taking bets. Agility, 50, quick step made me damn near untouchable. At this speed, I could probably juke Endeavor out of his own boots. Intelligence, 54, I was no supercomputer, but my battle instincts were sharp, my strategies on point, and my insults lethal. Genius IQ? No. Smart enough to outthink 99% of people in a fight? Hell yes. Charisma, 80, let's just say Midnight didn't kick me out when I called her the hottest lesson I've ever learned. Luck, 1, some things never change. If a meteor was falling, it would miss everyone and flatten only me. Chapter 24, Sports Festival. New quest, dominate the sports festival. No participation trophies, no half-assed attempts. Win. That's the job. Main objective, secure first place in the UA Sports Festival. Outperform all competitors in every stage. Reward, plus 1,000 experience point, base, plus 1 to all stats per stage cleared, except, of course, luck, title unlock, unrivaled, enhances combat perception and reaction speed against multiple opponents, mystery skill unlock, dependent on performance, personalized hero course internship offer from a top pro hero failure, mockery, disappointment, and eternal roasting from class 1A -300 experience point per stage loss of reputation. You'll be known as that guy who choked on national TV, forcing yourself to hear Bakugo's smug bullshit for a month. Subquests. Subquest 1, survive the mayhem. If you can't outmuscle them, outthink them. If you can't outthink them, outlast them. Navigate the chaotic free-for-all without getting eliminated. Bonus experience point for screwing over competitors in style. Plus 1 awareness if you predict threats before they happen. Failure, trampled like a dumbass. Enjoy watching from the stands. Subquest 2, stack the odds. Allies? Rivals? Who cares? Make use of them, or make them regret existing. Secure an advantageous position by whatever means necessary. Bonus experience point for manipulating events in your favor. Plus 1 intelligence if you play your cards right. Failure, stuck in a disadvantageous situation. Good luck digging yourself out. Subquest 3, nobody outshines you, time to prove you're not just another extra. Take the lead and refuse to let anyone challenge it. Bonus experience point for making a statement while doing it. Plus 1 charisma if you humiliate a big-name opponent. Failure, get overshadowed. Start enjoying the taste of second place. Subquest 4, break their spirit, final stretch. This is where the weak start praying. Make them wish they stayed home. Demolish your remaining competition. Bonus experience point for finishing in the flashiest or most disrespectful way possible. Plus 1 strength and agility if you do it while showing off. Failure, settle for mediocrity. You really wanna go out like that? Bonus objectives, one-liner king, deliver a devastating verbal KO before knocking someone out. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 charisma. Oh, you thought Bait someone into thinking they've won, then crush them. Reward, plus 75 experience point, plus 1 intelligence. Bakugo is seething. Beat Bakugo so badly he takes it personally. Reward, plus 100 experience point, custom skill unlock, rage bait passive, Todoroki reconsidering life, make Todoroki rethink his entire strategy. Reward, plus 100 experience point, plus 1 to a random stat win without hands, defeat someone using only kicks, headbutts, or some ridiculous method. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 strength and agility. Style points matter, showboat excessively while still winning. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 charisma, hidden quests, unlocked based on choices during the festival. Keep pushing limits, and maybe you'll get something legendary. System note, don't embarrass yourself. You're on TV, dumbass. The sports festival started. I led Mom toward the school entrance, weaving through the massive crowd. UA gave VIP tickets to families, so I asked her to watch. Izuku thought she might pull both of us from school after seeing how things went, but that was his problem. The press was everywhere. Cameras flashing, reporters yelling, trying to catch anyone important. Pro heroes walked around, talking to each other, occasionally stopping for interviews. It was a mess, but security kept things in check. Mom looked around. It's bigger than I expected. That's what she said. I barely got it out before Mom yanked my ear. Ow, ow. Okay. Sorry. She let go, sighing. Why are you like this? Genetics. I rubbed my ear and kept walking. Izuku went ahead, probably to sit in the changing room and breathe into a paper bag. Pussy. The VIP section was packed. Some kids had pro-hero parents, so naturally, they got good seats. Other spots were taken by big-name heroes, company execs, and whatever rich assholes wanted front-row seats. I spotted a few familiar faces but didn't bother stopping. Alright, Mom, seat's good, food's free, and you got a great view of me being awesome. Enjoy. She gave me a look. You just want to run off? Yep. I turned. Later. I left before she could grab my ear again. The halls were full of students moving toward the waiting area. Someone called my name, but I ignored it and kept walking. The changing room wasn't quiet. The festival was a big deal, and even the laid-back ones felt it. Kirishima stretched his arms. Alright, guys, one rule: no holding back. Yeah, Kaminari waved him off. We all know Bakugo's gonna try to kill us, no need to pretend we're best friends before the massacre. Bakugo scoffed. None of you extras are worth shit. Mina smirked. And yet, you're still here with us. He clicked his tongue but didn't argue. Ojiro tightened his gloves. It's not just about fighting. The first round is always something unpredictable. Mina nudged me. What do you think of those idiots from 2 weeks ago? I looked at her. 2 weeks ago? Kaminari slapped his forehead. The ones who barricaded our class door, screaming about how we ain't better just cause we survived villains. You seriously don't remember? I stared at him. No idea what you are talking about. Yaozu gave me a long look. You told them to get out of your sight before you did things to them. I tilted my head. Doesn't sound like me. She crossed her arms. Because I filtered your vulgar words. I shrugged. I have limited memory on nobodies. Sorry if I can't recall. Kirishima laughed. Damn, cold. Jiro smirked. They got what they deserved. Who starts shit with a class that just fought terrorists? Mina grinned. They wanted war, but you shut them down in, 5 seconds. I mean, yeah, Kaminari added. We lived through real villains. What were they gonna do, challenge us to a debate? Ojiro leaned back. They were just pissed they didn't get the same attention. Not worth remembering. Agreed, I said. Next topic. Before anyone could change it, President Mick's voice blasted through the speakers. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. The stadium shook from the sheer volume of the crowd. The whole country was watching. Pro heroes, companies, recruiters, random civilians, everyone wanted to see who was worth scouting. We walked into the main arena, a sea of students from all 3 departments. The hero course got the center spotlight, but the general and support courses had numbers. They weren't here just to fill seats, though some of them were hungry for a shot at transferring in. Midnight stepped up to the mic. Alright, students. Before we begin, we need an opening speech. Our top student, Midoriya, will be giving it. Class 1A, Aizawa, and Mom collectively screamed, mistake. That is a mistake. Abort. Abort. I grinned, walking to the stage. The crowd was loud, the cameras flashing. Midnight handed me the mic. I looked over the audience, thousands of people, every pro hero that mattered, and way too many reporters waiting for something to twist into a headline. I tapped the mic once. Alright, let's get this over with. The noise dropped a little. I could already hear Kaminari holding in laughter behind me. First off, let's be honest, nobody actually cares about this speech. You all just want to see us throw hands. A few chuckles. Good. I kept going. Let's skip the usual hard work, dedication, follow your dreams nonsense. Everyone standing here already knows that. We wouldn't be in UA if we weren't willing to put in the work. The only reason this speech even exists is so the school can pretend they have control over what happens next. Aizen aside from his spot. Midnight smirked. Mick gave a thumbs up. I gestured toward the other classes. Hero course, general studies, support course, doesn't matter where you started. You want to win? You want to prove you belong here? Good. That's the point. Every single one of us has something to prove today. Whether it's to ourselves, the school, the pros, or some asshole who said we would never make it, doesn't matter. What matters is what happens in that arena. I paused, letting them sit with that for a second. Some of you are here because you were born strong. Some of you are here because you worked your asses off to get strong. Some of you are just lucky as hell. Doesn't matter. What matters is what you do with it. A few students nodded. In the crowd, some pro heroes looked more interested. Eraserhead looked like he regretted his life choices. I smirked. So, to everyone here, bring everything you've got. Show up, throw down, and make sure when the dust settles, people remember your name. That's what this festival is about. I turned, tossing the mic back to Midnight. Alright, let's start. She caught it, laughing. Short and sweet. Alright, let's get to the first event. The stadium roared. Walking past Midnight, I muttered, you pull that leotard off like a queen. Love it, girl. She smirked, tilting her head slightly. Oh? How bold. I shrugged. Gotta appreciate greatness when I see it. She laughed but didn't say anything else. I kept walking. Midnight turned back to the crowd, raising the mic. Now, let's get to the first event. A giant screen lit up above the stadium. The words obstacle race flashed across. Classic, Kaminari said. Obstacle courses are fun, Mina said. Well, unless there's something insane in it. Knowing you, Eiichiro said. There's definitely something insane in it. Perfect, Bakugo muttered. Midnight continued, the race will take you around the stadium. First 42 students to finish will move on. Get ready. The giant starting gates opened. The moment she gave the signal, it was chaos. Chapter 25, Obstacle Race. Bakugo shot forward with his explosions. Todoroki froze the ground behind him, sending half the students sliding. I jumped, kicking off the frozen surface, and ran along the wall to avoid the mess. Hee, I just have a skill for this. Endless momentum. The moment Midnight's whip cracked, the crowd surged forward, cramming into the narrow doorway like a bunch of brain-dead lemmings. Are you all fucking stupid? I kicked off the ice forming under my feet, avoiding Todoroki's little sabotage attempt. Half the idiots got stuck, the other half panicked. Bakugo blasted himself ahead, Todoroki was already far gone, and everyone else fought to squeeze through. I ran along the wall. Not on it. Not up it. Just along. The ground wasn't enough for me anymore. With every step, I got faster. Aoyama shot lasers out of his ass, Kirishima went full rock mode and shoved through, and Mineta bounced off his own sticky balls. Gross. Then, the giant robots showed up. Ah, classic UA, I muttered, adjusting my grip on my bat. The zero-pointers loomed ahead, their metal bodies shining under the stadium lights. Most of the students hesitated. Except for Todoroki, who just froze an entire row of them like it was nothing. They tilted, groaned, and crashed forward. Straight toward the crowd. Move, dumbasses. I sprinted sideways, dodging chunks of frozen robot while the people behind me scrambled. Kirishima and Tetsu got flattened. They would be fine. Probably. Momo conjured a fucking cannon and started blasting the bots. Bakugo was just laughing, blowing up everything in his way. Tokoyami's dark shadow did most of the work for him. Izuku grabbed a metal plate from the wreckage and used it as a shield. Smart. A second later, he chucked it at a bot's head. It sparked, wobbled, then collapsed. Not bad. I ran straight at the last one standing. Didn't slow down. Didn't hesitate. Let the speed do the work. 1, 2, 3 steps, then I jumped. The robot swung a massive arm at me. I kicked off its forearm mid-swing, using the momentum to launch myself forward. Endless momentum stacking, I barely registered touching the ground before I was already at the next obstacle, a massive pit. Pillars. Tight ropes. Oh, come the fuck on. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. At this point, I wasn't running, I was gliding. Tsa leaped across. Ida used his engines. Bakugo exploded over it like an angry firework. Todoroki was already across. Me? I just kept running. The moment my foot touched the first pillar, I pushed off, then again, then, bonus speed stacked, I hit the last platform and barely landed before I had to force myself to slow down. The wind whipped past my ears. My legs itched to keep going. No time to think about that. Minefield. The entire ground ahead was covered in little, poorly hidden bombs. Todoroki slowed. Bakugo didn't. He just powered through, setting off mini explosions behind him. Ida tried the same thing, but the blasts fucked up his rhythm, making him stumble. Is Yuku, though? That bastard stopped and started digging up the mines. I paused. You shithead, I muttered, realizing what he was about to do. Yuku stacked them into a pile, took a deep breath and jumped right into them. The explosion that followed sent him flying over everyone. The entire stadium lost its shit. Todoroki cursed. Bakugo screamed. Get back here, you nerd. He launched after him. I didn't waste time. I ran. No fancy tricks. No explosions. Just speed. The mines went off under my feet, but I was already gone before they could fully blast. Every step launched me forward faster. The wind blurred the edges of my vision. I saw Izuku start to slow ahead. Oh, hell no. I sprinted faster. My legs burned, but the system kept boosting me forward. Izuku glanced back just in time to see me catch up. You are not winning like that, asshole, I called. He panicked, tried to adjust his stance too late. I kicked off his shoulder. The impact launched me ahead. Him? He spun midair, lost momentum, and flailed. The finish line was right there. Bakugo and Todoroki were right behind me. One last push, I slid across the line. The buzzer went off. Obstacle race results, first place, Midoriya. The stadium erupted. The scoreboard flashed. I stood up, cracking my neck. Nice. Izuku hit the ground next to me, groaning. Bakugo crashed onto the pavement, looking furious. Todoroki just blinked. TCH. The rest of the class finished one by one. Some looked exhausted. Others were just pissed. Mina jogged up. Dude, you kicked off his shoulder? Had to. I stretched my arms. If he wanted first, he should have stacked his bullshit faster. Izuku groaned again. That hurt. Bakugo stomped forward, practically vibrating with rage. You slimy fuck, chill, number 3, I said. He actually froze. Todoroki blinked. Mina choked. Jiro gasped. You did not just call him that, Kaminari wheezed. Bakugo detonated the air next to me. I'll fucking kill you, relax, third place, I patted his shoulder. There's still another round. You fucking midnight's whip cracked. Enough. Time for the next event. My smile froze when I saw how many points I was worth. Fuck. She got me. 10 million points, I muttered. Shit. Kaminari laughed way too hard. Bro, you're dead. Shut up, electric rodent. The entire arena exploded with noise. Every other student from other classes immediately locked onto me like hungry wolves. General studies, support course, even some of the business course kids were whispering. First place really gets 10 million points? Sarah whistled. Damn, man, you're walking money. Mina grinned. Which means everyone's gonna be on his ass. Todoroki just glanced over, already calculating whatever cold-ass strategy he was going to pull. Bakugo was scowling like I personally robbed him. Midnight twirled her whip. You have 15 minutes to form your teams. Good luck. Everyone turned to their classmates. Kirishima clapped a hand on my shoulder. You're gonna need a hell of a team, bro. Yep. Yaozu nodded. No one's going to let you breathe if you're not careful. Yep. Mineta raised a hand. I volunteer. Denied. Oh, come on. I ignored him and looked around. First pick had to be someone with mobility. Someone who could keep moving no matter what. My eyes landed on Nida. You. I pointed. He frowned. Me? You've got speed. We need a horse that won't get cornered. He hesitated. I threw an arm around his shoulder. You can do my paperwork as a class press for the semester. Ida immediately lit up. Fine. Smart choice. Next, I needed stability. Someone who wouldn't get knocked off. Shoji was the obvious pick. Shoji. He nodded. Understood. Perfect. One more. Defense or support? I glanced at Yaozu. She was still deciding. I turned to Yaozu. Yaozu, your thighs, my shoulders. Match made in heaven. What do you say? She turned red. That is very crude and inappropriate. Doesn't mean it is wrong. She hesitated, glancing around like she was waiting for someone else to say no for her. No one did. She sighed. Fine. Great. Ida adjusted his glasses. That is not how you form a team. Clearly, it is. Shoji looked between us. So, strategy? I pointed at Ida. Run fast. Then at Shoji. Grab headbands. Then at Yaozu. Invent bullshit. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Do you even think these plans through? Sometimes. Midnight's whip cracked. Time's up. Let's see what teams you formed. I glanced around. Bakugo had Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sero. Todoroki had Tokoyami, and some general studies kid. Izuku, somehow, had Uraraka, Hatsume, and Ojiro. Mina pointed at us. So what's the play, oh great 10 million point burden? I hopped onto Ida's back. Same as always. Be a pain in everyone's ass. Midnight raised her mic. Let the cavalry battle begin. Ida's engines roared to life. We shot forward, avoiding the immediate clusterfuck in the center. Shoji's arm stretched, keeping a wide perimeter for grabbing or blocking. Yaozu pulled out some smoke bombs, tossing them behind us. A headband flew past. Shoji snatched it. Got one. Nice. Todoroki's team cut through the fog, eyes locked on me. Of course. His ice shot forward. Ida swerved, barely dodging it. Todoroki frowned. That speed, yeah, Ida is fast, we get it. Ida kept moving, but Todoroki wasn't letting up. He wasn't the only one. Bakugo shot toward us, explosions blasting him forward. Shithead, hand it over. Get your own, number 3. Fuck you. Ida made a sharp turn, dodging Bakugo's swing. Shoji blocked another attempt from a random support course kid. The entire stadium was moving, every team scrambling for points or fighting to keep their own. Yaozu handed me a pair of insulated gloves. For Bakugo. Nice. I slipped them on. Ida, how long can you keep this speed? 2 minutes before cool down. Alright. When I say, stop hard. Bakugo launched again. Got you now Ida, stop. Ida slammed the brakes. Bakugo overshot, flying past us. Shoji's arm shot out. Snatch. Bakugo spun midair. You little we were already gone. Shoji tossed me the headband. 600 points. Not bad. I looked over at Todoroki's team. They were still on us. Well, any way to make Ida faster? She frowned. No, but she pulled out a flare gun. We can blind them. Do it. She fired. The bright flash made Todoroki flinch. Shoji reached out snatch. Another headband. Todoroki blinked, realizing too late. Move. Ida shot forward again. 3 minutes left. Present Mick shouted. I glanced at Bakugo. He was still pissed, but he had regrouped. Todoroki was reevaluating. Izuku. I pointed at him. Go for the nerd. Ida hesitated. Are you sure? Yes. Izuku saw us coming. His team adjusted. Uraraka lightened them, Ojiro stabilized, Hatsume started ranting about her tech. Shoji reached Ojiro countered. TCH. I tried again. Nothing. Ojiro was too solid. Alright, plan B. I slipped off Ida's shoulders and pushed off his back, launching myself at Izuku. What the I grabbed his headband midair, flipped over him, and landed back on Ida. Got it. Izuku flailed. That you can't cry about it later, nerd. 1 minute left. Bakugo charged again. Ida was slowing. Shit. Todoroki's ice blocked our path. Shit. Everyone was closing in. Shit. Well. She threw me a flashbang. I tossed it behind us. Boom. By the time the dust settled, the buzzer went off. Time's up. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku stood in front of me, all looking way too pleased with themselves. We knew you would target us, Bakugo said, grinning like he had already won. So we teamed up, you dipshit. I raised a brow. Oh wow. Character development. Did it hurt? Bakugo pricked his tongue. TCH. We took that band. Turning to the scoreboard like he could already see the results. The second he did, I stepped back and let them process. Todoroki frowned first. Izuku blinked. Bakugo's grin dropped. He looked at the number in his hands. The fuck is this? I crossed my arms. That, short fuse, is a completely average, low-tier, non-special headband. He turned it over like it would magically change. Bullshit. Check the scoreboard. The screen updated. Team Ro, first place. Team Todoroki, second. Team Izuku, third. Team Bakugo, fourth. Bakugo stared at the numbers, brain buffering. Wait, I grinned. Oh no. Oh no, no. Say it. Say your ranking, number 4. His whole body twitched. You fucking idiot pulled me back before I could get tackled. Shoji put an arm between us. You switched it, Todoroki said. Obviously, I said. Did you really think I wouldn't have a backup? Izuku ran a hand through his hair. So? We just stole a fake? Not fake, I corrected. Just. Not the important one. Bakugo crushed the useless headband in his hand. I'm gonna relax, 4th place, I said. It is just a game. He lunged. Ida hit the boosters, pulling me away, sending Bakugo hug air. Midnight cracked her whip. Alright. That's the end of the cavalry battle. The following teams will advance. The rankings flashed again. Bakugo looked like he wanted to set something on fire. You fucking hey, man, I get it, I said. Going from number 1 to number 4 must be rough. That's 3 whole spots down. Almost like a downgrade. His entire body tensed. I could practically hear the blood vessels in his forehead bursting. You little, I clapped a hand on his shoulder. I believe in you, though. Maybe next time, you will reach number 2 again. Dream big. Ida yanked me away before Bakugo could blow something up. Kaminari was losing it. Bro, you're gonna give him a heart attack. He'll be fine, I said. Maybe. Chapter 26, Nah, I win. Midnight's voice rang out. On to the next event. I stretched. What now? The screen flickered. Tournament bracket selection. Ah. This was gonna be fun. The tournament brackets flashed on the screen. Paragraph comments. Some dude stepped in front of me. Purple hair, eye bags, looked like he hadn't slept in a week. He crossed his arms. 2 weeks ago, I declared war on you all. Today, I deliver. I picked my ear. First time meeting you. Who are you again? His eye twitched. I'm the guy taking your place in the hero course. Yeah? Good luck with that. He took a step closer. People like you, people born with everything, never have to fight for what they get. I sighed. Here we go. You coast through a talent, while the rest of us have to claw for a chance, he said. But today, that changes. I blinked. You done? Midnight called our name. The match was starting. We climbed to the stage. Shinsu smirked. What's the matter? Can't think of a comeback? I yawned. His smirk widened. Or maybe you're just an idiot who, oh my fucking god, shut up, I said. Do you ever stop monologuing? His smirk disappeared. Gotcha. My body locked up. Shit. He tilted his head. Wow. That was easier than I thought. I couldn't move. Couldn't even twitch a finger. My body wasn't mine anymore. Guess all that cockiness doesn't help when your mouth runs ahead of your brain, he said. That was way too easy. Shinsu grinned. Now, let's take a walk. And my body started moving without me commanding it. Fuck. I couldn't speak. Couldn't even twitch a finger. My legs turned on their own, stepping toward the edge of the ring like I was some kind of goddamn puppet. Warning, status effect, mind control detected, no shit. I mentally cursed myself for not checking my opponent earlier. Should have used Analyze before walking in like an idiot. Too late now, but, activating Analyze, target, Shinsu Hitoshi quirk, brainwashing, can control anyone who responds to his voice. Control lasts until physical shock or quirk deactivation. User cannot force complex actions, brainwashing. So that was his game. I answered him, and now I was walking straight to a loss. I was inches from stepping out of bounds, and he hadn't even moved from his spot. TCH. If I had time, I would be impressed. Resistance check failed, of course. My willpower stat was ass. That was on me. Shinsu stuffed his hands in his pockets, watching with a lazy smirk. Damn, man. I thought you would at least put up a fight. My foot lifted again. One step away from elimination. No. Last laugh only worked if I was conscious. Fuck you, I'm alive needed near-death triggers. Nothing was activating, and I couldn't shake this off. Not like this. Someone in the stands yelled. Didn't matter. The crowd didn't matter. I needed movement. Impact. Something to break control. Couldn't punch myself. Couldn't stop my feet. System, buddy, you there? I called. Now I am buddy, huh? Not the time, fucker. You're pretty much boned, real helpful. Hey, what do you want? A congratulations message? I was one step away from walking out of bounds. Shinsu was already turning, probably expecting me to step out like an idiot. He had no idea how much bullshit I had at my disposal. Well, unless you got a trick up your sleeve, better start practicing your loser face, deactivate limit breaker. I called. Are you fucking out of your mind? I told you to cancel it before, but no. Mr. Great found loop in system. You will never deactivate limit breaker, right? That way you will never suffer the side effects, right? Really not the time for your rants. I am about to lose. You realize you had limit breaker active over 3 weeks, correct? Yes, sir. The second I deactivate it, you die. Your body will break down, you will die, go ahead. Ugh. It is your own funeral. The moment it shut off, everything hit at once. Muscles locked up. Bones crunched under their own weight. Every nerve fired like it had been plugged into a live wire. Something tore. Something snapped. Blood surged, then stalled, then surged again. My stomach lurched. Vision cracked, like a TV signal going bad. Every joint felt like it had been grinding against sandpaper for weeks. My knees gave out. The ground wasn't close enough. Everything stretched: skin, tendons, whatever kept my body together. Then it compressed, like gravity tripled out of nowhere. Heart slammed against ribs, pumping like it was trying to escape. Lungs? They weren't working right. Every inhale came in choked. Exhale felt worse. I hit the ground. Nothing moved. Couldn't even twitch. System notifications blurred. Blood dripped from my nose. From my mouth. Probably from my ears too. Every sense overloaded: sound too sharp, lights too bright, skin too raw. It was like my body realized what I had done to it and was now collecting payment. Warning, catastrophic damage detected. Warning, organ failure imminent. Warning, skeletal fractures compromising structural integrity. Warning, muscle deterioration exceeding safe limits. Warning, blood pressure unstable. System shock occurring, crowd noise faded. Stadium ceiling blurred. The air was thick, heavy, pressing down. If I had enough strength to laugh, I would. Of course this was how it ended. Not in a fight, not in some dramatic last stand, just my own body finally saying fuck you. My heartbeat skipped. Then it stopped. Activating last laugh, the pain didn't go away. It didn't lessen. It didn't fade into numbness. It changed. Tearing, ripping, breaking. It wasn't happening to me anymore. It was happening for me. Every failure turned into force. Every shred of muscle, every hairline fracture, every dying nerve fuel. My heart didn't restart. It kicked. My ribs weren't cracking anymore. They were bracing. Every failed breath forced itself back in, dragging life with it. Last laugh activated, physical limits removed. Strength and speed multiplied. Pain response nullified. I pushed up. The stadium snapped back into focus. The lights weren't too bright anymore. The air wasn't too thick. The noise? Background shit. Shinsu was still standing there, staring like I was supposed to be unconscious. I rolled my neck. Something popped. I stood. He blinked. What? I stepped forward. He stepped back. Hey, he tried again. You sure you should be? I had butted him out of the stage. Just because I nearly died, does not mean I will miss an opportunity to complete quests. Shinsu flew backward, skidding off the stage before he could react. The buzzer went off. Match over. People lost their shit. Some cheered. Others were still processing. I rolled my shoulders. My body felt like it had been put through a blender, but the system notifications kept piling up. Recovery girl rushed in. What did you do to yourself this time? I opened my mouth. Blood came out. That is not talking. My legs gave out. She caught me before I hit the ground. Aizawa groaned next to present Mick. This is why I hate my job. Mick laughed. But it makes for great TV. Mom was in the stands, clutching her bag like she wanted to throw it at my head. Izuku looked like he wanted to jump down himself. The screen shifted to the next match. Alright, let's get you patched up before you die for real, recovery girl muttered. I gave a thumbs up. Tried to, at least. My arm didn't move right. Yair Azumomo vs Hatsumai. I barely made it to the medical tent before the match started. And this, dear investors, is my revolutionary gyro stabilizing boots. Hatsume's voice rang through the stadium. Yair Azu sighed. Are we fighting or SHH? This is my sales pitch. Midnight sighed. Begin. Yair Azu made a staff. Hatsume clicked a button. Her boots shot forward, carrying her like a jet engine strapped to a toddler. Yair Azu dodged. Look at that maneuverability. And with just 3 easy payments, Hatsume hit the ground. Her boots kept going, dragging her across the ring. She went over the edge. Ah, she said. That could use a safety lock. Buzzer went off. Yair Azu sighed. That was annoying. Ida Tena vs Shoji Mezzo. Ida took his stance. Let us have a fair match. Shoji nodded. Agreed. Midnight cracked her whip. Begin. Ida activated his engines. Shoji extended his arms. Ida shot forward. Shoji braced. Ida went for a straight charge. Shoji dodged, wrapping a limb around Ida's waist. Ida twisted, kicked off the ground, and reversed their positions. Shoji widened his stance, holding firm. Ida revved harder. Shoji's grip tightened. They locked eyes. Aizawa sighed. This is going to take a while. It did. Eventually, Ida powered through, forcing Shoji out by sheer momentum. They nodded at each other. No words needed. Saruhanta versus Kaminari Denki. Kaminari grinned. Bro, don't make me fry you. Saru smirked. If you can hit me. Midnight started the match. Saru fired his tape. Kaminari dodged, sending out a light shock. Saru flipped over it, shooting tape in an arc. Kaminari ducked, charging up. Saru swung behind him. Kaminari fired. Saru latched onto the stage and yanked himself away. Kaminari narrowed his eyes. Alright, fine. He let loose. Saru's tape burned midair. He hit the ground hard. Buzzer went off. Kaminari grinned, smoke rising from his fingertips. Told you. Tokoyami Fumikage versus Izuku Midoriya. Tokoyami stood still. This will not be easy. Izuku nodded. I know. Midnight cracked her whip. Dark Shadow lunged. Izuku dodged. Barely. His foot cracked the stage. Tokoyami kept his stance. Dark Shadow lashed out again. Izuku pushed forward. He flicked his fingers, sending a shockwave. Dark Shadow reeled back. Tokoyami didn't flinch. Izuku moved again, testing distance. Tokoyami let Dark Shadow stretch further. A trap. Izuku saw it too late. Dark Shadow wrapped around his legs, dragging him down, a black abyss swallowing him whole. But then power surged in his veins. One for all, 10%. He twisted midair, flicking his fingers. A shockwave blasted Dark Shadow back. Tokoyami's stance faltered. Izuku pushed forward. One for all, 15%. He swung. Slam. Smack. Cheat. The buzzer went off. Tokoyami groaned, face first on the ground. An abyss. Uraraka Okako versus Bakugo Katsuki. Uraraka clenched her fists. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Midnight started the match. Uraraka rushed forward. Bakugo stayed put. She dodged a blast, flipping midair. Bakugo tracked her. She reached for him. He blasted back. She hit the ground, panting, hands shaking, mind racing. Bakugo didn't move. This won't work. His voice wasn't mocking. Just flat. Certain. She gritted her teeth. No. Not yet. She pushed up. He was already moving. A blast roared, heat slamming into her chest before she could react. Sky. Ground. Spinning. She hit hard. The world blurred. The buzzer went off. She exhaled. Damn it. Bakugo walked away. Tetsu versus Kirishima Ijiro. They punched each other. A lot. Eventually, they both passed out. It went to a tiebreaker. Arm wrestling. Kirishima won. Barely. Kendo Itsuka versus Todoroki Shito. Kendo rolled her shoulders, shaking out her wrists. Let's go, Todoroki. I won't make this easy. Todoroki didn't react. Just watched. Midnight cracked her whip. Begin. Ice shot forward. Fast, but not unexpected. Kendo was already moving. She sidestepped, hands expanding, smashing through a jagged pillar of frost. Another wave of ice. She crouched, bracing, then pushed off, vaulting over it instead of breaking through. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. She landed clean, fists raised. You're holding back. More ice. She sprinted sideways, weaving between the spikes. This wasn't just power, it was endurance. She could tell Todoroki was waiting, watching for an opening. Kendo narrowed her eyes. Fine. Let's test something. She rushed in. Todoroki's hand twitched. He expected her to dodge again. But she didn't. Instead, she planted her feet and swung, a full-powered, giant fist haymaker. Ice surged up to block, but too late. Her fist smashed through, forcing Todoroki to hop back. A reaction. A real one. She grinned. There it is. His expression didn't change. But the air did. Heat. The crowd tensed. Kendo did too. Then flames. She threw herself back, barely escaping the burst of fire that scorched across the arena floor. The crowd gasped. Kendo skidded, hands raised defensively. That was close. Too close. Todoroki clicked his tongue. TCH. He wasn't holding back anymore. Another blast of fire. She tried to dodge, but the heat threw off her balance, her footing slipping on half-melted ice. She hit the ground. Hard. The buzzer went off. She groaned, rubbing her head. Damn. I almost had something there. Todoroki looked at her for a second, then turned away. Kendo sighed, shaking out her hands as she got up. Next time. Chapter 27, End of Tournament. Forewarning, a little heads up. Lovely ladies and beautiful degenerates, a lot of you already know this, but for the newcomers or those who skipped the memo. I don't like rewriting canon events. Why? Because you've already seen them. You watched the anime, you read the manga, you memorized Deku's crying ratio by heart. So, whenever possible, I bend, twist, and rewrite the plot to hell and back without breaking the actual logic behind it. New chaos. New jokes. New disasters. That's what I'm here for. But there are times, like this sports festival arc, where there's no escaping the canon chain of events without punching the entire plot in the face. So when it happens, I cut the filler, speedrun the obvious fights, and focus on what this fanfic is actually about: comedic chaos, dumbass dialogue, and the gremlin energy you all came for. You don't need me to waste 10 chapters re-explaining fights you already know. So I condensed them. Simplified. Streamlined. All packed into one long, stupid, hopefully hilarious chapter. Feedback, shitposts, or complaints about me skipping Bakugo's 37th explosion, throw them at me. I appreciate all of it. Back in the medical tent. Recovery girl sighed. I swear, you make my job harder on purpose. I tried to shrug. My shoulder cracked. She hit me with her cane. Stop breaking yourself. The brackets updated. Quarterfinals, Midoriya vs Yair Azumomo, Ida Tena vs Kaminari Denki, Izuku Midoriya vs Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Ijiro vs Todoroki Shido. I sat up. Alright. Round 2, I got up, feeling like shit. System, I told you, you should not have given me last laugh. It is cheat. I said I do not give them. I just draw. Despite having one luck, you are a lucky motherfucker. Hey, keep my mother's name out of your fucking mouth. I slapped it in my imagination. Back in the waiting area, the brackets flashed on the screen. Quarterfinals. Next fight was mine. Yair Azu looked over. You are limping. I am fine. You are visibly struggling to stand. Still fine. Ida crossed his arms. That is not a healthy mindset. It is a winning mindset. Kaminari whistled. Dude's gonna crawl to the ring at this rate. Bakugo scoffed. TCH. That is what he gets for being a dumbass. Izuku still looked like he wanted to say something. Probably some heartfelt speech about pushing limits and believing in yourself. I walked out before he could. Midnight stood in the arena, whip in hand. Alright. Next match, Midoriya vs Yair Azumomo. Yair Azu stepped up. No hesitation. I could already see her mind working, piecing together a counter to whatever I tried. I had a plan too. Win. Midnight cracked her whip. Begin. Yair Azu moved first, pulling a staff from her arm. I closed the gap before she could swing. She blocked, barely, the wood rattling in her grip. You are going to fight like that? She asked, stepping back. Like what? I fainted left. She didn't fall for it. Recklessly. Works so far. She created a flashbang. I turned before it went off, but she was already shifting, pulling out a shield. I did not slow down. She braced. I kicked under her guard. She stumbled. I followed up. She ducked, swinging the staff to push me back. I caught it, yanked. She let go before I could throw her off balance and jumped away, already making something new. Smart. Kind of unfair, right? I gestured to her quirk. Infinite weapons? She held up a taser. You are free to quit. I stepped forward. She lunged, aiming for my ribs. I twisted. The shot grazed my side, but my fist caught her shoulder. She winced but didn't go down. Taser gun. Next weapon. She pulled a net. I ducked. She tried to trap my legs. I stomped on the edge, ripping it from her grip. Next. She switched to a spear. I dodged the first thrust, then the second. She adjusted, stepping in. Close range. Bad idea. I grabbed her wrist, twisted. She gasped but she stepped back before I could lock her stance. Distance reset. She exhaled, then her expression shifted slightly. Calculation. A new plan. You do not slow down, do you? Not my style. She pulled something new. A cannon. I stared. Oh, come the fuck on. She fired. Smoke exploded outward, blinding everything. She moved. I heard her steps, but the sound bounced everywhere. Smart. I stepped back. You still there, yay well? Silence. She was waiting. Calculating. I grinned. Alright. Let's see if this works. I closed my eyes. Instinctive awareness, passive. When sight is blocked, other senses compensate. Precision increases. I moved. A shift in the air left. A soft step right. The faintest breath front. I punched. Her body jerked back from the hit. The smoke cleared. She stumbled, caught herself, but I was already moving. I grabbed her collar, twisted, and threw her out of the ring. The buzzer went off. Midnight raised her hand. Winner Midoriya. I stretched out my hand. She grabbed it. I pulled her up. I told you before, yay oil. You waste your potential. Why staff, spear, and shield when you can create chemicals, weapons, and bombs? She bit her lip. She knew I was right. Last time we teamed up, I told her to make a chemical to stop Todoroki's ice. She could do the same shit now. She was basically Batman but didn't need prep time. We walked back toward the waiting area. No need to yap. Next fight started. Ida won. Kaminari got cooked. Bakugo won. Izuku got smashed. Todoroki won. Kirishima got tossed. Semifinals. Semifinals. Midoriya vs Ida Tenya Katsuki Bakugo vs Shito Todoroki Kaminari dropped into the seat next to me, still shaking off the zaps. Bro, Ida's gonna run circles around you. I shrugged. If he runs, he cannot fight. Mina leaned forward. What's the plan? Break his legs. She blinked. Holy shit. Metaphorically, I added. Maybe. Azu crossed her arms. You should take this seriously. I am. Ida walked past, nodding at me. Do not hold back. Never do. Bakugo cracked his neck. TCH. Just don't lose before I get to kick your ass. Then hurry up and win your fight, number 4. His eyebrow twitched. Mina covered her mouth. Kaminari wheezed. Ida pinched the bridge of his nose. Midnight called us in. Time to go. I stepped into the ring. Ida was already there, stretching his legs. Are you ready? He asked. Yeah. Run at me so I can hit you. He adjusted his glasses. I will not make this easy for you, would not be fun if you did. Midnight raised her whip. Begin. Ida activated his engines. The roar filled the stadium. He shot forward, a blur on speed. I barely shifted in time. His knee grazed past, fast as hell. He pivoted, kicking off instantly. Another pass. Faster. I exhaled. Hitting him clean was not happening. I needed him to stop. He rushed again. This time, I turned at the last second and stuck out a foot. His ankle clipped it. His speed betrayed him. He stumbled forward, skidding across the stage. Are you seriously tripping me? Worked, did it not? He pushed up, brushing dust off his uniform. You will not catch me with that again. Do not need to. I rushed in. He was still getting up. By the time he braced, I was already swinging. He blocked. The impact forced him back. He tried to counter, but I kept pushing. He could not use his full speed up close. He needed space. He tried kicking off. I grabbed his shoulder and yanked him down. His foot missed. I slammed an elbow into his ribs. He grunted, twisting out of my grip. His boosters flared again. He launched backward, resetting distance. Smart, I said. But now what? His engines revved. He exhaled sharply. Eyes locked. No hesitation. Recipro burst. Oh. He shot forward. Faster than before. No hesitation. No stumble. His leg swung full force kick. I leaned back. His foot whiffed past my face. Close enough to feel the heat. He twisted midair, using the momentum to spin into another strike. I barely caught his leg, but the force carried me back. His boosters sputtered. I grinned. Out of gas? He landed hard, breathing heavy. The overuse was catching up. He knew it. I knew it. The crowd knew it. He adjusted his glasses, standing straight. I will not go down easily. I cracked my knuckles. Let's find out. He tried rushing again but the burst was weaker. The second he stepped in, I moved first. My fist caught his stomach. He gasped, staggering. I followed up. A hook to the jaw. His stance wobbled. One more. A straight to the chest. His feet left the ground. His back hit the stadium floor. Buzzer. Midnight raised her hand. Winner Midoriya. I stretched out a hand. He grabbed it. I pulled him up. You are fast. He smiled. Not fast enough. We sat in the waiting area, watching the next match. Todoroki moved first. Ice surged forward sharp, thick, an immediate wall. Bakugo dodged. You using fire or what? Bakugo shouted. Todoroki didn't answer. More ice. Colder this time. Bakugo blasted through it. TCH. Fine. He rushed in, explosions firing. Todoroki blocked with another wall of ice, thicker than before. Bakugo didn't stop. He jumped over it, twisting midair, palms sparking. His fist shot forward. Todoroki countered more ice. But not enough. Bakugo's blast slammed into him. Todoroki skidded, boots scraping against frozen ground. He braced. Another wave of frost. Bakugo tore through it. Another explosion. Another dodge. He kept pressing forward. Todoroki's eyes were slower now. Less power. Bakugo grinned. You holding back? Todoroki tensed. Bakugo saw it. He shot forward, grabbing Todoroki's collar. Use your fire, or lose. Todoroki's breath hitched. Bakugo pulled him forward, sparks crackling. Use it. A flicker. A moment of hesitation. Fire sparked. Then boom. Todoroki shoved Bakugo back with a burst of heat. The ice melted instantly. The arena steamed. Bakugo laughed. There it is. Todoroki clenched his fists. Shut up. Bakugo launched forward. Todoroki didn't flinch. Flames erupted, cutting across the stage. Bakugo dodged, weaving through the fire. Explosions launched him around the flames. Faster. Closer. Ice shattered under the heat. The stadium roared. Todoroki looked pissed. You want fire? Flames roared, swallowing the ice instantly. The air warped from the heat. Then burn. Bakugo grinned, blasting through the fire like it was nothing. About time. He shot forward. Todoroki didn't back off. He swung his arm. Fire cut across the stadium, a wave of raw heat. Bakugo spun, explosions flaring at his heels. He vaulted over the fire, shooting higher. Twisting midair. Howitzer impact. Todoroki moved. He planted his foot. Ice shot out, racing up, thick and fast. Bakugo's explosion hit. The ice shattered. Steam exploded outward, swallowing the arena in a white cloud. The crowd roared. Bakugo hit the ground hard. Skidding. Rolling. He growled, pushing himself up. Todoroki was already moving. Fire cut through the smoke. Bakugo barely dodged, rolling to the side. You're late to the fight, Bakugo spat, teeth bared. Should have done this from the start. Todoroki didn't respond. He raised his hand. Fire and ice spiraled together. Bakugo gritted his teeth. His explosions weren't closing the distance fast enough. The moment he slowed, he was cooked. Enough of this shit. He forced himself higher. Twisting in the air. Todoroki watched. Waiting. Bakugo flipped, using every bit of stored sweat left in his palms. Die, bastard. He slammed his palms together. A shockwave blasted downward. Todoroki didn't move. He raised his hand. Fire surged. Ice climbed. The explosion hit. The stage cracked. Fire burst through, swallowing the impact. Ice followed, climbing up like vines. Bakugo crashed down. The buzzer rang. Midnight's voice cut through the stadium. Winner Todoroki Shido. The crowd erupted. Todoroki exhaled, lowering his arm. Bakugo lay flat, smoke rising from his skin. His fingers twitched. His hand clenched. Todoroki glanced down. We're done. Bakugo growled but didn't get up. He knew. Medics rushed in. Todoroki stepped off the stage without looking back. I leaned back in my seat. Damn. Mina whistled. He really pulled it off. Kaminari scratched his head. Man, Bakugo's gonna be pissed for weeks. Ida adjusted his glasses. It was a hard-fought battle. Jiro side-eyed him. You sound like a sports commentator. Bakugo sat up, looking like he wanted to kill someone. The medics held him back before he could start something. I stood. Alright. Finals. Midnight stepped up. Final match Midoriya vs Todoroki Shido. Todoroki didn't look at me. He just walked to the stage. The crowd rumbled. Cheers, shouts, murmurs of excitement. Crowd favorite, passive skill, active. The bigger the audience, the bigger the show. When performing in front of a crowd, all stats increase in proportion to the number of spectators. More cheers. More buffs. More boos. Even bigger buffs, grandstanding, taunts, and dramatic flair amplify the effects. The louder the reaction, the stronger you get. I rolled my shoulders. Right. Let's give them a show. Midnight cracked her whip. Begin. I raised my hands. Hey. I got you. You don't have to use your fire to become a great hero. You can be the #1 hero with ice only. I believe in you. Todoroki deadpanned. Just saying. To be honest, you should not use either. Let us have a manly fight. What do you say? He hurled fire at me. Fucker. I kicked off the ground, dodging as flames scorched the arena floor. The heat wave hit a second later. I barely caught myself before stepping out of bounds. A massive heat wave rolled across the arena. The front rows gasped, shielding their faces from the sheer intensity. The crowd reaction hit like a surge of energy. I barely caught myself before stepping out of bounds. That is a no, huh? He did not respond. More fire. I weaved through, closing the distance. He backed up, switching to ice. A wave of frost shot forward. I jumped, rolling over it. He followed up another flame burst. I ducked, pushing forward. His hand flicked. Another ice sheet, this time covering the floor. I landed on it, feet sliding. Todoroki lunged, aiming to push me out while I was off balance. I caught his arm and yanked. He twisted midair, breaking free before I could toss him. We reset. You were all dramatic about not using fire earlier, I said. What happened? He exhaled. I changed my mind. Wow. Such character growth. The audience chuckled at that. Somewhere in the stands, someone shouted, "Get his ass, Ryu." Todoroki hurled another fire blast. Fire roared. No hesitation now. I feinted left. He reacted, ice flaring up in that direction. I cut right instead, slipping past his guard. He barely brought his arm up before my elbow slammed into his ribs. He stumbled back. I followed up. He caught my wrist. I swung my other fist. He ducked, twisting my arm to throw me off balance. I went with it. Used the momentum, brought my leg up. My knee clipped his chin. His grip loosened. I yanked free and stepped back. He rubbed his jaw. Thought you were supposed to be a genius fighter, I said. Why are you letting me hit you? His eyes flicked to me. Not letting you. Could have fooled me. Ice spread again, creeping toward me. I stomped on the ground, shattering it before it could reach. Todoroki raised his hand, fire flickering. He hesitated. I saw it. The second of doubt before he committed. I took advantage. I lunged. He reacted too late. My fist connected with his stomach. His breath hitched. I followed with a hook to the side. He tried to block. I twisted, brought my other arm down on his shoulder. His knee came up. I shifted, barely avoiding the strike. He grabbed my collar and pulled. I countered. Locked his arm through him over my hip. He hit the ground but kicked off, flipping back to his feet. Nice, I said. He didn't respond. Fire burned in his palm. The hesitation was gone. All right then, I muttered. He thrust his arm forward. Fire erupted, mixing with the lingering frost. Steam burst out, covering the arena. My vision blurred. I moved anyway. Todoroki's silhouette flickered in the mist. I rushed toward it. His fire flared. I felt the heat before I saw it. I ducked, feeling the scorch pass overhead. My foot slid on the damp floor. I adjusted, pushing forward. Todoroki moved back, trying to maintain distance. I didn't let him. I grabbed his wrist, yanking him toward me. He countered short burst of ice. Forced me to release him. I twisted, kicking out. He blocked. Skidded back from the impact. The steam started to clear. No point dragging this out. I rushed in. He flared fire to keep me back. The crowd was on their feet. Cheering. Shouting. Chanting. I felt it. The raw energy rolling off, thousands of people screaming my name. I kept moving through it, ignoring the heat. He switched to ice. I shattered it with my fists. He froze the ground. I stomped, broke through. He shot a direct blast. I caught his wrist. He tried to twist free. I slammed my forehead into his. The crowd exploded. Boos. Cheers. Everyone screaming, everyone reacting. His grip loosened. I grabbed his collar. Twisted. And threw him out of bounds. The buzzer went off. Midnight's voice cut through the stadium. Winner Midoriya. The stadium erupted. Booming cheers. Grumbles. Some pissed that Todoroki lost. Others hyped that I won. I smirked, shaking out my hands. Damn. That boost was real. The final match. The final moment. Hell of a way to end the festival. Final gains, total experience point, plus 1,425 experience point, stat boosts, strength plus 4, agility plus 4, dexterity plus 1, intelligence plus 2, charisma plus 3, awareness plus 1, titles unlocked, unrivaled, combat perception and reaction speed buff against multiple opponents, the shit talker supreme, intimidation effect on weaker willed opponents, buff against taunts, skills unlocked, rage bait passive, enemies become reckless when provoked, increasing mistakes, relentless survivor, survive lethal damage once per fight, gain last laughs boost without using the skill, tenacity, reduces penalties from exhaustion and injury, but increases recovery penalties later, instinctive awareness, boosts other senses when sight is blocked, chapter 28, money doesn't sleep bro, that was long. Technically, crowd favorite kicked in the more I fought. I gave a dope opening speech. In my first battle, I bled to death, my bones broke, all my orifices bled. Including bad holes down there. People cheered or booed me to death. And as I reached the final, my stats were through the roof. Probably around hundreds. If I had limit breaker at the moment, I could blast Todoroki with one punch, easy. To take our rewards from none other than All Might, we took the stage. In the middle, standing higher than all, me. Second Todoroki and third, Ida, because Bakugo was too injured to compete. He was fourth. Ha. He was number 4 again. I will mock him to kingdom's come. All Might clapped, grinning brightly. You've all shown great strength, perseverance, and the spirit of true heroes. Yeah. Wrap it up, old man. Todoroki looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. Ida stood straight, probably mentally composing an essay about honor. Bakugo? Arms crossed, head tilted down, probably about to combust from rage. All Might continued, and so, with great pride, I present the winners of this year's UA Sports Festival. He gestured toward me. First place, Midoriya. The crowd roared. Crowd favorite activated. Stats rolled in. That was free money. It was gonna feel shit when hype died down when this shit was over. All Might handed me a big-ass medal. I spun it in my hands. Is this edible? He laughed. Haha. Unfortunately not, young Midoriya. TCH. Useless. Todoroki got silver. Ida got bronze. Bakugo didn't get shit. He was still fourth. Again. I turned to him, smiling. How's number 4 treating you? His eye twitched. Shut the fuck up. Man, crazy how it keeps happening, huh? Shut up. Ida cleared his throat. It's an honorable placement, Bakugo. You should be proud. Bakugo looked like he was debating between fighting me or Ida. His hands popped. I leaned in. Maybe next time, yeah? He lunged. Midnight caught him midair. No fighting, All Might said, smiling at us. Save it for the battlefield. Fuck you. Bakugo yelled, struggling like a feral raccoon. The crowd loved it. More stats. Bro, this shit was goldmine. Ida left without a word after that, heading straight for the hospital. His brother got attacked by a villain. The rest of us went home. UA gave us 2 days off, probably so Recovery Girl did not quit on the spot. Walking back, I could feel Mom's glare burning into the side of my head. Yeah, she had a front row seat to me bleeding out like a dumbass. Probably not easy to watch. She started. Explain. I shrugged. I won. Her eye twitched. That is not what I asked. I also survived. Barely. I took Mom's hand, ignoring the looks from people passing by. You are my queen. I had to prove to the world that the Knight of the Brightest Queen is tough, so no one bothers you. She blushed. Then grabbed my ear and twisted. Enough with the nonsense. I flinched. Ow, okay, I get it. No need for violence. She let go and sighed. What am I going to do with you? I rubbed my ear. Love me unconditionally. She narrowed her eyes. How about grounding you unconditionally? Mom, come on. That's excessive. Excessive? Watching you nearly die in front of the whole country is excessive. I didn't die. You almost bled to death. I believe keyword is, almost. Her hand smacked the back of my head. Stop joking. I straightened up. Fine, I'll stop joking. What do you want me to say? That you'll stop putting yourself in danger. I opened my mouth. She raised an eyebrow. I closed my mouth. She exhaled. That's what I thought. I scratched my cheek. Look, I can't promise I won't get hurt, but I can promise I'll always find a way to survive. Her eyes softened, but she didn't say anything. Just pulled me into a hug. I patted her back. Seriously, though. I won. That counts for something, right? She pulled back, still frowning. Winning doesn't mean anything if you can't enjoy it. I smirked. I am enjoying it. Just. Through the pain. She shook her head. You're asking for a beating. I grinned. That's why you love me. She sighed. But didn't argue. 2 days later, we were on the subway. People kept looking. Izuku fidgeted. I think they recognized us. I grinned. Of course they did. Smile, my foolish brother. You are famous. He hunched his shoulders. This is embarrassing. I looked at him, deadpan. Bro, you placed in the top 5 at UA's sports festival. What did you expect? Not this, Izuku muttered. A guy near us pulled out his phone. Another whispered to his friend. A couple of middle schoolers pointed at us. I nodded at them. Sup? A girl squealed, pointing at Izuku. Can I have a picture with you? I grabbed his shoulder before he could answer. Fanbase means nasty rumors. Keep your hands visible, stand at a decent distance, and don't sweat like a pig. Izuku's face turned red, but he nodded. Okay. The girl held up her phone, grinning. Say cheese. Cheese, Izuku muttered, stiff as hell. The girl took a quick photo and ran off, giggling. Izuku sighed like he just survived a life-threatening experience. I grinned. Not bad for your first time. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And yours is not? Wait, she didn't ask you to. I shrugged. Not gonna compete on how many people want a picture with us. I was bloody, brutal, and foul-mouthed during the event. No nonsense, Aura. People are less likely to bother me. Good. Not that I care. The train rocked as it sped forward, the low hum of conversations blending with the occasional announcement overhead. Izuku still looked stiff, like someone shoved a stick up his ass. I leaned against the pole, arms crossed, watching him fidget. You gonna keep acting like you committed a crime? I asked. He sighed. I just don't like the attention. I tilted my head. You do realize you're literally training to be a pro hero, right? Cameras, fanboys, weirdos, it's part of the job. I know, he muttered, rubbing his temple. Walking out of the station, it was pouring. Izuku had an umbrella like a little bitch while I was dodging the rain like a dumbass, failing spectacularly. Just come under it, Izuku called. No. Real men only share umbrellas if a cute girl invites them. Izuku didn't even look at me. That's the dumbest thing I've heard today. Mina turned the corner, spotted me, and grinned. Yo, Ryu. She lifted her umbrella. I stepped under immediately. Hey there, you saved my life, I said. Mina smirked. Don't mention it. Always looking out for strays. Izuku rolled his eyes. Unbelievable. We walked together, the rain hammering against the streets. Cars splashed through puddles, the city buzzing despite the weather. Mina tilted her umbrella slightly, making sure I stayed covered. Didn't think you would be the type to refuse an umbrella just to hit on someone, she said. It's not hitting on. It's tactical survival. Huh. Also, it's a flex. You know, showing Izuku how real men operate. Right, she snorted. How's that working out for you? I pointed at myself. Dry. I pointed at Izuku. Wet? Izuku sighed. You're an idiot. Mina laughed. I get it now. You just like messing with him. Yes. We passed by a convenience store. Mina nudged me. Hey, since I saved your life, buy me a drink. That's extortion. She grinned. Call it hero work. I sighed and walked in. Mina followed. Izuku hesitated, then sighed and stepped in after us. The store was nearly empty, except for a bored cashier who barely looked up from his phone. I grabbed a can of soda, Mina picked some kind of energy drink, and Izuku, ever the nerd, went for a bottle of water. When we got to the classroom, everyone was already talking about their newfound fame. Bro, my follower count doubled overnight. Kaminari said, holding up his phone. Some girl commented, Kaminari-kun, electrocute me daddy. I think I've peaked. That's disturbing, Jiro muttered. Speak for yourself, Sero said, spinning his phone in his hand. Someone sent me fan art of me in a maid outfit. Full skirt, frilly apron, the works. I snorted. Did you save it? He hesitated. Maybe. Ida adjusted his glasses. Regardless of social media engagement, we must remember that public perception is an important part of being a hero. We should all conduct ourselves with dignity and honor. Are you saying I don't have dignity? I asked. He frowned. You made an entire speech about fighting like gremlins and won your final match by headbutting Todoroki. That was skill. That was reckless, Azu corrected. Reckless skill, I clarified. Todoroki walked in and sat down without a word. Probably tired of hearing my voice after I tossed him like a sack of potatoes. Hagakure waved at him. Todoroki, did anyone recognize you outside? Yes. And? He shrugged. That's it? Yes. Man of many words, Sero muttered. Your Araka turned to Izuku. What about you, Midoriya? You get recognized? He nodded. Yeah, some people asked for pictures. Did you sweat buckets? Kaminari asked. Yes, I answered for him. Izuku groaned. Tsa tilted her head. What about you, Ryu? No one asked you? People are smart. I look like I charge for photos. Jiro sighed. You would. I crossed my arms. Damn right I would. Money doesn't sleep. Chapter 29, Hero Names. Damn right I would. Money doesn't sleep. Before anyone else could respond, the door slid open. Aizawa walked in, looking like he got even less sleep than usual. He stood at the front of the class, barely glancing at us. Good work at the festival, he said. But don't get too full of yourselves. The real work starts now. Kirishima grinned. Man, you make everything sound scary. It should be, Aizawa said. Because next up is your hero internships. The room got quiet. Internships? Uraraka asked. Yes, Aizawa continued. Thanks to the festival, Pro heroes have had their eyes on you. They sent offers based on your performances. You'll be spending time with them, learning what real hero work is like. Kaminari fist pumped. Hell yeah, pro heroes. Mineta wiggled his eyebrows. Does that mean I get to work under a hot lady hero? Not if they have standards, I said. Rude. Aizawa ignored us and pulled up a list. These are the numbers. It was filled with names and offer counts. Some had numbers in the triple digits. Others. Not so much. Kaminari whistled. Damn, some of you got crazy numbers. Of course, Aoyama said, flicking his cape. Natural talent is always noticed. Bakugo leaned forward, scanning the list. TCH. Who the fuck got more offers than me? Half-half bastard, I said, pointing at Todoroki's name. Also me. Bakugo's eye twitched. What? I stretched. Crazy, huh? He glared at me, then at the board. His jaw clenched. Bullshit. Todoroki didn't react. He looked at his own name like it was someone else's problem. Ida adjusted his glasses. It seems that top placement in the festival significantly influenced the offers. Wow, I said. Truly, a shocking revelation. Thank you for your contribution. Ida ignored me. Izuku checked the board. I got a few. Hey, that's not bad. Uraraka grinned. See? You're getting noticed. Izuku nodded, still looking unsure. Kirishima looked over the board. Bro, these agencies are serious. Some of these names are big time. Jiro tapped her screen. Not like they just hand these out. They're scouting potential. Kaminari pointed at a name. Wait, is that Gunhead? Uraraka, you got Gunhead. Uraraka blinked. Oh, yeah. Damn, Sero said. Dude's a beast. She nodded, clearly still processing. Mineta squinted at his screen. Wait. Mount Lady sent me an offer? I side-eyed him. Probably gonna slave you to death. Mineta frowned. What's that supposed to mean? We go back a long time. I can bet my ass on it. Aizawa cleared his throat. Choose wisely. These internships will give you a taste of actual hero work. Some of you may be drawn to big names, but consider what you can learn from them. Ozu nodded. That's true. Some agencies are known for mentoring, while others focus on publicity. I looked at the number of offers. Huh. I had the most in class. A bit surprising, considering my heroic moments mostly involved bleeding out, cracking jokes, and throwing hands like a caveman. Kaminari whistled. Dude, you actually got the most? Bro, what kinda agencies are into whatever it is you do? I scrolled through the names. Good question. Let's see. Musclehead Heroes, Fist First Agency, Street Justice Incorporated. Okay, I see a pattern. Guess they saw your fighting style and thought, yeah, this dude's built for reckless brawling, Sero said. I pointed at another one. Oh, this one's literally called the Back Alley Initiative. Sounds like they do crime. Kirishima appeared at the list. Nah, they're legit. They specialize in urban conflict resolution and takedowns. Urban conflict resolution, I repeated. That's just a fancy way of saying jump villains in alleys. Ida, who had been scanning the names, cleared his throat. Perhaps they recognize your effectiveness in combat, even if your approach is unconventional. Bakugo scoffed. What effectiveness? He won with cheap shots and headbutts. You say that like it's a bad thing, I said. The goal is winning. Bakugo's eye twitched, but before he could yell, Izuku cut in. Some of these agencies are really big names. Have you decided where you'll go? I scrolled down. No. Whoever lets me do what I want, I guess. That's not how internships work, Ozu said. It is if you don't care, I replied. She sighed, rubbing her temple. You should at least consider which agency aligns with your future goals. My goal is to get stronger and piss off Bakugo, I said. If they help me do that, I'm in. Keep my name out to your mouth, bastard. Bakugo snapped. No. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Decide quickly. Your choices will affect your training moving forward. Everyone kept scanning their offers. I noticed Izuku still staring at the board, frowning. I nudged him. You good? Huh? Oh, yeah, he said. I didn't get as many offers as you or Todoroki. I snorted. Bro, half your fight was you dodging and nearly dying. Not the best ad for agencies. He scratched his cheek. Yeah, but just pick someone and learn something useful, I said. Better than overthinking it. Izuku nodded but still looked unsure. Meanwhile, Kaminari pumped his fist. Yo, I got a badass agency. Can't wait to get trained by someone cool. Mineta wiggled his eyebrows. I better get assigned to a hot pro hero. You better get assigned to therapy, Jiro muttered. Aizawa grabbed his sleeping bag and pulled it over himself like he was done with life. Time for you to choose your hero names. The class erupted. Some people cheered, others started muttering ideas to themselves like this was some life-altering decision. Mineta practically vibrated. Oh hell yeah, I've been waiting for this moment my whole life, yeah, and society's been dreading it. I cut in. Rude. The door slid open, and Midnight strutted in, hips swaying like she owned the room. She probably did. That leotard left nothing to the imagination. The hero name you choose will decide your future, she said, voiced smooth. You should be careful with them. They may stick, you know. I chuckled. Is that how Sensei got his name? Eraserhead? Aizawa scowled under his scarf like he regretted all his choices. Midnight giggled. That's actually true. The class broke into laughter. Kaminari slapped his desk. Wait, seriously? That's the origin story? Yeah, Aizawa muttered. Regret it every day. Well, I said, smirking, at least it's better than Tired Bag Man. Barely. Midnight clapped her hands. Alright, everyone, pick a name and write it on your board. People got to work, muttering to themselves or bouncing ideas off each other. Bakugo just growled and wrote something down without hesitation, like he was daring someone to question it. Kirishima looked over my shoulder. You got anything yet? I twirled my marker. Thinking about Chaos Fist. He nodded. That's badass. Or Gremlin King. Less badass. I ignored him and glanced at Izuku, who was still staring at his blank board like it personally insulted him. You freezing up again? I asked. He jumped a little. No. He sighed. It's important, you know. It's a name, I said. Pick one that won't make you sound like an NPC. That's not helpful. I grinned. That's what I'm here for. Around the room, people were finishing up. Uraraka flipped her board. Uravity. Nice, Sero said. Simple, clean, rolls off the tongue. Thanks. Kirishima held his up. Red Riot. Sounds like a wrestling move, I said. That's why it's great. Yeah, Azu smiled. It fits you well, Kirishima. Todoroki, as expected, kept it simple. Shido. Mineta waggled his eyebrows. Midnight, you wanna see mine? No, she said immediately. Mineta deflated. Damn. Bakugo flipped his board with a slam. King Explosion Murder. Aizawa sighed, already exhausted. No. Bakugo's eye twitched. What? Why not? Midnight leaned on the desk. It's a little excessive. Bent Lord Explosion Murder. No. Bakugo looked ready to combust. TCH. Fine. He scratched out some letters and rewrote it. Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. This is my life now. Midnight just smiled. Well, at least it's a step forward. I turned my board around. How about Problem Child? Aizawa stared at me, dead inside. Too accurate. Midnight giggled. I like it, but maybe something with a little more hero flair? I smirked. Fine. Reckless endangerment. That's worse. Hazard? That's just a warning sign. Menace? You're not naming yourself after your personality. I sighed. You people have no taste. Izuku finally flipped his board. Deku. Bakugo twitched. The hell, nerd, that's an insult. Not anymore, Izuku said, looking determined. It's something Kaken used to call me, but someone told me it could mean never giving up. So I'm taking it back. Midnight smiled. I love it. I stood up. Nope. I veto. Midnight blinked. Why are you holding your balls? I dud. So you can understand I use my family veto rights. Waterworks, pick something else. Izuku gawked. What? You can't veto my name. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Just did. Midnight sighed. Is there a legitimate reason, or are you just being difficult? I refuse to let my family name be associated with a word that sounds like a cheap toy brand. Izuku groaned. It's my choice. And my right as your older, wiser, and significantly better-looking brother to stop you from making a mistake. Bakugo scoffed. The hell are you whining about? Let the nerd do whatever. I ignored him. Bro, think of branding. Deku sounds like something you buy at a gas station. Uraraka cut in. But it's a positive thing now. Is it? I pointed at Izuku. Say it with confidence. He clenched his fists. I'm Deku. That sounds like a kid announcing they peed the bed, I said. Kaminari burst out laughing. Bro, he's got a point. Izuku turned red. It's not about sounding cool. It's about meaning something to me. I threw my hands up. Fine. Enjoy your discount knockoff brand of whatever. Midnight clapped her hands. Alright, moving on. I walked to the front, holding up my board. Batman. Midnight barely glanced at it before shaking her head. Yeah, no. Copyright issues. TCH. I scratched it out and wrote the next one. Night Prowler. She gave me a look. Are you trying to sound like a sex offender? That was unintentional. I crossed it out and wrote, Boy Predator. Silence. Midnight rubbed her temples. No. Yeah? She pointed at the board. Read it out loud. I did. Oh. The class groaned. Kaminari smacked his forehead. Dude, come on. Jiro looked disgusted. What the hell, man? I meant a predator like an apex predator. And I am a boy. I protested. Yeah, and nobody's gonna think that, Zero muttered. I erased it. Fine. How about I scribbled something else and turned it around? Fist Wizard. Aizawa exhaled through his nose. No. Bro, why? You are not calling yourself Fist Wizard. I turned to the class. Does anyone have a problem with Fist Wizard? Mina raised a hand. It sounds like you do weird shit with your fists. I stared. I literally fight people with my fists. Yeah, but it still sounds weird, Kirishima said. You all are perverts. I scratched it out. Alright, next. I wrote Street Champion and flipped it around. Aizawa stared at me. Do you actually want a name, or are you just wasting time? Midnight held up a hand. Wait. This one's actually not bad. I raised an eyebrow. Oh? It's got that underground fighter vibe. Fits your style. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, it works. Bakugo scoffed. It's lame. Your name sounds like an energy drink, I shot back. The fuck did you say? You heard me, Mr. Great Explosion Murder whatever. He looked ready to throw hands, but Midnight clapped. Alright. Midoriya, hero name, Street Champion. Final answer? I erased it. No, wait. Let me think a bit more. Midnight tilted her head. Take your time, but let's keep it moving. I glanced at Bakugo's board. Wait, so you're actually going with that? You're really locking in Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite? Bakugo tensed. Yeah? The fuck's it to you? I waved my marker. I just think you're missing out on better options. He scoffed. Like what, dumbass? I wrote on my board and flipped it. Sweaty hands. Kaminari choked. Mina burst out laughing. Bakugo's eyebrow twitched. The fuck kinda name or, if you want something classier, I wrote again, boom boom bitch. Jiro covered her mouth. Kirishima coughed, trying not to laugh. Bakugo slammed his hands on the desk. I'll kill you. Relax, relax, I said, erasing it. I got a compromise. BBB. Short, simple, and keeps the boom boom bitch energy without spelling it out. Why are you like this? Izuku muttered. Because someone has to be. Bakugo grabbed his marker and scrawled something aggressively. I peeked. He just underlined dynamite like a psychopath. Midnight clapped her hands. Alright, moving on from Bakugo's existential crisis. Have you decided yet? I tapped my marker against my chin. Thinking. Kirishima leaned over. You sure you don't want to stick with Street Champion? It fits. I scribbled on my board. Maybe. I flipped it. Menace to society. Midnight hummed. Fitting, but maybe a bit much? I erased it. Okay, how about Wildcard? She nodded. I like that one. I tilted my head. Yeah, that works. I locked it in. Midnight turned back to the class. Alright. With names decided, we move on to internships. Get ready, real hero work is about to begin. Kaminari pumped his fist. Time to see how pros do it. Or how much they regret picking us, Jiro muttered. I had a feeling the pro heroes were about to regret all of this. Midoriya, Wildcard is Midoriya, Ikakatsuki Bakugo, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite, after much arguing, Shitoto Toraki, Shitotenya Ida, Ingenium, taking up his brother's name, Okako Uraraka, Uravity Ajiro Kirishima, Red Riot Denki Kaminari, Charge Bolt Momoyae Azu, Creative Fumakage Tokoi Ami, Saka Imikyoka Jiro, Earphone Jack Mina Ashido, Pinky Mezzo Shoji, Tentacle Hadasero, Cellophane Rikido Sato, Sugarman Mashirao Ojiro, Tailmansa Asui, Fritaru Hagakure, Invisible Girl Minoru Mineta, Grape Juice Yuga Aoyama, Can't Stop Twinkling, because of course he did, better to rule in hell than serve in heaven? Nah. Better to vote for Earth and burn in the hellscape of forgotten novels. Satan rebelled against God for less. And here you are, rebelling against Riz humble request for stones. Repent, ye sinner. Click the damn button. Chapter 30, Internship Offers. I'm not saying I'm starving. But I'm one silent reader away from crawling into your screen and whispering feed me daddy in your ear. Look, I don't beg, I'm far too classy for that. I greedily require. Comments? Likes? The kind where you go, okay, so when he said this, I screamed yes. That. Give me more of that. Throw me a meme. Slap a screenshot of your favorite line with a dumb caption like me if I had balls. React like you're unhinged. Send emojis like your keyboard's possessed. I want to feel like I just dropped a chapter so good, your phone levitated. I want your love, your madness, your fan theories that make no sense. Give me chaos. Give me passion. Hell, give me typos in your excitement. I'll treasure every one. Because this story? It's not just mine. It's yours too. So scream with me. Cry with me. Meme with me. Greedy little me just wants more. Dragging Bakugo out for drinks was like trying to get a rabid dog to sit still. The bastard fought the whole way, muttering about how he had better shit to do and didn't want to sit with extras. But I had a solid grip on his collar, and despite his thrashing, he was coming with us whether he liked it or not. Let go, dumbass. He snapped, jerking against my hold. Nope. I swear to God. Cool story. Sit down. I shoved him onto the bench at the outdoor seating area. The rest of the class had already grabbed their drinks. Kirishima clapped a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Come on, bro. You can pretend to like us for one night. Bakugo pricked his tongue and looked away. TCH. Kaminari leaned forward. So, internships. Who's going where? People started tossing out names. Uraraka was heading to Gunhead. Kirishima picked some old-school hardening hero. Yaozu got swarmed with offers and picked one with a solid training program. Izuku mumbled something about Gran Torino, some retired dude who used to work with All Might. Gran Torino? The hell kind of name is that? I asked. Izuku fidgeted. He sounds like an off-brand car. Izuku sighed. He's a former pro. Right. Old dude, kinda short? He nodded. Cool. Bet he smells like retirement homes and bad knees. Izuku groaned. Can you not? I grinned. Never. Kaminari nudged Sero. You? Normal tape agency. Kaminari stared. That's a real place? Sero shrugged. They're practical. Kirishima turned to Bakugo. What about you, bro? Bakugo pricked his tongue. Best jeanist. Silence. I blinked. Wait. Kaminari's eyes widened. Best jeanist? As in the guy who tries to give everyone a fashion intervention? Bakugo's eye twitched. No fucking way, I said. Sero grinned. Bro, he's gonna force you into denim. Mina was losing it. Bakugo in skinny jeans. Holy shit. Kirishima clapped Bakugo's shoulder. Man, this is great. You're gonna look so stylish. Bakugo growled. I'll kill all of you. I waved him off. Nah, I support this. We as a society need to see great explosion murder god in high-waisted jeans. Die. Mina wiped a tear. I'm so happy. Ida tried to get things back on track. Regardless, Best Jeanist is an esteemed hero. I'm sure he will instill valuable discipline. Bakugo muttered death threats under his breath. Jiro looked at me. What about you? I leaned back. Haven't picked yet. Kaminari raised an eyebrow. Bro, you got the most offers. You serious? I shrugged. Dunno who I feel like dealing with. Yaozu adjusted her posture. You should consider your future career. The right agency can set you up for success. I leaned toward Yaozu. How about I intern with you? We get closer in the meantime. She blinked. That's not how internships work. Sure it is. Same agency, same training, same opportunity to bond. She frowned. You should pick an agency that fits your strengths. I have many strengths, I said. One of them is adaptability. Bakugo scoffed. Yeah, because throwing punches until shit works out is real adaptable. Worked so far, I shot back. Kaminari grinned. Dude, if you're looking for bonding, just say you wanna flirt with her. Who said anything about flirting? I shrugged. I just think an internship is better with good company. Yaozu sighed. If you're not going to take this seriously, I take everything seriously. She looked at me like she didn't believe a word of that. Kirishima leaned in. But for real, dude, have you narrowed it down? I scrolled through my offers. A few look interesting. Some focus on close combat, some on strategy, some on whatever this one is. I pointed. Street Brawlers United. Sounds professional. Sero whistled. Damn, even your agencies sound like fight clubs. They know talent when they see it. Jiro tilted her head. What about one of the big names? I dunno. The big ones are too stiff. Too many rules. Ida adjusted his glasses. Rules are essential for structure. And yet, Here I am. First place. His mouth twitched. That's not I waved him off. Anyway, I'll pick whoever lets me do my thing without sticking a stick up my ass. Kaminari translated. He means someone who doesn't tell him no. Exactly. Mina leaned over, looking at my phone. What about her? She doesn't care about the rules. I glanced at the name she was pointing at. You sure? She's the number 5 pro hero. Everyone turned to me, wide-eyed. Mineta looked like he was about to cry. You don't know Mirko? Isuko asked. I shrugged. Legs are too muscular for my taste. I like him soft. Kirishima looked betrayed. Bro, that's the opposite of manly. I like what I like. Mineta wiped his eyes. You don't deserve this opportunity. Don't remember asking. Kaminari whistled. Dude, if you actually intern with Mirko, that's gonna be insane. She's all about raw strength and combat. I scrolled through the details. Says here she picks people based on guts. Yeah, she's got a rep for throwing interns straight into action, Sero said. No babying, no warm-ups. You either keep up, or you eat dirt. Mina grinned. Perfect for you. Yair Azu crossed her arms. Are you sure this is a wise decision? An internship should be about learning and growth, not just punching things until they stop moving. I finished. Exactly. Sounds like my kind of place. Ida adjusted his glasses. You should at least consider the long-term benefits. I am. I'll learn how to throw better punches. Bakugo scoffed. Like you throw any good ones now. Tell that to number 4. His eye twitched. Say that again. Say what? Number 4? He lunged. Kirishima held him back, laughing. Dude, let it go. No, let him try, I said. Maybe this time he can break into the top 3. Bakugo nearly exploded. Sero's tapes shot out, yanking him back into his seat. Enough. Jiro tapped her jack against the desk. So you're really thinking about Mirko? She's strong, she's fast, and she doesn't seem like the type to lecture me about proper hero conduct. Because she's too busy drop-kicking villains, Kaminari said. Exactly. Izuka frowned. I get that she is strong, but wouldn't an agency with more strategic training be better? I sighed. Bro, I am a strategy. People don't know what I'm gonna do next because I don't know what I'm gonna do next. Sero nodded. That checks out. Mineta sniffled. What a waste of thighs. Hagakure shook her head. You're disgusting. Mineta looked betrayed. Ryu was the first to bring thighs up. The girls turned to me. He's not a perv, Jiro said. Mineta's eye twitched. How? Just how? They all shrugged. Girls can tell, Mina said. He yaps, but he doesn't cap. Mineta groaned like the universe personally wronged him. This is bullshit. You sound jealous, I said. He pointed at me. Because I am. Kirishima laughed. Man, let it go. Some guys got the vibe, some don't. Whatever, Mineta muttered. Still a waste of Mirko's thighs. Her thighs are for fighting, Ida said. Mineta sighed dramatically. That's the problem. Jiro jabbed his side. And that's why you'll never get respect. Tsa looked at me. So when are you taking the rest of us on a date? I tilted my head. What? She blinked. You took Momo-chan to a museum, yes. I nodded. She continued. Are you two dating? A few heads turned. Momo, who had been looking through her internship offers, stopped. Excuse me? Kaminari leaned forward. Oh ho, wait a minute. When did it become a date? I sighed. Why do people keep asking me this? Because you avoid answering, Tsa said. Jiro smirked. Yeah, real suspicious. Momo frowned slightly. It was just a roxying. As friends. Kirishima grinned. Only 2 of you, though? We shared dessert, I added. Momo gave me a look. And you said you would keep that to yourself. I raised my hands. Oops. Momo sighed. You have no shame. Never claimed I did. Tsa tilted her head. So, when's my turn? I blinked. Huh? She rested her chin on her hand. You took Momo-chan to see rocks. I want a date too. Momo frowned. It wasn't a date. It was dessert sharing, I pointed out. That's legally a date in 12 countries. She gave me a flat look. Name one. I shrugged. Doesn't matter. Point is, so wants her turn. Fair's fair. Kaminari whistled. Damn, my man's out here scheduling dates like a hero internship. Mina leaned forward. Oh. If we're making a list, I call dibs after Tsu. I pointed at her. Noted. Jiro side-eyed me. You're really just trolling with this, huh? I stretched. Why fight the flow? If the ladies want quality time, who am I to deny them? Mineta looked like he was about to cry. Life's not fair. Sero patted his shoulder. Yeah, but it's hilarious. Bakugo scoffed. You extras need better shit to talk about. Ida cleared his throat. Regardless, we should remain focused on our internships. Personal matters can wait. Uraraka grinned. Oh, come on, Ida-kun. Let them have their fun. I looked at Uraraka. So, after mine? She beamed. Definitely. I chuckled. Alright. Tsa-chan after the internship, Mina-chan after her, then Uraraka-chan after that. Good. If Mirko doesn't break my balls first. Kaminari whistled. Damn, man's got a line up. Sero nodded. Respect. Mineta slumped in his chair, looking like he was mourning his own existence. Why him? Mina stretched her arms. Alright, since we're on the topic, where are you taking me? Depends. What do you want? She tapped her chin. Something fun. But not just sitting around. So, no dinner or movies? Lame. Alright. Something fun that requires movement. Got it. Uraraka leaned in. And me? I raised an eyebrow. You signed up without knowing what you want? She grinned. Yup. Dangerous. What if I take you to an underground fight club? She laughed. That's not a date. It is if I say it is. Ida coughed. Perhaps we should return to discussing the internships? No one cares about that right now, Kaminari said. Ida adjusted his glasses. It is a crucial step in our hero careers. I waved a hand. Yeah, we get it. Serious business. Hard work. Training. We'll get to it. Chapter 31, Mirko and Ruko. I'm not asking for love, I'm committing emotional terrorism until I get it. I want comments like I just threw my phone across the room. I want memes, unhinged reactions, typo-riddled keyboard smashes. Don't leave me to rot like some abandoned Wattpad draft. Read. React. Rage. Or I will hunt your DMS. Also, every day, I'll drop a freshly brewed, cursed, chaotic, story-related meme. The kind that makes you question your life choices and scream, I can't believe I read this fic. Your job is to drop your favorite memes in the comments, don't care if you made it or stole it. We vote. We fight. We decide who's the meme monarch of the day. No peace. Only chaos. Let's go. Mine is here. A few days later, we stood in the train station, waiting to split off for our internships. The whole class was there, bags packed, looking half awake. Aizawa stood in front of us, eyes barely open, clearly wanting to be anywhere else. This is your last chance to back out, he said. Nobody moved. Figured. Don't embarrass yourselves. He turned to leave, but then paused. And don't die. Motivational as always, Kaminari muttered. I stretched. Anyone wanna place bets on who gets sent home first? Mineta, Jiro said immediately. Mineta looked offended. The fuck? Why me? Mina counted on her fingers. Pervert, short, annoying, and you signed up under Mount Lady, which means she's gonna put you through hell. She would never. Kirishima clapped his shoulder. Bro, she absolutely would. Mineta frowned. Shit. Across the platform, Izuku checked his phone. Gran Torino sent me a message. Kaminari leaned over. What does it say? Izuku read it aloud. Be here on time. If you puke, you clean it up. We stared at him. Kirishima whistled. Man sounds like a hard ass. Or he just doesn't want to deal with nerd vomit, I said. Izuku sighed. I don't even get motion sick. Yet. He groaned and looked away. A train rolled in. Doors opened. People shuffled around. Some of us started moving to different platforms. Bakugo slung his bag over his shoulder. Later, extras. Have fun with your denim overlord, I called. He flipped me off without turning around. Kirishima shook his head. Man, he's gonna hate every second of that. That's the best part. A few more people left. Ida checked his watch. We should board soon. I rolled my shoulders. Right, Mirko's waiting. Kaminari grinned. Bro, you're really about to train under the most aggressive hero in Japan. Mina nudged me. Try not to die. No promises. The train for Tokyo pulled in. I grabbed my bag and stepped on. Izuku followed, still checking his phone. Momo, Mina and Kiro sat across from us. Ruku's picking you up, right? Mina asked me. I nodded. Yeah. Chi and Mirko are tight, so they set something up. Turns out Mirko's place is far, so she is borrowing Ruku's. Kaminari wiggled his eyebrows. Damn, two top pro heroes in one place? Try not to act too much like a caveman. I groaned, slumping against the train window. Wake me up when we arrive. Closed my eyes. Shut off my ears. Blocked out the world. Even clenched my ass, just in case. But of course, my peace lasted all of 3 seconds before a notification popped up. "What's up?" I rolled my eyes behind closed lids. "What do you want? And how old are you?" Age is a human construct. I am timeless. But if you insist, old enough to make your life hell, right? Should've guessed. It's funny. You always whine, but you would be lost without me, I would be peaceful without you. Peaceful? With your life choices? Lol, I sighed through my nose, ignoring the system as it continued flashing dumb notifications. Across from me, Kaminari nudged Mina. "Yo, look at him. He's either meditating or planning something stupid." Mina peered at me, then grinned. "Both. Yeah, sounds about right." Izuku shifted beside me. "He's probably just tired." New quest, welcome to hell. Population, you. Objective, try not to fucking die. Also, maybe help some people if you are feeling generous. Details, a certain hero-killing enthusiast is out for blood. Some fun-sized namas are running around. A certain walking decay hazard might be lurking. Your classmates and pro-heroes might be in the mix. This situation will go sideways. How badly? Up to you. Reward, plus 750 experience point plus stat points, based on performance, plus new skill unlock, depends on what dumb shit you pull off, plus reputation boost, among heroes and certain authorities, plus 1 rare system feature unlock plus mystery reward failure, severe injury or death, yours or someone else's, reputation loss, among pro heroes and UA staff, massive experience point deduction potential school suspension or worse, subquests, where the fuck are you? Task, assess the situation. Figure out where you are, and don't immediately get jumped. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 awareness, hidden stat, stop the bleeding. Task, locate and assist any injured heroes or civilians. Reward, plus 100 experience point, small reputation boost. Based on actions taken, deal with the dogs. Task, engage or evade at least 1 Namu without getting ripped apart. Reward, plus 150 experience point, plus 1 endurance, hidden stat, new passive skill. Conditional, tread carefully. Task, avoid attracting the attention of you-know-who unless you are really sure about it. Reward, plus 100 experience point, plus 1 agility fight or flight. Task, engage in at least 3 different combat encounters while keeping yourself and allies alive. Reward, plus 200 experience point, plus 1 combat proficiency for every unique strategy used. Outsmart the hunter. Task, if someone sets their sights on you or your classmates, throw them off their game. Reward, plus 250 experience point, new passive skill, tactical feint, small boost to deception in combat, call for backup. Task, get reinforcements involved before the body count rises. Reward, plus 125 experience point, system feature unlock, emergency signal, the last stand. Task, survive long enough for the situation to stabilize or help in any way that speeds up the resolution. Reward, plus 300 experience point, plus 1 stamina per 10 minutes lasted, plus. Based on actions taken, bonus objectives, give a dramatic one-liner before landing a hit. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 charisma per one-liner. Steal a villain's weapon and use it against them. Reward, plus 75 experience point, plus 1 strength per weapon used. Dodge an attack by pure instinct. Reward, plus 100 experience point, new passive skill, conditional, piss off the wrong person and get away with it. Reward, plus. Depends on actions, make a hero double take at your decisions. Reward, plus 50 experience point, plus 1 intelligence per reaction earned. Keep up with someone stronger than you. Reward, plus. Based on actions taken, the screen flashed in front of me, the words practically screaming at me. Hazu's about to be a shit show, huh? Understatement of the year, great. Just fucking great. I stared at it. The hell is this vague-ass fortune cookie bullshit? It's called building suspense, smartass. I flicked the screen away. Great. Another day. Another quest where I don't know what's trying to kill me. Izuku glanced at me. Did you say something? Nah. The train rattled on, heading straight for whatever the hell was waiting in Tokyo. Fuck, let's analyze. A certain hero killer? Try to be vague, bitch. It is fucking his name. Hero killer, right? Bite me, Namus. That means pale bitch and war bastard are in town. Pale bitch, the big meat sack with a brain in a jar. No thoughts, just murder. War bastard Shigaraki's taxi service, shady as hell and always going somewhere I do not want to be. And a certain someone? That has to be Shigaraki. He is allergic to minding his own business. If he is here, it means hands, decay, and him bitching about heroes ruining his villain aesthetic. Alright. Stain is stabbing pros, Namas are wrecking shit, And Shigaraki is probably in the shadows watching things burn. The city is about to be a fucking mess. Good job, Sherlock, shut up. Mission update, you're walking into a shit show. Try not to die, Pale Bitch and Warp Bastard. Those two ran the Ust attack. Pale Bitch summoned a giant punching bag that tanked All Might's hits, and Warp Bastard teleported people wherever he wanted. Together, they were a massive pain in the ass. What does this mean? Hero Killer is active. No idea where or how. He must be good if the system considers him a harass event. Namas running around means there are more. Either the same mindless brutes as us or something worse. Warp Bastard being present means fast deployment and retreat. If things go to shit, the League can bounce immediately. If Shigaraki is lurking, he is watching something. He does not fight alone. He plans. If he is here, then this is bigger than some random villain attack. Ida's brother got cut down by the Hero Killer, and now Ida picked some no-name agency in Hazo? If I recall correctly, his brother was hunted there. Meaning, Ida isn't thinking straight. He's out for blood. Gotta keep an eye on him. Party function from the Ust incident can help with that. I also need to set up a group chat with those interning nearby. Or should I delay them so they don't get caught in the mess? What to do? Mirko is strong, and she's working with Ruka for my internship. If both of them step in, this hell will turn into easy mode. Todoroki is going to Tokyo too. His old man's there. If Endeavor gets involved, that's 3 top 10 pro heroes on the field. Yeah. We can do this. The train slowed down as it approached Tokyo. People shuffled around, getting ready to step off. Izuku checked his phone again, probably rereading Gran Torino's message for the 10th time. I stretched, grabbing my bag as the doors slid open. The city was loud. Cars honked, people talked, and everything moved fast. A few heads turned as we walked out, recognizing us. Yaoyao, Mina, and Jiro stayed on the train, heading for another city. Todoroki didn't say a word, just walked off like we didn't exist. Izuku checked his phone again. I clapped a hand on his shoulder. Your subway's that way, and I'm taking a bus from down there. Let's split here. Before he could say anything, I pulled him into a hug. Be careful, alright? Don't do anything that would make Mom sad. He stiffened for a second, then sighed. Yeah. I let go, stepping back. Good. He adjusted his bag. Don't start fights with pros. Can't promise that. He rolled his eyes. Figured. I grinned and walked off, heading for my stop. The city was alive as always. Somewhere, an ad played with Endeavor's flaming mug on it. Didn't take long to reach the bus station. Some citizen side-eyed me, probably recognizing me from the festival. A few minutes later, my bus pulled up. I stepped inside, found a seat near the back, and settled in. About half an hour later, I got off at the meeting point. Mirko was waiting. Arms crossed. Looking impatient. Took you long enough, she said. I took in the scene. One of the top 5 pro heroes, standing right in front of me. Ruko, another top 10 pro, checking her phone like this was just another Tuesday. And me, the new kid, trying not to look like an idiot. I kept my posture straight. Traffic. She snorted. Bullshit excuse. I shrugged. Would you rather I say I got lost? Mirko smirked. If you did, you would be running laps right now. Ruka finally looked up. Good to see you made it, Midoriya. I nodded. Appreciate the invite. Ruka smiled as we walked. Introductions, then. Why don't you go first? I shoved my hands in my pockets. Midoriya. You a student. Number 1 at the sports festival. Mirko raised an eyebrow. And? I tilted my head. Professional pain in the ass? She barked a laugh. Now that, I believe. Ruka hummed. I watched your fights. You're unconventional. Mirko scoffed. That's a nice way to say dumbass. I smirked. Accurate, though. Ruka gestured to herself. I'm Ruko, pro hero, currently ranked number 10. She motioned to Mirko. And this is Mirko. Number 5. And the only one here who actually matters. Ruka sighed. She says that, but she works under my agency right now, so you'll be learning from both of us. And my house rules. Mirko stretched. Which means you're about to get your ass kicked in stereo. I let out a slow breath. Okay, yeah. This was gonna be rough. Great, I muttered. She grinned. Hey, don't look so down. You'll live. Maybe. Ruka pulled out a tablet. Before we start, you should know our expectations. Mirko and I run things differently. I prefer a structured approach, observing before engaging. Mirko prefers violence. Mirko finished. Direct action, Ruka corrected. Mirko shrugged. Same thing. I nodded. So if I screw up under Ruko, I get a lecture. If I screw up under Mirko, I get drop-kicked. Glad we're on the same page, Mirko said. Ruka sighed again. It's more nuanced than that, but sure. She tapped the tablet. Let's talk about training. First, we assess your combat capabilities. Then, we see how you handle real-world scenarios. Depending on how you perform, we may send you into active fieldwork sooner rather than later. Mirko crossed her arms. Or if you suck, you stay on desk duty. Tragic, I deadpanned. Ruka ignored us both. We'll be covering mobility, engagement, response tactics, and, if necessary, damage control. Mirko will focus on physical engagement and endurance. I'll focus on situational awareness and strategy. Mirko cracked her knuckles. And by the end of it, we'll see if you're built for this or just another wannabe trying to punch above his weight. Sounds fun. Ruka set the tablet down. Any questions? Yeah, I said. What's for lunch? Mirko laughed. I like this kid. Ruka sighed, rubbing her temple. Let's eat. Mirko cracked her neck. Finally. There are more stars in the observable universe than grains of sand on every beach on Earth. And yet, none of them matter as much as one little vote from you. Every time you scroll past the Power Stone button, a distant galaxy dies a little inside. NASA confirmed that black holes actually grow every time a reader finishes a chapter and doesn't vote. Probably, be the star that lights up this dark, cold universe. Drop the damn stone.